of Drag Week racing. That is so incredibly tight. You'll hear us announcing it throughout the day, saying, man, this guy has to run this number in order to be somebody, because it all comes down to what they do today. After a whole week of competition, someone leading their class could come here and break on the line and be out.
An important point to make on that front. Anything you hear us say or see us say is unofficial. The official standings are being kept by Tanya Turk and Tara Fling in the room next to us. The math we do is most likely flawed. Not only could be flawed, it probably is. But we're going to do our best to keep you updated. Anything you hear us say is unofficial. They got the final word across the street.
Anything you hear us say should be disregarded as buffoonery.
Well, it is time to get going here with Street Machine Eliminator. It is going to be a 2-hour session as we set the field for Street Machine Eliminator. The bump spot, a quickest in history so far, 11:19, with a bunch of racers log jammed right at that 11:19 number.
That could change by the end of the day. That 11:19 could become an 11:20. It could become an 11:15. You just don't know.
One of the great pairs that is a summation of this event, Jeff Dean going down the racetrack in a Duramax diesel-powered 1977 Coupe de Ville, and Brian Peterson from Gadstrup, Denmark, heads down the track in his 1980 Corvette. The Vet goes 10:45 with a 5 at 129 miles per hour. Jeff Dean goes 11:69.1 at 114.65. And so we are off to quite literally a flying start. So Jeff Dean, that 11:69 is not going to get him in the field. Again, you got to watch these cars. When you see an 11:19 or quicker, that's somebody who has a fighting chance of getting in. Gary Talent, a 1962 Tempest, the tunnel rim, dual quad, 440-inch Pontiac engine, 1089 with a 4, 125.75. And Jeremy Ferguson, 1445 with an 8 at 91 miles per hour in his S10 truck. David, perhaps more importantly than an 11:19 or anything like that, these racers are validating themselves. Each pass we see down here is somebody effectively completing Drag Week.
And every single one of them has driven 1,000 miles on winding roads. No easy highway stuff here. We're going for the railroad crossings and the gnarly manhole covers and everything.
Luke Robinson and Alex Zarembo going down the racetrack. Zarembo, the 1971 Mercury Comet, and Luke Robinson, the 2016 Camaro SS. Still smells like a new car. Well, probably not after this week. It might have when they started. 1278.3 at 111. It smells to now be like the difference between a local gym locker room and a garbage dump in there probably is Alex Zarembo, 1267.2 at 107 miles per hour.
I've got word from Keith Turk in the pits. He's trying to get the number 1 and number 2 guys in each class to line up against each other. If we can pull that off, it'll be great. That doesn't always happen at Drag Week, but man, it's a riot when it does.
During your particular session, if you'd like to have a grudge match against another competitor, tell Lonnie Grimm. He'll work the lanes to get you lined up. We'd love to see it, and Lonnie will let us know what's going on. The grudge match stuff, especially today, should be a lot of fun. And again, the event, as each one of these competitors runs down, they are effectively completing Drag Week. It is a day of fun, and it is a day of high performance as Ed Ursus and Troy Lee head down the racetrack. Ursus goes 10:63.6, 128.53. He's win by a mile. Troy Lee goes 12:58.9 at 107.68. If you're wondering why it's such a big deal, why is it such a big deal? A guy completes Drag Week, so what? Come out here and try it yourself, then you'll find out what so what means. It is the award ceremony tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun, but it's also like the last day of summer camp, man camp, I guess we'd call it, man and woman camp. James Sandlin and Craig Douglas comes up. There's a lot of emotion and a lot of effort goes into completing this event. And so when we get to the end of the night, we're handing out awards, recognizing performances, having a couple laughs. It is a very meaningful to many people. James Sandlin and Craig Douglas. Douglas in the 10-second 2015 Charger Hellcat, and James Sandlin, the 2013 Dodge 1500 pickup truck. 10:38.7, 133.74, and James Sandlin goes 13:309 at 100.29 miles per hour on the Toy Barn side. Jeremy Wilson and Greg Bell coming up. Bell from Nixa, Missouri, and Jeremy Wilson from Moore, Oklahoma. Greg Bell and Jeremy Wilson heading down the racetrack, and as Jeremy Wilson going 10:76.5, 126. Wilson went 0:53 red. Wilson also had deep written on his windows. That means Olson is an experienced drag racer. He's going to be deep staging his car to leave off the Pro Tree. He's the guy to watch. Greg Bell goes 12:54.3 at 110.43 down the Toy Barn side of the strip. Dave Burke and Kyle Scheel coming up. Scheel from Utica, Michigan, and Dave Burke from Welford, South Carolina. The 1979 Le Mans with an LS1 motor in it, and Kyle Scheel, the 1973 Camaro on the Toy Barn side. The Scheel-mobile, we talked to Kyle earlier, and they've been working with the Datsun to see if they can get that car moving faster. We'll talk about that when he gets here. Dave Burke, 11:29.6, 118. Comes up again, Michigan, the 2013 Mustang in Grabber Blue with, of course, the Coyote motor. And Susan Slater, the 2015 Scat Pack Challenger, comes up left-hand side, or driver's left-hand side of the strip. We'll see some of these competitors hot lap. We'll see some of these competitors make one run and then enjoy the rest of their day in relaxation. As Tyler Hessen goes 11:68.5, 120.41. Sue Slater goes 12:7.09 at 107.94. Racetrack has been hooking very well for all of our competitors so far. The Nova completing the burnout on the Toy Barn side. That is Steve Eden, as Matt Antrobius comes up next to Eden. Antrobius, the 1984 Ford LTD. Still has the grandparent-esque mothball smell inside, I'm told. Garden City, Michigan. 325-inch Chevrolet engine. And Steve Eden, the 1970 Nova from Stockton, Illinois. Has Eden won Street Machine before? I know he's gone deep in the rounds of the Eliminator. I'm not 100% sure if he's a past winner. 11:06.7, 119. Antrobius, 11:16.2 at 124. I know he is a competitor that is here year in and year out. The dually, which, don't get your hopes up. I'll just leave it at that on the Toy Barn side of the racetrack. It runs like a dually. That is Ben Ross from Cranberry Township, Pennsylvania, the 89 Silverado, 454-inch big block, and Wes Stevens from Centerburg, Ohio, in the third-generation Camaro, a very clean third-gen that is working good as well. 85 in the 8th mile, and Wes Stevens goes down 12:69.9, 110.42, and Ben Ross running a dually-like 18:48 at 70.04 miles per hour.
Brian Loans, could your tow truck outrun that dually?
No, because my tow truck would be out of top end at 63 miles per hour. Through first gear, I may have him, though. If we were doing a 60-foot style drag race, I think I'd be in. Brandon Sherman and Ron Munderando. Ron from Clarkson, Michigan, in the 68 Dart. Brandon Sherman, the 1970 Chevelle, as Rod goes 11:88.5 at 112. Brandon Sherman goes 13:74.3 at 97.1 miles per hour. But once again, the lanes are open for Street Machine Eliminator competitors. Street Machine Eliminator competitors. The lanes are open to you. Matt Antrobius, 11:16.2 is the quickest car that is underneath the bump spot, if you will, this morning. Craig Douglas, the quickest car overall that has run so far in this Street Machine session, having gone 10:38. Dale Pontius and Guy Young coming up. Young from Langton, Ontario, Canada, and Dale Pontius from Leonard, Michigan. Don't look now, David, but we have a Clash of the Titans coming up next. So for 11:43.0, 125 miles an hour as Guy Young goes 15:02.3 at 91.89.
And this next pair is going to be one of the standout runs here at Drag Week.
It is absolutely going to be. It'll stand out all right, kind of like an infected toe, as both of these competitors come up. We have Rick Lutz Jr. on the Sunoco side. Now this is the Datsun that has been running in the 17-second zone. These guys at 2:30 in the morning apparently came up with a tune-up for this thing to get in the 15s. And Jim Lesperance in the turbocharged Ford blew up or broke what appeared to be a rear end or a drive shaft trying to get off the starting line. And the reason that happened is because you interviewed him in the pits the other day.
He's probably got a roadkill sticker on the back of that thing. In fact, I think I can see it from here. That is certain death.
16.98.3 at 81. Rick Lutz Jr. got to go back to the pits and go back and tweak the tune-up. They were hoping to go 15s, and they only missed it by, a second or two.
This poor little Pinto fell off the jack the other day, and the jack went through the cast aluminum oil pan. They had to fix it with a piece of aluminum and some JB Weld and a whole bunch of that gray RTV.
The only good thing is when you roll an MG off the starting line, it is not a 5-man operation. It is not a 3-man operation. It could be a small child operation, but we just did it with one guy.
What you're watching here is essentially qualifying for the Street Machine Eliminator bracket race that you're going to see later on today. The bracket race is set up by the 5-day average EP of each car. Take that number, knock a tenth off to help prevent breakouts, and that is their dial-in for the entire round. So these guys are making their final qualifying run so that we can get that 5-day average. They've already run 4 times. In the left-hand lane, David Kerwin is driving a brand new Dodge Hellcat Challenger. Dustin Allard in the right-hand lane is in the '70 Ford Torino with a 383 Chevy under the hood. Dustin gets out first, but will the Hellcat catch him? Yes, running 119 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, the Chevy-powered Ford goes 1249 at 100.
Dylan Dale and Dan Aleel coming up. Aleel from Marble Falls, Texas. The 1968 Torino, the 390-inch Ford FE Big Block. And Dylan Dale, the 1973 Cuda. Very good-looking car, 499 cubic inch, full-power Big Block for Dylan Dale. One of the things you may see on a lot of these cars in any category is the first run they make can be all kinds of soot and junk going out of the exhaust pipes. That's because they were driven 250 plus miles to get here, and they weren't doing it at full throttle. 13.28 forward, 100 miles an hour for Dan Aleel. 12.056, 111.85 on the Toy Barn side of the drag strip for Dylan Dale.
The car in the right-hand lane here, the gold 71 Dodge Challenger, actually says it's a 72. I guess he's got some alterations on that. Charlie Ogle is on the bump spot in this class. His average is 11.19.68. Right behind him is an 11.19.83, so he needs to make a good pass here to stay in the field.
All kinds of stuff goes up with that thing as Charlie Ogle leaves the starting line with Jeremy Hoskins, the 1995 Eclipse with an LS motor in the front of it. Goes 10.95.6 at 125 miles an hour. Charlie Ogle goes 11.39.3 at 119.06. And man, Jeremy Hoskins, well, he goes 10.95. It is not going to be quick enough to lower his average. We'll see how quick he comes up and decides to go next time.
And that 11.39 is going to hurt Charlie Ogle. He's going to have to come back here and put down a teen in order to stay in the field. This Jeep in the right-hand lane is on a late model Chevy truck chassis. It's loaded with a late model 5.7 Hemi with a turbo. Check this out, Greg Hazinga's entry. And in the left-hand lane, Tim Hoskins has got the 84 S10.
The 84 S10 going full elderly man setup on that thing with the truck cap on it. I don't know if he's got the little rope thing on his steering wheel or not, but he is off the starting line ahead of Greg Hazinga. But Hazinga is going to put the wood to it out there, and he goes past the 8th mile at 93. Hazinga goes 11.703 at 117.79. Great pass, but still about 0.5 of a second off of the bump spot. Tim Hoskins goes 13.74.5 at 102.
That little S10 has a 5.3 LS motor in it.
Very cool. And I'm surprised to hear that.
You never see that, right?
Of all the engine selections today, I'm surprised guys are still using this LS stuff. With all the different ways you could go out there. Doug Johnson and Jim Kitchen coming up. Kitchen running an 03 Marauder with, get this, the actual original factory motor in it. Kind of a shocking deal. 4.6 liter dual overhead cam Ford motor for Kitchen and Doug Johnson, an 87 Mustang with the 4.8 liter LS motor in it. So down to the 8th mile, it is going to be Johnson at just over the century mark, 100 miles per hour. And Doug Johnson goes 11.39.2 at 125.22. Jim Kitchen goes 16.084 at 91.31. Here comes Clark Lamb. Lamb from the Sunoco side. Lamb, one of those guys living in the 11 teens this week. As best I know, he is in, if I'm looking at my sheet right now. Yeah, wow, Lamb is 31 out of number 32. Hanging on by the skin of his teeth with that 11-13 dial-in. Or 11-15 index average. There's a word that I'm trying to find that my brain is just not allowing me to. So Clark Lamb goes down Sunoco side, 11-18-0, 119. He will take it. Adam Wright goes 14-40 at only 58 miles per hour on the Toy Barn side of the strip. So trouble down there for Adam Wright. And it looks like he is going to bring the thing to a stop just past the finish line to figure out exactly what's going on.
The thing some of these Street Machine Eliminator guys will do in the last day is they'll be real close to getting in the 32-car field, and so they'll stop somewhere and pick up like a 125 shot. They'll put nitrous on the thing, and then they'll get in the field because they can pick up like a second in their time, but then they don't really know how to handle it throughout the bracket race because all of a sudden the car is performing differently than it has all week long. So you'll be seeing some of that as we proceed to this afternoon's bracket race session. Once we finish these things out, you will see our big gun cars come out, what we call the class cars. We'll run that session, and then after that, go into the bracket race.
Absolutely. It is a fun and a different format than we're used to running on each day because normally we're seeing our competitors get in first thing bright and early in the morning, make their runs, and run for the hills. But today, we let everybody sleep in a little bit and get ourselves set up so we can have a nice afternoon and evening at the drag strip. And this is a drag strip that has certainly had some memorable ones of those. Be very fun to watch where the bump spot ends up here in Street Machine Eliminator, and it does look like we're going to be going down there and lending some assistance on the Toy Barn side. But the big question is there anything on the racetrack? We have not seen any equipment roll yet, but starting line officials have moved stuff out of the way in case we do have to roll a tractor or two. They can get right to their job.
Just a reminder, if you're out there in the grandstands, you can still watch the live feed courtesy of Gear Vendors. Just whip out your phone and go to the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. Now, the reason that you would want to do that is you can see different angles than what you would see from the stands. For instance, right now, we're looking at a long lens shot, looking closely at what is happening up there at the big end. You'll also be able to see replays and such. J Angel Productions is here, just absolutely killing it on our live feed all week long. So whip it out and check it out.
Excuse me while I whip this out. If you've seen Blazing Saddles, you know that line. So, let's talk about classes. Within 1/100th of a second, you know, you mentioned guys that kind of wicked their stuff up for this last day. Ray Myers and Jeff Sias come to mind immediately. I've talked about it before, but Jeff put the 85 tune-up in the car, so he is looking to get as aggressive as possible with it. He is trailing by just a couple hundredths, or just, I believe, over 100th of a second. Racing, it's opportunities kind of like this where guys can hop their stuff up and get after it. In a more traditional sense, if you're a fan of stock eliminator drag racing, you know during class eliminations, guys will drain most of the oil out of their motor, visible to your eye, because maybe guys will try to pound a little bit more, will put a little bit more trail.
So a minute ago, Brian, you were talking about Ray Myers and Jeff Sias. Those are the two guys leading Super Street Small Block Naturally Aspirated. You'll see that coming up here in the next session. The reason we're bringing it up is it's a perfect example. Two cars can be so close on average after 4 days of drag racing. Check this out. The Plymouth Barracuda of Ray Myers has averaged 988 with a 3. And Jeff Sias with the NA Mustang, 427 cubic inch, 989 with a 6. So we're talking 988 versus 989 today. Will be deciding the winner in that class and about 3 others that are that tight.
Super cool. We're right back to racing action. Thankfully, nothing came out of the Camaro. We got him off the top end of the track, and it'll be time for our next pair to come up. Andre Miller from Altreville, Louisiana, the 1992 Chevrolet 1500 pickup truck. 422-inch small block engine for Andre, and John Gilliard from Bartlesville, Oklahoma, the 2002 Pontiac Trans Am with the LS1 engine in it.
Does Andre have more miles on the track, or on this week's trip?
I'm going to tell you, Andre is definitely our volume leader in terms of amount of runs made. He has been turning that thing around, and that's great. Track's open. He's taking advantage, and it's very cool to see him doing it. He has cranked that truck down many, many times into the, I believe, the 11-second zone, 95 in the 8th mile. And Miller goes 11:61.3 at 115, just a little short. John Gilliard goes 14:06.1 at 101.77 in his Trans Am. Jeff Gallagher and Kenny LaFleur. Now, LaFleur is a guy who has been on the wrenching program this week, David, as you well know.
Oh, yeah, he's had the transmission out of this thing. I think I cursed him right after he told me everything was mint. The thing fell apart. He does have an LS engine in that 70 Javelin in the right-hand lane. In the left-hand lane, a 66 Mustang loaded with a 368 cubic inch small block. The Javelin gets there first at a 10.56 with a 9, 127 miles an hour, and we've got no time on the Mustang.
Unfortunately, Jeff Gallagher jumped the tree, so his car was rolling before the tree was actually activated. He will have to get back in line to get a time slip to hand in. So around the corner comes the pair of Chevrolets. One, a very cool-looking patinaed old truck, and the other, an absolutely gorgeous Chevrolet Camaro. Joe Gribben is in the Camaro, and Al Roberts from Beaver, Ohio, is in the 1970 C10 truck. 346 cubic inch engine. Joe Gribben, the 410-inch combination in his 69 Camaro. I think you can make an argument that Ohio is like the racingest state in the country. I think there's a couple of them that come to mind, but man, there's a lot of drag strips in the state. There's a lot of hot rods. There's a lot of car culture here, and Al Roberts is part of it out of Beaver, Ohio.
It's interesting. I heard you announce that truck has a 346 cubic inch engine. You hear that so rarely these days when referring to the LS series of engines. Nobody uses the cubic inch displacement. That you almost don't hear the liters anymore. It's just, it's the LS3, whatever.
Exactly. So Al Roberts working on a reaction time record there of 4.215 seconds. Gribben goes 10.86 with a 5. He's going to be in a program. 121.53. Al Roberts goes 12.906 at 101.46.
You're looking at a unique drag week speed secret here in the left-hand lane. You'll note that the roof rack has come on and off in experimentation throughout the week, and apparently it's a proven component.
Well, we saw it yesterday. Roof rack on, the car goes 12.99. Roof rack off, it fell off a 10th. So clearly, that thing is pressurized with nitrous.
It works, it's not stupid.
So Paul Nadeau in the 1960 Falcon, wearing a hat, goes to the top end. 13.19. Wow. Man, I guarantee you it's off the next time he comes up. 103 mile an hour for Nadeau as Mike Lease goes 12.96 at 108.
Roof rack program's a little moody, apparently.
It is. Like I said, the thing must be pressurized with nitrous. You got to put a couple more PSI in the thing. Speaking of nitrous, this week, Monty Smith from NOS was here. I'm not sure if Monty is still here. He has no more nitrous to give you. 625 pounds. What do you say, a dozen mother bottles?
12. He brought 10 last year, 12 this year. He's going 15 next time.
Robert Berry and Rusty Reeves coming up now. Reeves in that awesome 65 Chevy C10 truck, and Robert Berry in a complete freak show 1945 Chevrolet cab, a Cummins 4-cylinder turbo diesel engine. Oh, it's a 5.9. It's a 6-cylinder. Yeah, the 6BT Cummins engine here. So Robert Berry recording a 19-second 60-foot time. This is going to be an awesome-looking time slip. Not that we can see the truck at all, but it's going to be an awesome-looking time slip.
How did you know it was a diesel?
You know, I took a stab at it. 29.4 seconds at 123 miles an hour. Put that slip up on the wall. Barry will be back, much to the dismay of our starting line staff, the photographers, and anybody sitting in the grandstands that is trying to pretend like they're not here today. Yeah. Tetanus shots, get one of those Japanese face mask things they run around Tokyo with for the air quality. Kenton Hurst and Jay Williams coming up now. Williams, the 2013 Camaro ZL1, and Kenton Hurst, I think one of the sleepiest little cars that's out here. A 1989 Cavalier with that garbly-sounding 3.4-liter V6 that has to be sprayed or boosted because, it was sprayed and it was boosted. Now it's blown up. Jay Williams gets to the 8th mile at 103 in his ZL1 Camaro. And 11:02.1, 131.45. And David, I'll tell you right now, point of fact, the hard work of the track staff here at National Trail Raceway since we left on Monday is already showing in the fact that we are blowing stuff up here left, right, and center off the starting line.
And that's really our mission in life.
The more stuff we break, the better we feel about ourselves.
Now, it's a bummer this Cavalier broke because, believe it or not, all week long it's been running mid to low 13s.
Neat little car, and hopefully it was something that he can repair, but a front-wheel drive car, obviously a weak link there. The little transaxle in the front does not like the big horsepower, and certainly with the sticky tires on the front, dumping the clutch on that thing can lead to some issues. So a big part of the 260 racing group down there, the Team 260, they got the Chevelle getting ready to go down the racetrack. Adam Hodson and the guys, they have been out here hanging around all week long, and they've been helping people. They've been part of the program, and they revel in this type of stuff. If you're a fan of true street style racing, you can run into these guys all over the country. They show up and go. Adam had the good fortune of winning True Street at the Super Bowl Street Legal Drag Racing at Route 66 Raceway as part of the NFCA Race Series. Got himself a championship ring in the works in his 73 Camaro. That he is racing here this week.
Drag Week makes True Street look kind of cute.
It looks very cute. It looks quaint.
It's adorable.
It's like a diorama that you made in 5th grade and brought to school. Everybody made dioramas. So I guess the body count so far includes an MG and a Cavalier. We put a real car in there, we're going to be doing something. Kidding, of course. Hey, Tanya. Sorry. Do we know what the actual death toll is for the number of cars that are out right now? Sorry to interrupt.
We started this week with 355 cars, and we're working on getting you the number of people who have dropped out thus far. It might be the greatest number of cars that has ever shown up on the last day of Drag Week.
So Wes Sharon and Brock Sutliff coming up now. Sutliff from Farmland, Indiana, the LSX powered 1970 Chevelle. 59 cars have left competition, so that puts us still at over 290 cars coming into today. That is the biggest number by a country mile.
And probably the fastest field ever as well. It's certainly the quickest field that we've ever had in Street Machine Eliminator.
Wes Sharon and Brock Sutliff lead the starting line, and it is Wes Sharon having some issues in his 355 small block powered Chevelle. Meanwhile, Brock Sutliff's big, heavy Chevy Chevelle left well. The 1970 model goes 1097.7 at 122.77. Wes Sharon, well, he's going to get there eventually. Goes 1689.5 at 88.64. Congratulations to all of our racers that are handing in time slips as having successfully completed Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016, presented by Gear Vendors.
Great story in the left-hand lane here. Randy Giuliani has brought his 66 Dodge Coronet out for his very first Drag Week adventure. He's from Manchester, Connecticut, and that is his first car. He's got a mild 440 in the thing, 727 and a 410 gear. He's made it 1,000 miles. He's about to complete his first Drag Week. And in the right-hand lane, Jason Billings is in the 57 Chevy. These guys very similar to the 60-foot, 168 to 162. And the 57 gets there first. 1091 with a 3 at 125 miles an hour. And in the left-hand lane, Giuliani's first car rolls 1190 at 112.
Sean Devine and Raywood Lejeune coming up. Lejeune from Church Point, Louisiana. 2015 Mustang. Coyote 5-liter engine in there. And Sean Devine from Mississauga, Ontario, Canada. The 1971 Nova. 454 cubic inch Chevy.
Track is basically hush puppies and poutine.
That's right. And they got good poutine up there because they're by the lake. We used to go up to the iTray race up in Grand Bend, Ontario. That was good stuff up there. 1049.8, 128.89, and Raywood Lejeune goes 11.004 at 130.56. Now I'm thinking about his fries with gravy and cheese on them. Thanks, man. You wrecked everything.
And
I'm like you at breakfast this morning. Yeah, can I get some butter? How much you want? How about 4?
How about 4 pounds?
How about just give me the paddles and I'll just stop this thing myself. David Timmon and Connie Lejeune coming up to the starting line. The 2016 Mustang in that bright shade of orange and the great looking 1966 Cobra of Dave Tippmann. Small block and a stick shift. Watch Tippmann. He gets aggressive with this thing. It'll carry the front end a little bit. He has really put a whooping on this car all week long, and he's going to go out in style today.
And the Mustang gets their first 1086 with a 6, 131 miles an hour. And that little Cobra with a 302 power goes 1261 at 101.
So Keith Turk just came over. Let me know if you're a racer who would like to power the trailer. You can do that after you've completed the event. You can load up. The trailer and truck have to stay where they are, and you cannot so much as bring a spark plug back with you. You can go one direction, put the car in the trailer, and come back over and spectate and hang out and have an adult beverage, but you cannot move your truck or trailer, and you certainly cannot bring any parts back with you. Dino Cardella and John Pfister coming up now as I just interrupted David's thought.
I was just going to be a killjoy and remind you that there are no glass bottles in the pits.
Thanks, Dad. 107 miles an hour in the 8th mile. John Pfister goes 10-17-8, 138 at 121.76. One of the guys that put in a late night thrash, Jesse Medafrey from Oklahoma. They had he had to make a gear ratio change. They had put a 411 gear in the back of this thing, and he has to drive it all the way home to Oklahoma. They decided to stay up all night last night, put a 350 gear ratio back in it. So that is what they have done. They've been running it with the steeper gear all week, and it is just time to put the road gears back into it, because not only did they race this thing during drag week, they drove it here, and they'll drive it home.
We followed that truck for a long time, and our rental car never needed gasoline. It
No.
was running directly off the fumes from that truck.
Yeah, we had direct Medafrey injection on the thing.
And even with the 350 gears, the thing goes 1264 at 105. That was the truck in the left-hand lane. Dean Teppin in the right-hand lane, 1097, 120.
Kind of interesting. He went 1250 the other day, so dropping the gear ratio down took a little ET out of it, but not a whole bunch. Rick Tyler and Doug Kaiser coming up. Tyler, the 1962 Buick Special. See that two-door wagon over there? Yeah, they never made one of those. Rick Tyler built that thing himself, and it is a showpiece. Doug Kaiser goes down on the gear vendor side of the track, 13:45.1 at 100. Rick Tyler goes 11:97.9 at 113.60. Jess Neal and James Manning coming up now. Neal driving the 1973 Challenger 360-inch engine, 1994 Mustang 302 cubic inch combination on the left-hand side of the strip. I may be in the minority, but I am of the belief that the E-bodies, I think, got better looking. The 72, 73 cars, I think, are some of the best examples of those things. Wow, Freiberger completely disagrees. That is my opinion. 13:51.8 at 101 as Manning goes 15:45.8 at 89. I do 73 the Challengers, man.
Jess Neal, who just went down on the right-hand lane in that yellow Challenger, has driven for Hot Rod Magazine Pikes Peak.
That's
You
awesome.
Probably recognize his car. It's a black. He came out top in the vintage class this year.
Street Machine Eliminator. The lanes are open for you. It is a 2-hour session. We got about an hour and a half left until we're going to close the lanes and establish our 32-car field. Kerry Watson and Tim Bradshaw go down the racetrack. Watson, her 455-inch Olds-powered 1972 Cutlass, a perennial contender for the quickest Olds at the event, goes down the left-hand side of the strip, 12:04.4 at 110.16, with Tim Bradshaw going 10:69.2 at 133.55. Jason Moore and Ben Atkins coming up. Atkins from Shelby, Ohio, the 1974 Pontiac GTO. 385-inch Chevy engine, and Jason Moore from St. Louis, Missouri, the 1988 Camaro. Watch Moore's car come off the starting line. If he plants the tire, a little left front will come up. It was kind of even that time in the launch. Ben Atkins goes down his side of the racetrack, but it will be Jason Moore getting to the stride first. 10:14.8 going 10:9.06 at 123.22.
At the end of tonight, we will have the awards ceremony, which is basically a party. Drag Week racers invited, and Brian and I are intending to make award ceremonies great again.
Yeah, do not leave your sense of humor in the car or in the trailer because you're going to need it. So Jason Moore, the quickest Chevrolet engine, this Corvair body sits on a G-body chassis, correct, David?
That is correct, meaning like, let's call it a 78 Malibu, an 81 Monte Carlo, that type of G-body.
So Gary Harris and Mike Myers go down the racetrack. Harris has his water meth injection tank filled in the bed with a fresh load of washer fluid. Goes 1094.2 at 123.81. And Mike Myers goes 1080 with a 4 at 129. Harris going to the 1090s. That's trucking.
With a crew cab.
With a crew cab, no less.
That was very cool.
That was great.
I noticed he had no tailgate. I have run that tailgate open or
Blows up, which is guaranteed to blow up.
but it's great up to that point.
Up until the explosion, it is awesome. And sometimes during the explosion.
Usually for just a moment during, yeah.
Terry Scred and Randy Franklin head down the racetrack. Franklin grabbing gears in a Chevrolet-powered 64 Buick Skylark. Terry Scred, the 2.2 turbo 1992 Dodge Spirit, which actually has run very quick this week, is not making a representative run here. 16:24.6 at 97. Not sure if the car is wounded or not, but we'll find out.
Man, the Mopar front-wheel drive mafia is out in force at Drag Week this year.
We're going to find out if Jeff Dugapolsky put a nitrous setup in this car. He told me he was going to the other day. He needs elapsed time to make it past the bump spot to get into the 32-car field.
And you're speaking of the Army green Malibu wagon in the right-hand lane.
Yes, I am. I did not see any nitrous purged out of it. He has Warren Hall in the other lane. Hall, the 2.2-liter 87 Shelby CSX. And again, another front-wheel drive 2-liter Dodge. We have a ton of those. 11.64.8 at 115 miles an hour for Jeff Dugapolsky. Warren Hall goes 14.23.4 at 101.65. Jason Trotter and Joe Jennings. Jennings from Howell, New York, the 1963 Chevy 2, and Jason Trotter from DePlain, Illinois, the 1987 Shelby Z-Car. This is the quickest one of these machines we've seen out of the group. It has run into the 10s. It has run quicker than the Omni. Yes.
And there goes Trotter in the little front-wheel drive car, 1069, 136 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, Joe Jennings, 1100, 125.
Power.
This truck in the left-hand lane, to me, is one of the more impressive stories of Drag Week. They just put this together the day before they arrived. They had never run it. The Cummins diesel in this Chevy truck had been running 11 O's in a crew cab 4x4, and look at it now.
And somewhere Al Gore is openly weeping. Jesse Harris leaves the starting line. Troy Lee's like, just let me outrun this thing so I don't get a soot-covered Impala down here, but it ain't happening. The truck goes 10:35 with a 5 at 130.38 miles an hour, and Troy Lee chokes his way to a 12:52.4 at 109.30. And again, the single tear of sadness down the cheek of one Albert Gore. James Reeves and Matt Jones coming up now. Jones, the 1976 Firebird. I have always believed that the ozone layer is way overrated in the first place. Augusta, Kentucky, home for James Reeves. The 86 Omni GLH, 153 cubic inch, turbocharged, 4-cylinder Chrysler engine.
Now, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe Matt Jones here in the right-hand lane is the guy who actually quit his job to come race at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Matt Jones stuck it to the man, walked out of work, came to Drag Week, and maybe in the process of blowing up his Firebird out there. 12:03, 112.80. Like I always said, you know, you can live in your car, but you can't drive your house. 11:37.4 at 120.82 miles an hour on the Toy Barn side. But yeah, that dude quit his job because the man wouldn't let him have the time off.
We also had a story of a spectator who came out, I believe, to Indy. The guy was on a tight budget, He figured out that he could afford to fly into Indy from Pennsylvania. He couldn't afford a room or a rental car. The guy walked from the airport to the track, watched the show, and walked back.
True story. We met the guy after racing was done. He walked himself to a store first, bought a tent, and then walked himself to the airport. What he said was it wasn't worth him to carry the tent on, so I believe he probably flew on like Spirit Airlines, where you can literally get a ticket for like $35, and they charge you like $3 to pee. So he went out there with the cheap ticket, bought the tent when he got there, and he was living the dream. Ed Ursus goes down, and 11.002.111, he fell off a little bit. A 13.22.2 111-mile-an-hour shot on the Toy Barn side. Mary Beth Kitchener coming up, and Kyle Scheel. Second time we've seen the Scheel mobile. These are the guys that were messing around with the Scheel brothers were messing around, and Vlad were putting the tune-up in that Datsun 280Z we saw earlier, trying to get it to go quicker than it's gone. Scheel from Utica, Michigan. 13.27.4 at 102.09 as Mary Beth Kitchener takes her 1995 Eagle Talon with a 4G63 motor down with a 1360 at 117 miles per hour.
One of my favorite cars of the show in the right-hand lane, that 62 Tempest, has a 440-inch genuine Pontiac engine in it. It's a turbo 350. It's got a solid axle in the back, replacing the factory transaxle and rubber drive shaft. One of the greatest things is he was overheating on the highway, so roadkill style, he put the hood in his trailer, and when he got to like the next exit, there was a guy in a pickup truck who came up and was like, "Hey, did you drop something? Because I've got your hood with me."
George Mester running a V8 truck that is only running on 6 cylinders. He has basically been limping that motor along for days. Goes 15.009. I don't know if he's spraying it or it's boosted, but 15.009 at 99 on an engine that's literally trying to tear itself to shreds is pretty impressive, ladder rack and all. Lance Drager and Scott Abbott coming up. Abbott from Huntertown, Indiana, the 1970 Roadrunner with a 520-inch Chrysler Wedge engine. And Lance Drager from Waterford, Michigan, the 98 Pontiac Firebird, swapped in the 6-liter LS motor to get rid of the little 340-inch LS1.
I just noticed that Abbott actually managed to get a custom plate that says Roadrunner. That must have been hard to do.
Cars are staged and gone. Scott Abbott puts the big hole shot on Lance Drager. So down the track they go. 11.62.5 on the Toy Barn side, a 13.90 at 96 miles an hour on the Sunoco side. Dylan Dale and Luke Robinson coming up right now. Luke Robinson, that 16 Camaro SS, got the 6.2-liter LT1 motor in it. And Dylan Dale, the 73 CUDA with the 499-inch Chrysler Wedge. Always fun to see people on the last day of drag week, especially the first-timers and their experience. It is like people that have seen the Virgin Mary in a potato chip. They're believers. 12.65.3 at 111.51. 11.98.0 at 113.23 down the Sunoco side.
I'm looking at Brandon Galogli out there on the line from Hot Rod Magazine. We've got the whole crew out here. Editor Evan Perkins, Tom Taylor is out. Got Wes Allison and Dom D'Amato shooting photos. Whole gang.
Hail, hail, the gang's all here.
Also, Alana from Roadkill. You want to check out roadkill.com and Roadkill Magazine. We will have coverage of Drag Week there as well. But hotrod.com right now is information central for this event. Go there and you can download all the results from all week long and see thousands of photos.
Rachel Gebhardt, 9:29 reaction time, jumped off ahead of Dave Burke by about 4/10 of a second. And Rachel going to stave off the quicker Burke down there, 11:63.9, 1:12 as Burke goes 11:43.5 at 117.54. J.P. Schuster and Jim Kitchen coming up right now. Schuster, the 1967 Nova from Damascus, Ohio, and Jim Kitchen from Benton, Texas, the 03 Mercury Marauder.
The Marauder saying, made it, across the back window.
Very cool.
I don't think he had that on there before. He waited for his first pass. He got across the stripe one time on the last day of drag week to have actually completed the show.
J.P. Schuster goes 11:62.4 at 116 miles an hour. Of course, if he lived up in the New England area, he'd be Schuster. As Jim Kitchen goes 16:23.9 at 90 miles an hour in the Marauder.
I noticed all of a sudden we got some guys deep staging out here today. I'm surprised they haven't been practicing with that all week. We do run this pro tree in the bracket race event later on today.
I think it's probably strategic. They don't want people to know that they're going to try to get after it. So you pull that card out in the last day. Dan Anderson and Hemi Joel Nystrom head down the racetrack. Nystrom in his bone stock 1967 Hemi GTX. Very cool car. Goes 13:83.7, 99.08. If you want to hear some funny stories, ask him about his trunk monkey. Dan Anderson, 11:98.3 at 113.11 on the gear vendors, right-hand side of the drag strip. So once again, the 280Z is going to be coming around the corner. They got the hood open, venting some heat out of it, praying that some horsepower apparently falls into it with the hood open. That may happen. The guys, they said they put the tune-up in it after they left the bar at 2:30 in the morning. So,
oh man, that's race face.
That's race face stuff right there. That is what all the great ones do. You go out and get cross-eyed and then decide we're going to put the screws to it. Already talked to a few racers, and they're saying those magical words that we like to hear. Going to go out and make a safe pass, then I'm going to go out and try to blow the thing out the back door.
That is the program on the last day of drag week every time. These guys have to secure their place in line or secure their place on the ET list, and then they come back and they throw away the nitrous jet completely, step up the boost.
Go straight hose up in that piece.
Yeah, lift up the wheelie bars and come out here and put on a show this evening. You want to make sure to tell your friends to watch that live video feed on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. Also check out hotrod.com, roadkill.com, motortrendondemand.com, where you can get a 30-day free trial and check out what we have to offer as far as 30-day early access to shows like Roadkill and Dirt Every Day, and exclusive shows like Roadkill Garage with me and Steve Dulcich making buffoons of ourselves.
You guys make, I got to say this, and I'm not just saying because we're saying it, but you and Dulcich are, I think, a good 1-2 punch. You guys, how long have you known Dulcich? 25 years?
Yeah, about that.
Very good two-man tandem there. And Steve is as quirky, nice, interesting, and cool a guy as you're ever going to meet. So, and he comes across that way.
Yeah, what's great about him is he has no interest in actually being on camera, which you can tell. And it makes the show so great. That guy's just a beast, dude. If you can do it with technology that was invented in the Viking era, he does it.
Yeah.
If it was invented anywhere from, say, 1950 to now, he can't have it.
He can't have it. He is a man that is obsessed with the history of whaling in the sea. And since I live in an area where whaling once was prevalent, he will often send me texts asking me whaling questions, which I have no idea how to answer.
At roughly the same point in time that these guys chose to tune up their engine.
Right. He is always very tuned up when those texts come through.
Quite lubricated.
Yeah.
The silver Mustang here in the right-hand lane, you got to check it out in the pits. It's very interesting. It shockingly has an LS engine under the hood.
With a twist.
But with a twist, it has a Ford Cobra intake on it. It also has one of those adapters where you can put a front-mounted distributor in an LS engine, which, as you know, LS engine doesn't have a distributor at all to begin with. So this is very much cloned as a Ford.
Doug Johnson went full troll on that install. And Rick Lutz Jr. from Butler, Pennsylvania, the 1983 Nissan 280ZX. Bone stock inline 6 engine. It has produced elapsed times in the high 16-second zone. They have apparently come up with a plan to make it quicker than that. It went 16.98 earlier today. They have raised the launch RPM to basically valve float.
3,800?
Yeah, 3,800 RPM.
Oh, man, check the brutality as he just bang shifts that thing. What I appreciated about it is you have plenty of time to just absorb the greatness as he heads down the track.
Doug Johnson goes 11:44.9 at 118.43, and Rick Lutz Jr. goes 18:20 with a 1 at 62. Obviously, they have the tuning decisions they made have not quite paid off the way they wanted them to. And the value of a free race car discussion here. Back in college, a bunch of buddies and I ran a Volkswagen road racing car at SCCA Improved Touring. A guy gave us a 280Z road racing car that was all old and clapped out, and the reason he gave it to us, the camshaft had broken in half inside the engine, and everything was junk, and we had no money, and we eventually gave it to somebody else.
Free is better than good.
Yeah. Dale Pontius and Jim Cavallo coming up, and you know the story on Cavallo's car better than I do.
In the right-hand lane, that 62 Chrysler is a clone of the one that Ray Brock from Hot Rod Magazine raced at the very first NHRA Winter Nationals. Brian, when and where was that?
That was in 1962 at Pomona, California.
How did you know?
11:51.9, 120.74. How did I know? I did not date much in high school. There's not a lot going on in the Loans life at that point. It's me and a lot of books. Mitchell Stapleton and Joe Gribben coming up right now. Stapleton has been racing and living in this 2013 Cadillac Escalade all week long.
All week long, all-wheel drive. Note the slicks on the front end, or drag radials on the front end.
We figured that is the heaviest vehicle that is out here competing. It's got to weigh, 6,500 pounds if it weighs an ounce?
Sure.
And Joe Gribben goes 10.84.6, 122. And look at Mitchell Stapleton, 12.05 with a 2, 111 miles an hour. And that thing has actually seen the 11s.
Brian, I'm just getting word that Jeff Oppenheim is 7 miles out. 7 miles out. This is a little El Camino that nearly burned to the ground day before yesterday. Thing had an oil line crack. LS-powered El Camino, big engine fire. Guys just dogpiled that car, fixed it, got it running, and he is going to make it back here to the last day of drag week.
Pretty amazing story that we'll talk more about when we see Jeff a little bit later on, but the true kind of ethos of this event is just never give up, never give in, as Clark Lamb and Mike Lacuso come up here. Mike from Ortonville, Michigan, the 2008 Pontiac G8 GT.
You know who else is from Ortonville, Michigan?
Who?
Todd Ryden.
Oh, that's cool.
For you and I, not for anybody in the grandstands who has no idea what I'm talking
about. You might read his
about.
work. He's the Hot Rod, was it Street Rod Life or Hot Rod? I can't remember the name of the website he's the editor of, but yeah, Todd's the guy's been around, written a lot of cool stuff. He's probably read some of his work over the years. As Clark Lamb, I know he's been watching the live feed too. Picked up on the Orson Welles comment yesterday. Only guy in America. 11:17, 319 for Clark Lamb, and Lacuso goes down 11:11.9 at 127.63. It is the pickup truck of Andre Miller coming up right now. Miller from the Bayou State, or Bayou Country, I should say. Randy Giuliani from Manchester. Dave gave you the spiel last time, but it's just been great to see him out here experiencing his first drag week in the first car he ever owned. And Giuliani trying to stave off the truck, can't do it. 11:55.01, 116.42, and Andre Miller for Andre Miller. Giuliani goes at 11:87.7 at 112 down the gear vendor side. And in a twist that he's all too familiar with, Freiberger coming up a little bit short here in the the timing towers, moving things around. Distance issue. So now it is Jeff Gallagher and Dan Allele going down the racetrack. Allele driving the 68 Torino, and Gallagher cranking the shifter in his Mustang, goes 10.85.5, 123.49 on the Toy Barn side of the strip. Hellcat Challenger coming this way, and again, we're going to be running these dudes and dudettes for about one more hour. It is 2:28. 3:30 will be the close of this session. We'll prep the racetrack and then let the cars competing in their specific classes come up and get after it. Dave Kerwin and Bob Perrin coming up. Perrine from Liverpool, New York, the 1956 Chevrolet Really nice car. It has competed, run in all different kinds of events, multi-times at Drag Week, multi-times at Power Tour, multi-times at the Ohio Mile. 421-inch Chevy engine. That has been one of the constants in the thing as Perrine goes in. Perrine picks the front end up. (8:30 to 9 p.m. There will be a group photo on the starting line in memory of Jake Branner for anybody who is interested. All Drag Weekers invited. Perrine goes 11:60 with a 9 at 123. Kerwin 11:35 with an 8, 119.87. Both vehicles fully staged, and here comes the heavy-smoking diesel pickup truck of Bob Berry. Berry really going to get after it here. Hits the tire hard. You can hear the slicks chewing. And Berry in the Chattanooga Choo-Choo going down the Sunoco side, ripping down through. He goes 10.78 with a 2, 123. Paul Nadeau, 13.36 with a 3 at 103.30 in the 1960 Ford Falcon 4-door. Warren Whitmer and Jim Sandlin coming up right now. Sandlin from Hamilton, Ohio, the 2013 Dodge 1500 with the Gen 3 Hemi in the front. And Warren Whitmer from Edwardsville, Illinois, the 1968 Camaro, traditional 23-degree headed small block Chevrolet engine under the hood for Whitmer. All right, man, so next week you go back into Roadkillville, or what's your program after you get home from Drag Week?
Oh, man, I got another 3 weeks on the road. We're going to be hacking up a little Chevy S10 next week, and the week after that, it's up to Dulcich's house, and we're going to be working on going to Bonneville. I'm going to go to the SCTA World Finals, which is going to be a lot of fun. And the week after that, I have no clue, but I'm gone again. In the left-hand lane, 11.54 with a 5 at 115 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, 13.36 with an 8 at 99.92.
Jeremy Wilson and Gary Harris coming up. Harris's truck ran 10.94 earlier. Jeremy Wilson went 10.76.5 at 126, so we'll see if either of these racers can improve. They're both in the show, so to speak, with their weekly averages, so they're now just trying to hone themselves in on the tree. You see Wilson deep staging. He cut a really good light last time. Wilson trying to acclimate himself and leave it on the pro tree. And again, Wilson's going to be a guy to watch. 086 light on a pro tree is stout. Gary Harris is 255. Traditionally staged in his pickup truck. 10.56 with a 6 at 110 for Wilson. Harris goes 10.93. So Harris has the more consistent truck, but Wilson is the leader of the pair. So it's going to be, again, fun to watch this thing shake down when we get into our 32-car Street Machine Eliminator tonight. Kevin Rolfe and Jason Billings coming up. Rolfe. A car so large, Isaac the bartender is in the trunk, serving drinks. Jason Billings from Blue Hill, Maine, heads down in his 1957 Chevy with LS power. As a note, the Rolfe Mark V also accelerates at the same level as the Love Boat did. Jason Billings goes 11.019 at 125, and Rolfe gently exceeds the 18-second barrier, going 17.48.5 at 77.12. Jay Williams and Adam Wright. To be fair, Rolfe was going to bring like a real competitive car. I think you had spoken to him, right? He had a situation where he blew it up or broke it or didn't finish it or something?
No, he had a genuine Shelby Mustang, and it was about to run on 1150. He was right at that mark and didn't want to put the NHRA legal roll bar in it, so he brought out his road pillow.
The road pillow, yes. Adam Wright now and Jay Williams. No pillows here as Jay Williams goes 10.88.8, 128, and Adam Wright from Fort Wayne, Indiana, goes 11.906 at 111 miles per hour.
Raywood Lejeune is making laps in his 15 Mustang in the left-hand lane. 5-liter power in that thing. Randy Franklin in the right-hand lane in the 64 Buick Skylark, loaded up with a Chevy 427. Another deep stager here in the left-hand lane. And the Mustang's going to take that one 11:21 with a 6 at 121.5, and the Buick runs 11:88 at 115 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane here, in the 73 Challenger with a small block Mopar in it, I believe it's a 360. Jess Neal, who once again, the Hot Rod Magazine Pikes Peak racer, which is super cool. James Manning is in the right-hand lane in his 94 Mustang. That one's got a 5-liter in it. And Jess displays a 13:59 at 98 miles an hour. The Mustang, 15:58 at 90.61. Again, what you're looking at here is the Street Machine Eliminator category. These guys are all trying to set down a number so that they can take their 5-day average ET and make sure that it is quick enough to get into the 32-car field for the bracket race that we'll be running this afternoon.
And there goes Mike Reichen down the racetrack. Mike went a low 10 earlier, goes 10-16, 133 right here as Terry Scred, the 92 Dodge Spirit, working its way down 14:25.2 at 101. A couple of seconds quicker than last time, but still not as quick as we've seen the car go. Dave Tippin and Kyle Scheel coming out. 5,700 people tuned in from around the globe watching the live streaming action on the Motor Trend YouTube channel. Spread the word if you're in the grandstands via Facebook or via your favorite social media sites. Let everybody know we are live and in living color here from National Trail Raceway in Hebron, Ohio.
Thank you to Gear Vendors for supporting us with that live video feed.
So Scheel and Tippmann. Pretty good drag race, but it looks like Tippmann not going to have quite enough to hang with the Chevrolet 13:25.8 at 102. Technically kind of a hole shot there for Kyle Scheel to get down there first. 13:203 at 106.60. Battle of the Chevy pickups right here.
Boy, guys are starting to make laps now, too. We're seeing the same cars over and over.
Yeah, these staging lanes definitely thinning out. Ernie Brown had an unfortunate circumstance yesterday. The truck basically oiled the entire racetrack. Thankfully, the truck is okay. Obviously, he was able to make the drive and get here. He's got a small block Chevy engine, runs in the 13s, and Jesse Badafrey, the 83 C10 truck with the 496 big block Chevy. This is his daily driver. Drive gets driven all through the year in Oklahoma when he's driving a bus and protecting the public interest and teaching kids and doing all the stuff that he does for his community. Jesse takes a week off, comes out here for drag week, goes 12:54.5 at 106, running almost the identical ET he ran yesterday after swapping the gear ratio last night. 13:93 at 94 for the big Chevy pickup truck.
And Jesse there in that green truck, having been the Spirit of Drag Week winner last year. It's an award we give essentially for sportsmanship and really for just taking it in the shorts all week long and being a nice guy about it anyway. That's kind of what that award is.
Well, the creation of that award is kind of an interesting story in and of itself because it wasn't even really anything that was designed ahead of the first event. It happened during the event. Said, hey, we should probably give somebody this.
Yeah, Steve Atwell with the genuine Superstock Hemi Dart winning the very first Spirited Drag Week. As the 34 Coupe goes 10-13 with a 9 at 132 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, that brand new Camaro SS went 1270 at 111.
J.P. Schuster and Doug Kaiser coming up now, or Keyser rather. New Haven, Indiana for Keyser, the 65 Nova, Schuster the 67 model, and Schuster sprinting down ahead of Kaiser here, 11:51.1, 117. Doug, 13:78.0 at 99.08. As we are continuing on, working through our Street Machine Eliminator session, Lonnie Grimm, our director down there in the staging lanes, making sure we keep the flow of the event up. He is going to keep us apprised of any decisions and or changes that get made to the schedule, and have not heard from Lonnie, so right now we are sticking with the program. It is a good deal. We have Keith Turk handling technical end of things. We got Lonnie handling the operational end of things. And between the two of them, they make a good team because you need the help on the ground to keep this event moving. The very first day here of the event, 400 cars going down. We had crashes, we had blow-ups, and we still got everybody down this racetrack at least one time. Scott Abbott goes 11:53.9, 120. Wes Sharon goes through the top end 16:21.0 at 91.27. Of course, those guys working alongside the crew here at National Trails Raceway, along with the crews at Summit Racing Equipment Motorsports Park, US 131 Motorsports Park, and yesterday at Lucas Oil Raceway. It has been a great group of racetracks this week. We can't thank everybody that's thrown in and helped us with that. We can't help thank them enough.
This diesel-powered Cadillac in the left-hand lane might be slightly better engineered than the one that we put together on our Roadkill show. You'll see that soon as he rolls 11:58 with a 3 at 115 miles an hour. And in the right-hand lane, man, they just cannot eke into that 15.99.
Getting closer, though.
With the brutal 16.55 second, 84-mile-an-hour Datsun.
They might need to make the driver mod on that one.
Remember last year we had the Nissan Anguish rental car?
The Nissan Anguish.
The lineage of that car came directly from the loins of that performance vehicle right there.
I'll tell you what, and those are some loins. Alex Zarembo and Jesse Harris, we graduated to the Toyota Corolla this year, which will be appearing, a starring role actually, in an upcoming Roadkill Extra video on the Motor Trend On Demand channel. Jesse Harris spooled the turbo or turbos. Not sure if he's running compounds on this thing on the Cummins Dodge. He goes 1043, 6, 130, so it is a compound turbo setup. That's he's making a big boost at the top end. 1030 or 1043, not quite his best run of the day. 1264, 3, 107 in the other lane.
Our Street Machine Eliminator category, more 10-second cars than ever. I believe we only have 10 in the 11s.
Yeah, we can't. I was going to look at our qualifying sheet, but I can't because our qualifying sheet is an actual sheet of paper that doesn't magically update itself like the CompuLink supercomputer does. Dan Anderson and Matt Antrobius coming up now. Anderson, the 1995 F-150 truck with a 351-inch motor, and Matt Antrobius, the 84 Ford LTD 325 cubic inch engine.
The pickup truck flying the Bear colors. Bear is one of our sponsors out here at Drag Week. And they do that because they want to make sure that you are aware they do make drag racing brakes, not just road race stuff. I think that little Ford is impressive too. 1192 at 113 miles an hour from the pickup truck. And in the left-hand lane, the LTD, also a sleeper, 1110 at 121.8.
Good stuff out there. Of course, we'd like to thank NOS for their support of Drag Week with Monty Smith out here all week giving away 12 mother bottles worth of nitrous, providing some support and some input for racers that need it. It is a great resource to have, and we thank NOS. Their continued support of Drag Week is spectacular. Also, I'd like to thank Precision Turbo and HPL High Performance Lubricants. Precision Turbo has been out here all week long with their display, talking turbochargers, talking components, and talking their HPL line of oils. There's a new product line they've developed. They're very proud of it. It is on the cutting edge of lubrication technology. So make sure you stop by and check out the guys and girls at Precision Turbo to learn about their turbochargers and their lubricants. 11:24.2 at 121 miles an hour on the Toy Barn side, and 11:12 at 125 for the Sunoco side racer as the next pair comes to the starting line. Dino Cardella from Manhattan, Kansas, and Andre Miller from Louisiana getting some laps in on the truck today.
You can see the back window of this 98 Firebird in the right-hand lane is covered with his victory of having completed Drag Week. He's got check boxes for every city and track that we've been to.
With this run, he'll be a third time he has completed Drag Week. He had 2012 checked off, 2014 checked off, and now 2016 checked off. And Dino Cardella is just barely going to miss the field this week. 11:26.5 at 119 miles an hour. His best run, 11:20. He's going to be within just a couple of frustrating hundredths outside of being part of the field. Andre Miller, he goes 11:509, 117, his best run of the day. Kerry Watson and Mitchell Stapleton, the 2013 Cadillac Escalade for Stapleton, went 12:05. He's looking for an 11-second elapsed time. And Kerry Watson from Farmland, Indiana, has got a best of 12:04 today. 12:08.5, 111 for Mitch Stapleton as Kerry Watson goes 12:18 with a 2 at 110 left-hand side of the strip. Tractors coming out here going to touch things up a little bit. Man, the staging lanes are empty. The cupboard is bare. The lanes are open. Street Machine Eliminator category competitors, the lanes are open for you. Once again, you can go, if you want to put your car in the trailer after running, you can, but do not under any circumstance bring anything, and I mean anything, from your truck or trailer back to the pit area. It will be grounds for immediate disqualification and public shaming.
I'm looking out across the pits, Brian, and figuring out that the Drag Week racers have finally clued in to that thing called an easy up.
Yes.
That's fairly new. We've seen a few of them in the big gun cars in the past, but all of a sudden everybody's got them, and that's a wise thing. Look at this car in the right-hand lane. The 62 Buick Special is a two-door, custom-made by hand. These things only came in four doors when they were new. It's got a 5.3 in it, and he goes 1190 at 114 miles an hour, while Tipman in the left-hand lane goes 1261 with a 9 at 106.
So you go off and chop up S10s and beat stuff up. I will be heading to the St. Louis, Missouri NHRA race next weekend. We're in the midst of now the countdown to the championship, so just about a half dozen races left in the season, and I will be making my way west with the tour this year, so it's going to be cool.
You know what could be fun? How about I start handling your wife's texts, and you start handling mine? Because the replies, I think, we're on par.
Pretty much the same. If I thought something was actually going to be thrown through the phone at me. I was afraid to actually open one of the texts last night to be hit with a flying object.
The wife swapping program here in the tower just means trading cell phones.
And that is kind of it. It is kind of it. As creepy and odd as that sounds, please never say that again. So again, just a little touch-up, maintenance on the starting line, making sure that line is staying intact up there. We've got a lot of heavy cars on narrow tires. Now, one of the things that was instituted for Drag Week a season or two ago, was the mandatory addition of having to run a drag race style tire. Why do we do that? Well, because we had a lot of cars with standard street tires that would just tear holes in the starting line effectively, make the starting line threadbare or bear down to concrete, and then it becomes very difficult to build that back up again. Yes, radial tires tend to tear some rubber off, but they do not do near the job that a radial TA will do. So if you got a Mickey Thompson radial, even a small narrow slick on a heavy car with a stick shift will occasionally make some bald spots, but it is way, way better to have all those tires out there than it is to have a bunch of Cooper Cobras attacking the starting line.
There's a second agenda with requiring the drag tires, which is that I've always had to deal with the whining from the hardcore racers who say we should have some sort of an ET cutoff. If you can't run quicker than 11.0, you shouldn't be at Drag Week, and that type of thing. And you know what? That's kind of true. We like to see the fast cars, but we also like to see the average stuff come up. We like the guys who are just out here having fun, racing for personal accomplishment. But if you have too many 15-second cars, everybody's just eyes bleed in the grandstands. They want to see quicker stuff. So by requiring actual drag slicks, we do weed out some of those slower entries.
Jeff Sias walking off the starting line. He's got the demon tweak on the thing, man. E85, the whole program. He's going to go full violence on the starting line. It'll be good. He's going to try to catch Ray Myers. This is it. The only day he's got to do it.
It's tight. You got 100th, dude. You know what to do.
Myers had a little voodoo doll. He's stabbing needles into it all night long. Little voodoo transmission. I'll take door number 2, please. Well, I'll tell you what, from my selfish perspective, this has been a fantastic drag week. We still have a lot of racing to do today, and, of course, fun stuff tonight. But it really has been a very fun week. We've seen a lot of new people. We've seen a lot of new cars. We've heard a lot of great stories about people that have never done this before, getting that experience for the first time and really understanding a whole lot better what it is like to actually go and do this for an entire week. It's a fantasy for everybody, right? If you're sitting out there in the stands going, man, I wish I could do it, you can do it. The only thing that's holding you back is you. And there are a lot of people out here. We got guys that quit their jobs. Maybe I don't recommend doing that.
I do.
But you stab a couple of bucks in the jar every week over the course of the year, and maybe end up with enough to come out here and have some fun with us. But it really is a hell of an event.
Really, the limiting factor about showing up is your reaction time on signing up. If you go to hotrod.com, you can get about 2-week early notice that we are going to open Drag Week registration, generally around March time. it takes us that long to lock down the drag strips that we're going to run at because it's not always the same thing. We try and mix it up so that people have a different road trip each time. But when we do open registration this year, 400 cars in 18 minutes. Things sold out. So you got to be hair trigger on that deal in order to get in.
Or you can prove the size of your courages by simply showing up on registration day, which is, to this point in history, an infallible plan. But there is a time, and that may be next year, where the inn will close effectively and will not be able to let people in.
Yes, at this point, we have had few enough cars that we have not had to turn anyone away. And what that means is maybe 400 people signed up, but 80 of them didn't make it. Their eyes were too big for their reality in the garage at that point. Usually guys will sign up many months in advance, go, man, I'm going to do this, and then they start thrashing on their car, and then they foobar the thing, and at the last second they just can't make it. Others completely foobar the thing and go ahead and show up anyway.
Yes, in a 78 Lincoln. or others, or other method.
Now, there's a lot of cars out here that were not even running and driving last week.
One of the guys that's here, one of many racers from Europe, Alan Van Walsum from Holland, has been a Drag Week participant in many different roles over the years. He has been here helping guys. He's been here on vacation with his wife hanging out. This year, he shipped his Camaro over from Holland, and he's a racer. That was his Plan C car. He has a couple of cars over there, a couple of boosted cars that make big horsepower, and he ended up with a naturally aspirated 69 Camaro because that's what was running at the time.
We haven't really gone through our shtick about all of the foreigners who are here this week. All the people,
the foreigners,
all the people from well out of the United States. We're talking 6 cars that have come here in a ship. And then, of course, we've got all the Canadians as well.
They came on dog sleds.
Here in the right-hand lane, that factory water-based paint showing its ability to cling to that car.
I thought it was yesterday. I thought it was jumping ship. So like I said, I'm out. I'm off of this. I've been on this 1992 Dodge Spirit long enough. It's time for me to go. I like the license plate of this thing. Q-ship is the license plate. That is a term that has kind of fallen out of the hot rod vernacular over the years, but the Q-ship terminology term, one of the fun words used to describe a sleeper for many years, and referring to some ships built or used during World War I and II that looked like they were just kind of merchant ships, but they were actually loaded to the gills with cannons and guns, and not that they had much success, but every once in a while they would engage, and the bad guys would sail up to them, they'd drop the sides down and pepper them full of lead.
But in this particular case, that Q is for Quaker State, which you actually want to just liberally distribute on the track on your way down when you're running your, 13-second truck. Which it does roll, 1392 at 93 miles an hour in the right-hand lane, 1383 with a 4 at 104 out of that little Dodge Spirit. It's mostly white except for the part that doesn't want to be anymore.
Someday, hundreds of years from now, someone will drill into the earth around Lucas Oil Raceway, and there will be a vein of oil still there from what happened yesterday. Rick Lutz Jr. on a mission, if not to go faster, to completely destroy this 1983 Nissan 280ZX. 16:55, the high water mark of performance thus far. I like that he can go almost to 330 feet before having to shift out of first gear. That is always an indication of performance.
I'm going to take a lunch break. Brian, let me know when he's done.
I'm going to take a dinner break, and you can let me know when I get back. Well, it's consistent. If it ain't slow, it's consistent. 16:55.7 after running 16:55 earlier with a speed of 85 miles an hour. 12:73.1 at 111 on the Toy Barn side. I mean, someone has to have a nitrous kit that they can put on that thing just to see what will happen.
You want to clean up again?
I don't think it'll even get that far.
Probably not. We just crested 6,000 viewers worldwide on the Gear Vendors live feed on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. We hope all of you on the live feed will share the link with your friends. We want to break our record. 6,700 people watching at the same time. We do get 50,000 to 65,000 people checking in every day. In the right-hand lane, Clark Cams in that 68 Barracuda puts up an 11:17 at 120. And what happened to Steve Eden's number?
Went 12:73 at 111.92.
It didn't display on the prior screen.
Aha. If you're in the stands, you can also hop on your phone and jump on the live feed. It gives you some replays and extra angles. If something crazy happens, we got the ability, through the great people at J Angel Productions and Motor Mania TV, to turn on replays, slow motion or regular speed. So gives you a little bit different perspective, a different angle. There's a group of people walking in front of the tower here. Mr. Bailey, hey, you got the fuel pump situation sorted out in that truck, man? I'm thinking so. They made it here. 1186, 2 at 113, 1258, 9 at 108 on the toy barn side.
Everyone in the stands, see the Viking with the green horns right here in the front? This guy is the king of social media, wearing down his data. He's going live to, I think, Denmark.
I believe that is Denmark. The red and white flag. We have misidentified literally every country in Europe. So if we missed it there, it would be consistent with the program.
Are you kidding, man? I can't spot Canada.
Okay, we found a camera behind the timing tower. Under these circumstances, normally I would look at the pictures, but I know many of you people, and I will not do that to myself or anyone else. So I found a point-and-shoot camera behind the tower. Just come up and tell us what kind of camera it is, and sweet Jesus, don't make us look at what's on this thing. So a little smoke trailing off the car there on the toy barn side, 11:39, 3/116, 17:39, 5 at 76. Once again, a point-and-shoot camera found behind the timing tower. Just tell us what brand of camera it is, and you can have it back. Andre Miller and Jim Cavallo going down the racetrack. Miller laps the pickup truck, 11:509, 117. Cavallo goes 15:41.8 at 81.60. Just caught up with the Karamitsos dude, and he let us know that they made it. They swapped from a 308 gear to a 410, and they buzzed their way all the way here, but they've made it to the end of the event. And again, it's just about surviving, David. You get into a situation, you're not going to beg or can't be a chooser. You put whatever you need in the back of the thing to get the car back on the road. Michael Costco and Paul Nadeau going down the racetrack. Nadeau again with the luggage rack atop his 1960 four-door Falcon. Lacuso goes 10.99.6, 127. Nadeau goes 13.13 with a 9, 102.53. One of the things that I don't think could be denied, if it isn't the most obvious thing in the world, is Drag Week has provided incredible amounts of real-world R&D to many of the aftermarket manufacturers out there. There are a lot of camshaft companies that have gotten parts, requested to have parts sent back to them to look at them after they've lived in cars doing this type of stuff. Between the valve train guys, the camshaft guys, and the other transmission gear manufacturers, everybody out there, because these guys, many of them, and girls, are doing stuff that the companies can really not simulate on their own.
Yeah, Lenko never really advised their transmission for 1,000 miles on the street, but guys out here have done it. As Crazy Bob rolls down, 1060, 124 miles an hour. That car has been on Drag Week a bunch of times in Power Tour. It runs the ECTA Top Speed Meets. A lot of you may not recognize it. It used to be black and white, or black and sort of cream color. Now, of course, he's got the all-black treatment with that 421 small block Chevy under the hood. J.P. Schuster in the left-hand lane with a 406 under the hood of that 67 Nova. And Steve Eden is just making laps with the 427 in his 70 Nova.
Trouble for Schuster. Schuster's car is pretty quick, but not on this run, as Steve Eden powers his Nova down yet again, 11:23.7 at 119. He's been as quick as 11:06 today. And once again, the staging lane's pretty much wide open. Immediate seating, no waiting if you'd like to come up to the starting line.
And a reminder that the cars that are in impound, which means anybody who's leading their class with an ET of 850 or quicker, they get a secret special pass where they can run at any point. So if you're an impound waiting around and you do want to make a hit, now would be the time.
It is the opposite of double secret probation. Whatever the opposite of that is, that's what the impounders get. '68 Torino for Dan Alil. You can hear that 390-inch FE engine working its guts out down by the 8th mile at 80 miles an hour. And Alil takes it right through the lights, 13.083 at 99.04.
Don't say anything bad about the FE, man.
I will not. I have seen the shattered, tattered remains of anybody that has spoken about the engine whose family name does not stand for finally extinct. Kidding, folks. We're kidding here. So it's an oil painting or an audience. Dino Cardella, Manhattan, Kansas, the 1998 Pontiac Firebird. Jay Brown, did Brown run in? No, he did not run an 8 the other day. Did he run an 8 yesterday? Low 9? So when we're talking about FE engines, we can go right to the top of the FE food chain as Jay Brown is here this week with a camera motor in the front of his beautiful Mustang. A camera motor that he swapped camshafts in up in Martin, Michigan after having a valve train issue. And that is a feat in and unto itself. Just a cool car, great motor. It had been running 8s, swapped the cams in it, tamed the car down a little bit, still a low 9-second rig.
You could jump rope with the timing chain on that thing.
They're a full 6 feet, right? The actual,
Are they?
I believe the stock timing chain on a camera engine end to end is a full 6 feet long. Of course, that engine was dubbed the 90-day wonder when it was created by the engineers at Ford. It was basically a crash engineering project that they were intending to use in NASCAR racing, and the NASCAR guys effectively banned the engine, if not banned it, made it so unappealing to use before it was even done. It was then used in drag racing applications. Guys like Connie Coletta, guys like Don Prudhomme, guys like Sneaky Pete Robinson ran camera-powered dragsters on fuel with varying levels of success and or reliability.
Give us the safe for work version of your conversation with Coletta.
The asking him about the engines, his kind of good quote on the engines is, he said they were fast poop, using a much more colorful word for poop, and then he said, and I'm emphasizing the word poop. They would make a lot of power, they would make a lot of steam, and they could run with the Chrysler engines. Unfortunately, they could only run with them when they weren't blown up, and they spent a lot of time being not in one piece, especially when there was very high percentages of fuel running through them.
Don't say bad things about the FE, dude.
I'm not saying bad things about the FE, but his history being a guide is they did not have the reliability the Chrysler engines did when they were run at a gazillion RPM with a load of nitro going through their face.
I have to admit, I have liked every FE engine that I've had, except for I had a 360.
No bueno.
Yeah, that didn't work out so well with the low compression and everything.
14.207 at 95 miles an hour, 16.5059 on the Toy Barn side at 87.25. David Burke goes through the 8th mile at 96 miles per hour, 11.18.4 at 119.65 for David Burke on the Toy Barn side of the strip. And Steve Eden working on the volume discount today. The Steve Speed Service Nova coming around the bend once more after Dylan Dale and Charlie Ogle come up. So Dylan Dale, the nephew of Charlie Ogle, as they head towards the starting line. And we just got a note from Lonnie Grimm. Lonnie Grimm says, almost down to the last chance to get a good time slip for Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator has to turn in time slips following this session. Do not wait. Lanes are empty, and SME has 30 minutes to complete their Drag Week 2016. If you are thrashing, if you're trying to get things done, you got a half hour to get in and complete this session here for Street Machine Eliminator. 11.79.61.14 for Dylan Dale as Charlie Ogle goes 12.06 at 103. 103.
And all you Street Machine Eliminator racers, don't forget, you've got to get your time slip in now because we have to calculate the ladder for later on in the day. This is your last shot. You got to get your time slip in. And in the tower, we have a lost phone and a pack of cigarettes. So if you are looking for those, make your way up here to the tower. We got a phone and a pack of cigarettes.
And there's 100 miles to Chicago, and we're wearing sunglasses. Oh. So now we got a camera, a phone, and some smokes. This is like, it's like good stuff to trade for money in prison. I don't know. What are we doing with this stuff?
What did that buy you last time?
My freedom. So those of you watching on the live feed, if you you should not believe anything we say, and you really should not believe anything that's posted in the live feed chat window, because there is some untrue information being posted in there. Anyway,
imagine the internet being unreliable.
that is a sad day. We've reached that point. You can't rely on the internet for anything anymore.
I wonder
what
if Gore shuts it down after seeing what's going on out here.
Just like Abraham Lincoln said, never trust anything you read on the internet.
6,000 people watching right now from all around the world. We know that about 50% of those views are from outside North America. We found a pack of cigarettes up here. People are posting, smoking is bad for you. Yeah, thank you.
So Steve Eden is back through the water box, and we're just taking a look at the left lane of the drag strip right now, making sure it is clean. We are under 1/2 hour away. Uncle Paul's Playhouse knows what's up. Weirdly.
Poland checking in.
I had in the back of my mind said, man, I'm pretty sure Steve Eden was a winner of the Street Machine Eliminator class, which we previously called Daily Driver. As it turns out, right on his trunk lid, 2008 Daily Driver class winner.
Super cool.
Super cool indeed.
Probably one of the bigger fumbles was changing the name of that class simply because people can't stop calling it Daily Driver. People started thinking, man, the cars are too fast, it's kind of demeaning or whatever. Make it Street Machine Eliminator. We probably should have stuck with Daily Driver. Everybody calls it that anyway.
I like it. And that's all that counts really up here.
You know what? You invented it.
I might have.
You did.
I did, yeah.
I think I asked you, man, what do we do here? And you threw that out. So I can blame you now.
Yep, I can take the heat on that one.
That is your one contribution to this entire program.
Pretty much to anything I've ever, to humanity. That's the only thing I've ever done to really move this whole thing in the right direction.
China checking in on the live feed. Sweden, Denmark, Germany.
Skylab.
Skylab.
Which I thought Skylab crashed to the earth many years ago, but hey, maybe it's still floating around up there.
Austria, Greenland, Morocco. It's the reach of that feed that ends up having people here racing from Australia and Sweden and Holland and Denmark and Canada. And what else?
And the people that came from Alaska, they gave you a cool cap.
Oh, well, yeah, that gets into the spectators that have shown up. We've got them from all sorts of other places.
Germany and England and all over the place, absolutely.
Estonia, Scotland, Alaska.
And again, I said this much times during the week, but like when, you know, if you're not familiar with the fact that, yes, there is active drag racing in Estonia. Yes, there is active drag racing in virtually every country on Earth. So the fact that the folks coming out here to hang out with us isn't because they've never seen a drag race before. It's because this event appeals to them the same way it appeals to all of us who love the sport. It's unique and it's different. You see so much cool stuff, and you get to combine it with a great trip around the country.
And all of you all around the world can also check in at hotrod.com and roadkill.com. Hot Rod being the source of all the information for this event. You can find the rules, the schedule, the coverage, inside looks at a lot of the cars here, results every day. And of course, you want to follow that all year long to find out when we're going to open the schedule and the registration for Hot Rod Drag Week next year.
Some people asking on the feed if the award ceremony is going to be live streamed, and the answer is no, it is not. And the award ceremony will not be live streamed tonight, not because Jay Angel can't do it or doesn't want to do it, because we're going to have some fun. We're going to have a kind of a roast out of the deal, and the other reason is because this is a kind of a special moment to share with the folks that have made it to the end. And, bring a sense of humor. And because there may be FCC regulations that are violated during portions of it. Yeah, we've already been warned about that, yeah.
One of the coolest things that I've seen in the car as Brian and I drive from track to track, we got to keep up with what's going on as well. And Alana from Roadkill has been doing all kinds of live video feeds on the Roadkill Show Facebook page. We've seen engines coming out of cars. We've seen rear ends blown up. We've seen the Opal driving around. The guy up here is collecting his cigarettes and phone. So that part of it is handled. You're welcome.
We still got the camera, though. We still have a point-and-shoot camera. If you lost this thing behind the tower, you're just going to come up and tell us what kind of camera it is. We'll give it back to you.
Or be forewarned that the photos from it could be on the Hot Rod Facebook page, momentarily.
Got a note here coming over from the ladies in race control. Everyone is invited to sign the bonnet of the white Holden Tirana. That is Brian Jensen's car. So Brian Jensen's car over in the pits on the trailer. Everybody invited to pull out a Sharpie and sign the hood.
That was a quick translation on your part. Bonnet, hood. Brian Lowndes, a man of the world, ladies and gentlemen.
J.P. Schuster and Steve Eden heading down the racetrack right now. Schuster and Eden continuing to make rip-roaring laps down here in J.P.'s car. Now back up to running the elapsed time we had expected. J.P. Schuster goes 10:69.9, 119.74, and Steve Eden 11:04.4 and 120 miles an hour. Doug Johnson and Dean Teppen coming up now. Teppen from Jerseyville, Illinois, and Doug Johnson from Martinsville, Indiana. So the planning process for Drag Week 2017, David, how quickly does that kick off after everybody goes home from this one?
Well, roughly now, we've already started taking notes about what we could have done better, what we could have gotten away with doing worse, Could have hired a better announcer.
Yeah, you overshot. You really missed the mark on that, as has been the reaction from most everybody. Dean Teppen, 87 in the 8th mile. The 1965 Nova goes 12:33.2 at 108.39. Doug Johnson goes 11:48.7, 114.38 down the Toy Barn side of the strip.
We've talked a lot about that 11:19 bump spot at the top of the field is Mike Reichen. His average is 10:11, followed by John Pfister right here in the 3 window at 10:13.
And Reichen had a couple of time slips he could not hand in when he got aggressive with the car and actually ran down into the 9th a couple times. This Hellcat of Craig Johnson, nothing we can say other than impressive. A 10-second car. It has been Rock solid all week at the quickest Hellcat we got here, 10:42.2, 133. Dino Cardella, 11:21.9, 123.
You know, Dodge sponsors our Roadkill show, which means that I've had an opportunity to flog a lot of those Hellcats. It is crazy to me that they sell those to the average window-licking public. I mean, it is amazing how
Yes.
fast those cars are.
You can, if you ever search Copart or the IAAI website, you can find just how many windows the public licks, because there are a lot of those things wadded up into balls, but you can at least get the motor and trans out of them.
Dude, they are the burnout kings of all time for a production car. Leave it and drive, mat it. It'll go through 6 gears burning tires.
The one I had for a week was a 6-speed car, which is entertaining in and unto itself. 10:08.7, 132 for Pfister. Reeves goes 13:707 at only 79, way out of the throttle early there.
People still let you borrow press cars, Brian?
Yes, they do, but after seeing some of the videos we've created for Roadkill Extra this week, that may come to a halt. Tony Karamitsis from Mishawaka, Indiana. He is simply going to stage this car and back it up. Karamitsos from, again, Indiana. They had to swap gear, ring and pinion in this car. Went from a 308 to a 410 gear in it, and it was buzzing its way here. They're not going to run it down the racetrack, but they are completing the event. By taking the tree, you will get a default elapsed time of 20 seconds. So Tony Karamitsos will get that. He will get that 20-second elapsed time because he took the tree. Yes, it will hurt his average, but he will know that he has completed Drag Week 2016 presented by Gear Vendors.
This is really cool. Brett McCoy was up here just a minute ago telling me about what he's putting together, a stick shift heads-up showdown that they're trying to run here within the Street Machine Eliminator category.
Nice.
Or in between.
A winner-take-all stick shift heads-up showdown, a $20 buy-in. Right now we got Frank Romano with a 55 Chevrolet, Andy Starr, the 56 Chevrolet, Nick Zavacek, the 73 Camaro that we saw pushing through an intersection, Jeremy Heiser, his 1999 Trans Am, of course Jeff Sias and his Mustang, John, his name's escaping me, the blue Mustang, Nate Hines, and Rich Guido all have bought in. If you got a stick shift car, find them and get in to be part of the stick shift heads-up showdown.
That is cool. They are creating their own friendly race within a race in the open time trials here at Drag Week. They'll want to make sure to get with Lonnie Grimm about that and see if they can coordinate that effectively.
And also another note here, if you would like to have kind of a match race, grudge match with one of your buddies, just tell Lonnie Grimm and they will get you stacked up in the lanes when it is your time to go. I have never actually seen a truck or a car create its own dramatic entrance through its own cloud of smoke before, but Robert Berry just did it. Berry goes 10.89.2 at 123 with so much smoke it is actually blocking the IRs in the starting line. Paul Nadeau goes 13.41 with a 2 at 102.26.
We do have that medical trailer here in the back where you can get checked for the black lung.
Man, 3:30, the hard close of the lanes for our Street Machine Eliminator category, and it is coming down here. We are just a little more than 10 minutes away. Diesel performance has certainly shown its face here at Drag Week. It has not come into something that's been incredibly popular, but every year we get a couple of diesel vehicles. We actually had a diesel class for several years. Mike Hogue came out with a truck one year. Ryan Hogue came out with a truck one year. Of course, it was Mike Wood from Nitrous Express that had a tube chassis Mustang with a Duramax engine in it. He came out and run single-digit elapsed times and then get over 30 miles to the gallon going stop to stop. It really was like violating the laws of nature. David Burke goes 11.19.8 at 119, and Troy Lee goes 14.84 with an 8 at 73.62 miles per hour. Ed Ursus finishing the rev limiter check in the burnout there on the Toy Barn side, and the 13-second long bed C10 truck coming up on the Sunoco side of the racetrack.
I'm approving of this stick shift heads-up showdown.
I really am too.
Yeah, that's genius. But once again, those guys, I encourage you to go talk to Lonnie. You're going to need his agreement to make that happen.
Yes. Lonnie said he has been sworn at and cussed at in more languages this week than over the course of his entire life. And he is from Arkansas.
Yeah,
so he has heard languages or dialects. 10.88.5, 127. 14.84.8 for Ernie Brown. 14.16, I should say, 7 for Ernie Brown at 92 miles an hour. Raywood Lejeune and Rachel Gebhardt coming up right now. Lejeune goes 10.806, 128, and Rachel Gebhardt goes 12:20 with a 4 at 103.29. Carrie Watson from Indiana coming up in her 1972 Olds Cutlass.
Frequent winner of the award for quickest olds. That's one of the things that we do at our awards party at the end, is we single out the people who've got like the quickest Buick, the quickest Oldsmobile, the quickest Mopar, and so on. But there's going to be some extra awards tonight that will be for even more special accomplishments.
More, yes. Custom crafted in some cases. Well thought out.
Handmade.
Handmade. Handmade. Hand flipping made. So Watson and Miller heading down the racetrack. Never seen Freiberger work a glue gun before. It is like a chef with a carving knife. 11:50 with a 0, 117 miles an hour. Kerry Watson goes 12:17.9 at 109. The man can bedazzle virtually anything.
I went full jazz fingers on that deal. So if you have not handed in your time slip, please come on up here to the tower and do so. If you're in Street Machine Eliminator, you virtually have to come up to the tower and hand in your time slip.
Secret has been exposed on the chat that you hate Pontiacs. Why do you hate Pontiacs? Let's just answer the public right now.
I don't hate Pontiacs.
Yeah, they do. You do. They said you did, so you
Oh,
must.
the internet said so.
Yeah, the internet said so.
Oh, okay.
So. Yep.
Got it.
Yep.
Actually, we just bought a Pontiac wagon.
You did?
Yeah, we
you
got
hate
that.
him so much you just bought one.
Yeah, we got the Bonneville wagon, 67 Bonneville wagon that is going to be on our Roadkill Garage show that's on Motor Trend On Demand. That's motortrendondemand.com. You can go check it out. 30-day free trial to watch even more of my own moronic adventures.
The 428 that is in the wagon, is that would have the same rating as the one they put in the Grand Prix and stuff, or is that more tame?
Okay, don't go on the deep dive on the Pontiac knowledge. I like them. I'm not the encyclopedia of them.
10.055, 136. Mike Reichen moves that quickest ET in Street Machine Eliminator today down a little bit quicker. 10.055, 136. He is the quickest man on the sheet so far.
And you know he's playing a game there. You know that's a much quicker car, and he's just trying to run that number each time. Smart bracket racer.
And I am seeing a whole bunch of our class cars have made it into the staging lane, so apparently those floodgates have opened up. They are stacked up clear from front to back.
Lonnie, maybe if you could text us up what's going on with the program right now, and we will share that with everybody, including ourselves. Once again, if you haven't signed the bonnet of the Tirana that is white and on the trailer, go ahead and do that. I can see it from here in the tower. It's up here near the starting line, just behind the grandstands. Sign the hood of that thing. Coming up here at the head of the lanes, I see all sorts of entertaining vehicles. We've got Honk If Parts Fall Off, the 67 Chevelle four-door turbo car. He laid out his plans to us here in the tower earlier today, and I think you're going to want to hang out and see this normally 850 car throughout Drag Week, putting down a bigger number than that. Also see Mark Cicino out there. We've got the Land Cruiser, powered by a small block Mopar. That's a pretty crazy operation. It's had a lot of trouble. You're going to want to hang out. We got some good stuff coming. What's our drag strip count now? We didn't see one yesterday, did we?
No, we didn't. We made our best efforts this week to see a couple extra tracks. So I have gone from 120 to 122.
Which puts me at 88.
Yes. Yep.
Yep, I got to crack that 100 mark. We're talking about visiting drag strips all over the country when we go, and actually all over the world. Have you been to a foreign one yet?
Well, if we count Canada, I have, yes.
I have done Perth, the
Cool.
motorsports park down there, or whatever they call it.
Yes, the Perth Motorplex, I believe.
Motorplex, there you go.
Yes. So, Street Machine Eliminator, you got 6 minutes left before the hard close. So, if you're thrashing, you got 6 minutes. 6 minutes left for Street Machine cars to get to the lanes. No, I got a list. I'd really like to get over to see some of the European tracks. Tierp Arena, which is in Sweden, is one of the nicest tracks in the world. Kevin McKenna from the NHRA's National Dragster, who was hanging out with us yesterday at Lucas Oil Raceway, has made a yearly trip of it. He goes over there for the FIA race every year, has a blast. He said the place is incredible. Really fun deal. He and his wife Jill went over this year, and it's cool.
Spell out to me again your full litany of rules as what constitutes a drag strip that you visited and can add to the list.
Okay, well, yeah, not really my rules, but these are the rules of the guys that have done this a lot longer than I have. So the basic establishment of what is a drag strip? Well, a drag strip is any place that had a front gate that someone could pay money, go in, and watch cars drag race.
So if it was free, it doesn't count.
Well, some sort of organization. You had to walk through a gate. It's not a street race, basically. For instance, your Woodward race.
That counted because we charged you to race. There was no gate, but it was an organized event.
Right.
How about El Mirage, the early days when they were actually racing side by side there? Does that count?
Yeah, sure. What was the distance? I mean, I guess distance is irrelevant, but
that's all right. Distance is irrelevant if you allow me Woodward
first to the
or
finish
the
line.
Silverdome, first to the finish line. So El Mirage had no gate, had no charge.
Did it have a timing system of any site?
I guess when they were actually going side by side, probably not. So that doesn't count.
Yeah, that would just be two guys driving across the desert real fast.
Yeah.
We're not even that fast.
I know. I'm just.
Yeah.
I'm reaching.
No, it's good. I know it's a good.
Like a racer, I'm listening to the rules and I'm trying to
Yeah.
find the niche in it so that I can add to my list because I'm obviously way behind you.
Sure.
88 tracks versus 120.
Right.
Something.
No, I mean that counts ones that are living and dead, so to speak. So visiting some of the closed tracks around the country is also kind of cool, traipsing through the woods to try to find out or seeing where the starting line was and kind of trying to listen for the ghosts and stuff. There's a lot of great active tracks here in Ohio. There's a lot of great tracks that have gone by the wayside over history as well. One of them is actually just down the road, the old Columbus Dragway, which was bisected by Route 70. Route 70 came in, chopped the place in half, and that was the end of that.
One of the things that bugs me a little bit about your rules on that is that a out-of-business track is treated equally on your list as a operational track. Whereas, for example, I've actually witnessed a drag race at Ontario Motor Speedway in California. You may drive past there and add it to your list. However, my experience is clearly deeper, richer, and overall more important than anything you've done.
As a guy who is clearly sucking on my tailpipe as this contest goes on, I can understand your frustration. But no.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
You just
count.
asked me what my rules were. You can create whatever rules you want.
Okay, my rule would be that I have actually raced at 29 tracks, whereas you've basically done nothing.
Yeah, you bury me. You bury me in that front. 100%.
How's that tailpipe feeling now?
Oh, I'll tell you what. 122. Scoreboard. Biatch.
It's a fun thing to do, though, as much as we travel to go around the country and find out where these places are and just go see what's left. I'm trying to think what the coolest one that I've been to that's out of business. What have you been to that still has a tower standing or grandstands or something like that?
Pocono Drag Lodge, the tower building was kind of recreated. They basically put a structure up and shelled it, put a plywood kind of shell on so it looks like the original tower. So Pocono Drag Lodge still has the tower there. Louisa County didn't have really anything other than the pit road, the stage lanes. York US 30 still has, it's an active, York US 30 is an interesting case. Airport, drag strip, airport. So that you can still see the staging lanes and stuff there. To me, the ones that have virtually nothing left are the most compelling. There's a place called Bethel Mountain Drag Strip in Pennsylvania where it was a bear to find this one because you're driving up and down the street and it's just like an open field, and it's an open field, and I'm like, all right, I got to pull over for a second. I pull over. look over, and there are these 2 concrete pads in the middle of this open field, and that's what's all that was left of that place.
We attempted to find one like that in Ohio this week. And unfortunately, private property and dogs with large fangs prevented us from discovering the actual concrete. This place was in the middle of nowhere on a winding mountain road. I can't imagine why you would ever think to put a drag strip there.
We were driving to the place. He said, "What's the name of the street this place is on? Poor Business Plan Lane?"
Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you thinking?
But no, there are a lot of great drag strips currently active, but on both ends of the state of Ohio. You can go down by the Cincinnati area. You can go down and see places like Kilcare and Tri-Cities, and Kilcare, Tri-Cities, Edgewater. Of course, up here this way we got Columbus, we got Norwalk, the Dragway 42 project that's ongoing. They're trying to get that deal finished up. So, again, I think, when we talk about the racing, especially the drag racing estates, Ohio definitely falls very high on the list. Tough to get around the Carolinas, though. You cannot swing a dead cat without hitting the drag strip in North Carolina.
What's the newest track in the country?
The newest track in the country. That is, well, okay, we can do that 2 ways, but I would go with Gallup Motorsports Park down in North Carolina, which actually used to be Dunn Benson Dragway. It is now the nicest 8th mile track in the world. A complete ground up rebuild of the place. Crossville Dragway in Tennessee just went through the same process. The amount of tracks that have been revamped, Lancaster, New York has gone through a complete revitalization. So, as far as
From scratch,
you can go with Dragway 42 once they complete it, because not only did they tear the strip up, they actually reshaped the entire landscape. 11:02.7, 126.74 for Ed Ursus and his Corvette. But then, technically new tracks, right? You have a lot of speedways now are getting into running Friday night drags on their pit roads, so that could be part of the program too. We need a rag joint for an S10, a rag joint that will fit an S10 that is going on the 1941 Pontiac. So a rag joint designed for an S10 to go that needs, the guys from the 41 Pontiac need that rag joint. They are in the staging lane. So if you find them down there, the 41 Pontiac looking for an S10 rag joint. So we are now prepping for our class cars, our class category machines to come out, and tractor making some laps there. People talk about the sport of drag racing and the health of the sport of drag racing, and it is a pretty much documented fact that there are as many or more operating drag strips right now than there ever have been in the country. There are as many opportunities and places to go race than there ever have been.
Regionally, that sometimes isn't true. I know that we whine about it in Southern California. We always feel like, man, it started here. There was dozens of tracks at one time. You could race on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 3 different places, or 4. So I think that's where the center of the complaining comes from my world. But yeah, it is amazing how much activity there is in motorsports throughout the country.
My dad can hitch his Nova up Friday night, run Epping. He can go up to Maine on Saturday, and he can run over Lebanon Valley in New York on Sunday if he wants. So there's still plenty of opportunity for guys to really go flying around the country and do a bunch of racing, especially in parts of the country like this.
You saw the little MG come up earlier, super cool car. The guy has had an adventurous drag week, to say the least. Unfortunately, he broke his spider gears when he tried to launch it out there. He's got to drive it back to Florida, like starting tonight. So anybody with a welder, he is out there by the staging lane, at the end of the lanes by the front gate, and he has got to weld together that rear end to be able to get home. So please help that guy out. He has put in a huge effort to come run this thing. That's a car that it has a little 2.3 Ford motor in it that was built way back in the 70s. He said it was actually machined at Gap and Roush when Gap and Roush was Gap and Roush.
Yeah.
And it ran in the modified compact
Yes.
class, so that's what he was building it for, and it ended up in that little MG. He's had a great adventure, but unfortunately it's ending with disaster that one of you will come fix for him, I'm sure.
You say it ran in AA modified compacts, people might snicker. That was the deep end of the comp eliminator pool in the 70s. Buddy Ingersoll was in there. Ohio George Montgomery was in there. And he had guys like Gap and Roush building those motors. So AA modified compact, dominated by those little turbocharged Ford engines, was like a hot spot.
I think that it existed with modified production before it got grouped into comp eliminator, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Modified production was a super cool class. Invented by Carcraft Magazine.
Rick Vogelin,
Yeah,
right?
Rick Vogelin and who else?
I don't know.
They actually drew up the rules for that thing. and came to the NHRA with it and said, here's what you need to do. And sure enough, they did. It was for cars that were more heavily modified than what was allowed in either stock or super stock, but still small-tired, conventional chassis cars. But at some point, 75, 76, it got grouped up into Comp Eliminator. Brian, when did Comp Eliminator become a thing?
Comp Eliminator became a thing in, I want to say it was like 73, 74.
Okay, that's what I had just estimated as well, 74, 75. I see someone on the live feed courteously asking if I found the 71 Roadrunner that I have been desperately searching for. I have. I just can't afford them. Yeah, I really want a 71 Roadrunner. When I was 19 years old, I had a six-pack car that was black on black. Had a black interior, black paint, black stripe, air grabber, 4-speed, and my dad made me get rid of it.
Really?
And I think that's why I've just had to have one ever since.
Because you're being an idiot with it, or why?
He just feared the car. I don't know why. I think he knew that I was going to the street races and stuff, and somehow I think he suspected that the Super Bee with a 383 in it wasn't really fast enough to do any damage, but
Yeah.
he was really worried about the six-pack Roadrunner. I think he just thought it was evil somehow.
Yeah, it's too much. Bad juju. So you can see the moose juice being applied out there, the traction compound being laid on the racetrack. It has been touched up and ready. Our class competitors are stacked up like cordwood in the staging lanes, and once we turn them loose, we're going to see all kinds of different varying elapsed times. We're going to see some of these battles come down to the final run of the day, and at some point we're going to see Jeff Lutz to come out here and to put a cap on his event. We'll see how hard and fast he decides to go. Assuming he is able to successfully complete a run, because there are no givens here on Drag Week, assuming he's able to successfully stage the car, he will be the first guy to win this event in an actual pro mod. You know, part of the controversy, if you will, the back and forth in the unlimited class has been about the pro mod cars versus what is a street car, like that never-ending argument. Jeff Lutz's car is a Jerry Bickle constructed pro modified car. Bar none, end of story. Tom Bailey's car is very much like a pro modified car, but some concessions made to be more street roadworthy. Very few things, but there were some things done there to make that car a little bit more street friendly. There was never when Jerry Bickle or his guys were TIG welding the tubes of that car, not one person ever thought it would be driven 1,000 miles on public roads.
Yeah, I was giving you the wrinkle face at your distinction on this is the first pro mod winning because, we had Bailey last year. But I guess your division is that it was actually built with the intent of running this event, whereas Lutz has been running his car as a genuine pro mod race car.
Yeah, that is I guess that is like my drag strip visitation rules. It is a gray line that is 8 feet wide, and I'm not saying that to take anything away from Tom's car, because obviously that car has won the event. Incredible piece. The billet motor this year unfortunately didn't work out for those guys, but I'm just saying the original intention of Lutz's car was never to even leave the parking lot under its own power.
I sometimes think about if you could transport guys from about 1955 till now, what they would think of what this has all become. It's just crazy.
Yeah, 100%.
Even since the earliest days, the 92 fastest street car shootout till now, nutballs.
Speaking of nutballs, Brian Coleman's going to be coming up, and Brian Coleman will be running at least 50% of nitromethane, or 50% load of nitromethane fuel through the motor in his 354 Hemi-powered 1934-ish Plymouth Coupe. This is legal. You can run nitromethane on Drag Week. So apparently some guys have done it in very small percentages over the course of the years, not frequently, but it has happened. Coleman, under my understanding anyway, is running the largest load of nitro that anybody has attempted to run out here. The car ran a low 9-second pass yesterday. He has basically been reduced to exhibition material as the car had an issue early in the week that did not allow him to continue. They had to take the car up to Bruno's. They had the Bruno unit fixed. We have a racer that needs a distributor module for an MSD distributor. 68 blue Camaro with a white convertible top. We have a racer that needs a module for an MSD distributor. That is a 68 Camaro blue with a white convertible top. So the Zoomy Pipes are about to make their song momentarily as Brian Coleman closes the door on his coupe. Coleman is a guy that is certainly not unfamiliar with the likes of nitromethane, having owned a couple of cars that he has fueled with the most exotic racing fuel on earth. Nitromethane is cool stuff. Why? Because if you take a gallon of nitro and a gallon of gasoline, the gallon of gasoline has more energy stored in it than the gallon of nitro. But the one thing the gallon of nitro has stored in it that gasoline doesn't is air. So what happens with nitromethane is you can burn it in huge volumes, and that is where the power, that is where the giant kind of liquid supercharging effect comes from. Because of the fact that the fuel already has air in it, you can introduce so much more of it without drowning the engine. The bad news is this stuff can be more volatile. It can cause any sort of mechanical problem while you're trying to burn all that giant volume of fuel. Can end up with the crankshaft blown through the bottom of the block, the rods hanging out sideways, or a supercharger that leaves the gravitational bonds of the earth. A 50% load of fuel is going to give you a nice kind of rumbling in the exhaust. We'll listen to see how much or how crisp the exhaust note coming out of the Zumi headers in Brian Coleman's car is. Not that we can guess the percentage, but we'll know if it's got 50 in it or more at this point. It sounds about like it did yesterday. Let's listen to Brian Coleman. 354 cubic inch Hemi, the blower on top, and nitromethane coursing through its veins. Coleman's car comes out of the water box, kind of wandering around the left-hand side of the drag strip, and Coleman will be making a solo run here because all of a sudden everybody else got smart. Brian's going to run by himself. Yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead. You just go ahead, sir. Coleman's a freak for old school drag racing stuff. He's owned all the wheelbase cars. He's done that whole deal, and now he's got this coupe, which has used to have a Hemi on it with 8, wasn't it 6 or 8 Strombergs? I think it had 6 Strombergs on top of it, right? Or 8 Strombergs on it, yeah. So Brian Coleman gonna head down the racetrack and see if he can keep this little 354 Hemi together. Better look at program than yesterday. 118 in the 8th mile. He's got a lift and coast. 969.1 at 107. You saw some mist coming off the left side of that thing. I'm wondering if it wasn't some fuel flying out of it. And Coleman saw that and decided to lift and shut it off.
And now we are back to class racing at Hot Rod Drag Week. And we've got 6,500 people watching on the live feed. Man, spread the word. Let's kick that up another 300 so that we can break our record of 6,700 people at the same time. Look at this Land Cruiser in the right-hand lane, powered by a 408 small block Mopar.
Those guys have been epic thrashers. They have been fixing the thing with using not only their own hand tools, they've actually used the hand tools as components inside the motor. Rich Guido goes down in his Pontiac, 1085-8-125, and Derek Mueller finishing Drag Week from Alberta, Canada, 1188-7-110.
That Cruiser literally broke the cup off the end of a push rod, and they replaced it with a little socket. And then I think they tulipped the valve and had the thing all apart the next day. They killed their headlights and put LEDs on the grill to make it work. That is just road killing it and drag weaking it.
Survival mode as Sean Brumley from Denton, Texas comes up now. Denton, Texas, home to North Star Dragway, one of the quickest 8th-mile tracks in the world. The 1998 Camaro with a 408 cubic inch LS stroker in it. And Dave Barry from Flower Mound, Texas. Barry, the 1970 Nova with a 420 cubic inch engine, and Sean Brumley. Good drag race, side by side to 1,000 feet. Brumley goes 9:47, streaking ahead at the end at 136.87. Barry goes 10:55.6 at $1.25. Jeff Lutz making his way out to the starting line to survey this traction situation. As Tommy Lee and Tom Zenigal head down the racetrack. Zenigal is 1940 Ford, the fat-fendered wonder on the Sunoco side. Tom goes 13-19-7 at 103 with Tommy Lee, 12:48 with a 1 at 109. Eric Lutner and Larry Dixon coming up. The 3-time NHRA Top Fuel champion, a guy who has made laps at this track in a Top Fuel car. running down next to Eric Leutner. Dixon trying to punch this thing into the 10-second zone, and it doesn't look like it's going to be happening on this pass. He is slowing at the top end, much like he did during day one. 12.84.7 at 105 for Leutner, and Larry Dixon 15.58.9 at just 73 miles per hour. Quick trivia question. David Freiberger, trivia question.
Go.
What rock and roll song was Larry Dixon forever immortalized in?
Senior?
Yep. The actual call of a drag race included in this song.
Can't do it.
Steve Miller. Looking on the stick shift race here. John Dodson and Christian Damgard going down the racetrack. Damgard, the 1971 Impala, and John Dodson, the 1980 Malibu. John Dodson, an 8.57 with a 1 at 157 miles an hour, as Christian Damgard goes 12.000 at 113 in the big Chevelle, or the big Impala, I should say. Damgard, again, another of our racers from Denmark, over here getting the job done. Imagine not only shipping a car over, how about shipping a big 73 Impy over here, the giant size of that thing. Speaking of giant size, how about the Caprice of Jeremy Geriatric Cruiser Stelford, the 1984 Caprice with a 502 big block Chev, and Kristen Burnham. Burnham, the 1990 Mustang, heading down the toy barn side of the strip. Corey Part and James Carger coming up. Carger's been going down in the low 8s. That is a turbocharged 434 cubic inch LS motor from Fort Worth, Texas. Carger goes 8.56 with a 142. Corey Part goes 10.94.7, 122.80 to complete that. It is the Steve Miller song, Living in the USA. They begin and end the song with a call of a drag race, and it's Larry Dixon winning what I believe is the Winter National.
Did not know that.
Yeah, how about that? Jason Doshier and Sean Power is coming up now. Power is driving a car that was built by Kurt Johnson, who is leading his class in a Mustang. Power's car, a 582 Chevrolet big block in the front of it, and Jason Doshier goes 8.74.8 and 155.61 with Sean Powers. Leading class right now, goes 9.28.6 on the Sunoco side. This is the kind of stuff we love to see. A pair of our Gasser class competitors lined up side by side.
In the left-hand lane, Chisholm and Stasiak is the leader of our B gas category. If he gets this thing all the way down the track, he will essentially lock up his win. But it isn't over until he actually crosses the beam and lays down a number.
If you've not figured it out yet, this is the part of the program where we eat lunch and announce the drag race, which is highly professional activity. And it looks like we're going to shut cars off. Looks like they might be going down to check the racetrack. So track officials going to go onto the racetrack and check the shutdown area to make sure that it is clean and fine and dandy. The acceleration part of drag racing is only trumped by the deceleration portion of the program as far as importance goes. The Gisso Gasser, the 1940 Coupe, 540-inch big block Chevy, going to line up next to the 55 Chevrolet of Valencia, Pennsylvania's Ken Stasiak. He and Dan Chisholm field this car. They are currently number 1 and number 2 in the gasser category. Both of them with 540-inch Chevy engines. Great side-by-side matchup. What's kind of cool about this, it kind of shows a little bit of the evolution of the gas classes, because it was those fat fender cars that were so popular for so many years that really fell out of favor by the time things got really heated up in the category in the mid-'60s. Now, a car like the Chisholm and Stasiak car would have likely fallen into a C or a D gas category back in the day, because guys weren't running 540-inch big blocks in them. They would run the small block engines, and those Tri-5 Chevys were very competitive as you got into the kind of middle to lower range gas classes. People think about just Willys and they think about the Anglias. They think about some small coupes, but the reality is the more full-size cars, although they weren't in the AA and A categories, really fell into place in that C and D stuff. You look at a guy like, I'm completely blanking on the Flintstone Flyer.
Kofel.
Yeah, Dave Kofel. Dave Kofel ran a 1948 Packard with a 327 Chevy in it, way down in the gas classes, and he dominated with that thing for several years.
It's all a game back then of weight per cubic inch. That's how they were classified.
If you park your Ford F-150 at the back of lane 6, you need to move it before Lonnie decides to move it, and he will go into full Hulk smash mode out there and just roll it onto its side and drag it away. I've seen him do it myself. If you parked your F-150 at the back of lane 6, move it now, or we will move it with a very untalented tow truck driver.
The gasser weight per cubic inch thing is pretty interesting, because guys pretty quickly figured out that it was better to have small displacement in a light car than bigger displacement in a heavy car. And in some cases, it was better to have small displacement in a heavy car. Kind of weird how to do that math and cheat the rules around. But what we're going to see here is the modern reenactment of the 55 Chevy in the left-hand lane and the 40 Chevy in the right-hand lane. So the black car is currently the leader in B gas. The green car, number 2. But unfortunately, kind of by a mile. Average ETs throughout the week for the 55 is 953, and for the 40 Chevy, it's 1015.
The greatest contribution to drag racing that the gas classes brought was the popularization of automatic transmission. First, it was the B&M hydro stick transmission that was very popular, but really, later in life in the gas categories through the mid to late 60s, it became the torque flight. The problem with the hydro stick transmission was the fact that it was a 4-speed automatic, and the first gear was so short, guys would pull big wheel stands and stuff. The torque flight, with its longer first gear, became the option of choice for many gasser racers. But yeah, it was automatic transmissions for all the popular and fast gassers of the day, and they really led the way popularizing the automatic in this style of drag racing. Well, Ken Stasiak was ready to leave, but Mark wasn't. Ken Stasiak goes down 10-15-5 at 135. Mark goes 10-62-2 at 128.
Stasiak, 0.6 off pace, still enough to secure that win.
Not sure if they're going to crank it up and come back, but another successful drag week for the team of Dan Chisholm and Ken Stasiak.
Oh, yeah, he locked that up. His average was 897. He was followed by a 915. Once again, you can't trust anything that we blurt out off the top of our head, but glancing at the numbers, that sure looks like he is now a 6-time winner at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Walter Herr heading down the racetrack. His 565 on 2 stages of nitrous oxide, heading down well ahead of Matt Bureau. 888-2, 156 for Walt Herr, one of the quickest runs he's made all week, and Matt Bureau goes 12:41.2 at 111. Here comes our man Jake Bauer from Baden, Pennsylvania. The 1966 Chevelle LSX Power under the hood. And Cheryl Kaiser from Arnold, Missouri. Kaiser, the 1929 Ford pickup truck with a 327 small block Chevy engine. put a 1.2-second head start on Jake Bauer, but Jake said none of that. He gets down to the finish line 9:55.2, 147. Kaiser manages to fight her way down 14:38.2 at 92 miles an hour. Jordan Pennington and Devin Yankee coming up.
Great story with this car. He had the engine completely out of the car at a drag strip earlier in the week. He had lost oil pressure after doing a illicit exhibition of speed on the street somewhere. They rolled a bunch of bearings in that thing after taking it all the way out of the car, and now he's going to come back and lay down a number. Look at the wheel stand from the Nova. Devin Yankee in the right-hand lane does a 1.25 on the back wheels, and he rolls an ET of 8.02 at 172.67 miles an hour.
That was a spectacular wheel stand for Yankee, and well, it looks like Pennington took the tree, and he is going to back out. Hopefully nothing terminal there and be able to run the car down the racetrack. Another one of those stories of survival on drag week. Man, Yankee's car, just a beautiful wheel stand. Just planted the tire, kind of held it that nice height. No wheelie bars in that thing either, so he had full faith in his tune-up. We're going to have a replay of that wheel stand to get a look here. Again, we're going to take a look at that on our live feed. Plants the tire, drives right out of it. Picture perfect stuff for Yankee as Mike Wensler and Randy Chrisman come up now. Hopkins, Michigan home for Randy Chrisman and Mike Wensler from Richland, Michigan. Mike Wensler is running in Unlimited, and he is running well in Unlimited, following only one guy, I believe, correct?
Wensler is currently second in Unlimited. Unfortunately, he's going against overall winner Jeff Lutz, who's got a 617 average. But Wensler here, 773 at 169 miles an hour for the nitrous car.
And I say this with all the love in my heart. This thing is about as complicated as a sledgehammer. There is no magic and mystery in this thing. It is a 600 cubic inch big block. It is a face full of nitrous oxide, and it's an old Pro Stock style chassis that just flat out works. It is also the coolest looking thing going down the highway with the scoop off, and you can see the couple of big carburetors up there and all the nitrous plumbing hanging out in the breeze.
I just got word that we have 3 class leaders who are about to use their fast pass out of impound to make a run. We got Goldstone, Hunter, and Lutz.
And Mike Wensler, 113 short time, 142 in the 8th mile. Mike Wensler goes 774 with a 1, 164.47. A very successful drag week effort for Mike Wensler, and Randy Chrisman slowly goes 1691.1 at just 81 miles per hour.
Jordan Pennington back in the left-hand lane, hopefully solving whatever he had go wrong on that deal. If he can get an engine out of a car and rebuilt in a week, he can do anything.
Mashaka, Indiana home for Pennington, the 1971 four-door Nova. All it's missing are the letters free candy down the side to really complete the look he's shooting for over there. And the Rada family entry from Walton Hills, Ohio, the 1984 Monte Carlo with the LS motor in the front and the Landau roof. Again, the opulence of the Landau. Rada has the Landau roof. Meanwhile, Pennington has a roof that is literally tearing off every pass he goes down the racetrack. That thing's flapping away down there. The trim that's fallen off, the roof's coming off, and the paint's, well, the paint has left the party a long since time ago. Just making sure there's nothing on the racetrack. The officials think they might have seen something come off of Wensler's car. No way. Mark Cicino got the whole crowd here. Cool. Mark's wife, Emily, is here. His daughter, Avery, here to partake in the final day of Drag Week 2016. That is a very, very cool deal. Thanks to Greg Hurlbrook for passing that information along. See the Champagne Express leave with the wheels up if everything goes correct. So just again being extra cautious, that guy down there is picking up something right about 1,000 feet. He's going to head back over the wall.
Right around to the tower, left-hand lane, this green Mazda is Rick Prospero's, which early in the week was our 3rd quickest car overall. He's been struggling a little bit, and by struggling, I mean 770s, which is kind of an absurd statement. But people are standing around here looking at the big block Chevy with big Hankin turbo. that's hanging off the engine in this green Mazda.
Oh, both of them.
All both of them.
All both of them. Glenn Hunter Jr. down there at the starting line, keeping an eye on things. He is running very well. The twin turbocharged 1956 Chevrolet, bludgeoning the air with 185-mile-an-hour passes, so he's looking to get one in during this session as well.
What would you do if I just shut the thesaurus on you? If I just closed the book, what would you do?
What are you talking about?
I don't know. Bludgeoning.
Oh, I love that
You're
word.
just breaking out your vocabulary.
Yeah, man. It only gets worse from here.
Dude, we broke our record. 7,000 people watching right now
Sweetness.
from around the world. Our record earlier in the week was 6,700 people. Now we've got 7,000. I hope that includes a bunch of you in the grandstands. We want to thank Gear Vendors for making this live feed happen.
Yes, thank you very much, Rick Johnson, not only for the live feed, but also the long-standing presenting sponsorship of the event. You have believed in this event, and our competitors believe in your product. Nearly 80 cars that began the week were running Gear Vendors units, and not just 80 cars that are running 12s. We're talking 80 cars, some of these things running well into the single digits. Rick has really done a nice job of taking his unit, adapting it to the different applications that it can be used for, whether we're talking towing applications, whether we're talking classic cars, whether we're talking multi-thousand horsepower drag machines. Gear Vendors has a solution for you that will keep your drivetrain strong, reliable, and make your vehicle more efficient, and in some cases, even more fast. Or some people would say faster.
More quicker.
So there goes Jordan Pennington. Next to him, Mr. Rada in the 1984 Monte Carlo. Jordan Pennington, 108 in the 8th mile. And he goes 10:21.7 at 135. Rada goes 10:55 on 122.
Another one of those personal victories, surviving the entirety of Hot Rod Drag Week.
It is Lars Kisling and Rick Prospero coming up right now.
Another car shipped from Denmark.
And Captain Denmark himself is on the starting line, complete with his obligatory green horns. One of the lesser-known superheroes, Captain Denmark, is not capable of flying, not capable of lifting heavy objects, but is capable of live streaming himself for 90 million hours a week. It is a superpower that has only been discovered within the last couple of years. So the guys in the truck telling us we've actually hit 7,200 people at one point today.
What we're watching here is that green Mazda has got to put down a 750-something in order to improve his position.
And Jan Kisling, leave it, puts the coals to that awesome 1934 Ford Coupe. He goes 887.0. Prospero goes 759 with a 6 at 185.
All right, we got to do the math and see if that's going to help him out or not. He was right behind, which is it, the 88 orange Mustang. I'm surprised he wasn't riding side by side. Wow. Sates was running a 769 average, and Prospero was at a 775. You got to break out a calculator to find out if that 759 is going to bring him where he needs to be. Of course, it will also depend what his competition comes out and does today. Everything can flop around on the last day of drag week.
Glenn Bridger and Vinny Barbone. Talk about a guy that lived up to his billing. Barbone walked into the tower in Michigan, said, you're going to see a 9-second Geo tracker this week. He went 991 yesterday, and Barbone, the nitrous-infected rat motor, goes 985.9, new personal best at 134.91, 1067.8, 124 for Glenn Bridger in the Camaro. Dean Kyle running the 1957 Chevy Sport Coupe, the car owned by longtime Drag Week competitor Tommy O'Donnell. And Keith Creech from Trafalgar, Indiana, comes up in his 1966 El Camino with a 327-inch small block. Clarifying that O'Donnell owns the car because so many people started texting him after watching the live feed saying, did you sell that thing? Who's driving it? Dean Kyle's driving it because Kyle's car spit the bit in drag week testing. So he is behind the wheel of the 57 Chev. Dean Kyle goes down through the quarter mile, 14:28.6 at 90 miles per hour. And Keith Creech goes 15:51.7 at 86. Gary Stafford and Ross Dudley coming up. It is Dudley, the 1968 Roadrunner with a 451 cubic inch wedge engine, and Gary Stafford from Monrovia, Indiana, the 1970 Camaro. Nice green paint job, LS3 style motor under the hood. Hear that, David? Second gen Camaro with an LS motor in it.
They can do anything these days.
They really can do anything these days. Ross Dudley, a humongous starting line advantage. But then Gary Stafford decided to leave it. Stafford takes it to the house, 9:42.1, 141. Dudley makes a nice pass, 11:39 at 119.95.
Here in the right-hand lane, Tim Hall has got that 47 International pickup truck, fenderless. He's running in the hot rod class, and he had some good luck earlier in the week when the class leader fell out. He broke, he's gone. So this right here is your class leader in hot rod.
Hall came up and talked to us, and he said, I'm way behind. He was needing a push rod a couple days ago. He got the push rod. We said, man, stick with it. You never know what's going to happen. Ciancito had problems, so Tim Hall, effectively with that pass, locks up the win. 12:56.3 at 90 miles an hour. He's going to want to go faster than that. 12:33.1, 121 on the Toy Barn side.
You can virtually hear the sighs of relief from the finish line from a lot of these guys. It's been a long, hard week. When you cross that stripe, you have completed the adventure of a lifetime.
Brian Goldstone is looking to complete the week of a lifetime. Osceola, Indiana is home. Home of the Osceola Motorplex. We went and saw the drag strip over in Osceola. A quaint little joint that he has raced at many times.
Goldstone's running in the Ultimate Iron category, which is for full production steel body tube chassis cars. He's been running 680s and a best of a 674 yesterday. He's way ahead of his class, but I happen to know that he's personally hunting for a 660.
This car is ridiculous. He made a run on Monday into the 690s. That was a harrowing experience. The racetrack, at least by all appearances today, has really been set on kill. Everybody's getting down. We'll see what Brian Goldstone decides to do to get this car down the drag strip. Marty Kester off the starting line first, and Brian Goldstone going to pour the coals to it. 8th mile at 168, and Goldstone goes 690 with a 4 at 209 miles per hour. Brian Goldstone locks himself into a 100% 6-second week here on Drag Week. One of only a handful of men to ever accomplish that. 6:904 at 209, and maybe there's more left to come this afternoon.
I hope we find out that that was his safety pass and that he's going to unplug it now. Come on out, kill it, knock another 3/10 off that thing.
And
that's a 572 conventional Chevy-headed engine. That thing is like an anvil.
Ultratech Engines makes the horsepower and just happens to be Brian's dad-in-law, and that is one tough piece, as David just said. Walt Massalunas and Jim Bronincant coming up. Bronincant driving the 95 Camaro, and Massalunas the 1971 Camaro. .878.6, 157.43 for Walt in the Camaro, as Jim Bronincant goes 13.055 at 110.10. Coming in live from the hotline, Eric Rude shooting a note here. Rick Prospero still 200 short. 200 short. Again, unofficially, it is only official when it comes from the girls in the race control room once they crunch the numbers. Well, David Pearson is gutting that 1970 Charger down the racetrack, likely not in the elapsed time he wants, but he is finishing drag week after having all kinds of rear end problems with that car. Darren Pope goes 11.077 at 123.88 in his 1967 Nova. Over 7,300 people tuned in right now, watching the live feed from down the street and across the world. George Browning III, older guy out here. He's 76 years old from Sarasota, Florida, in his 1926 Ford Model T with Henry Diani in the other lane. Diani goes 10:61.3, 129. He finishes drag week, as does George Browning III, 15:36 with a 5 at 84 miles an hour.
Jay Grebiak in the right-hand lane is currently number 3 in our A-gas class. And if he can make it down the track at all, he's virtually got this locked up.
And Jeff Lutz has just pulled around the corner to come through the pass-through of the tower. He's a couple pairs back. Once again, we got Jeff Lutz just a couple pairs back. If you're anywhere but a grandstand seat or hanging on a fence rail somewhere, you're in the wrong place. Couple of pairs back. We could see history made here at Drag Week as Kathy Jo Hoover and Jake Grabiak head down the racetrack. Hoover's car has a problem off the starting line, and Grabiak, the nose-high 1955 Chevrolet, plowing through the air at the top end. 10.85.0, 123.
And that's a BAM. That's plenty good enough to keep Grebiak in 3rd position on A-gas. It's interesting, in the gasser categories, we actually have to give those cars the stamp of approval that they look cool enough to be in the class. Kind of unusual in drag racing. Actually, in the nostalgia deal, that you see that quite a bit. But you show up with billet wheels and modern graphics, you are a no-go for the gasser class.
Full-on bounce deal. Looks like Kathy Jo Hoover is slowing to a stop down there at the top end. We may have to give Kathy Jo a push around the corner. Well, the next pair will include Mike Cox on one side in his 1953 Ford and Robert Robertson from Lafayette, Louisiana in his 1980 Chevrolet Love truck. The pair behind these guys, they're getting ready to do their burnout. A pretty fun story. This is a father and son that have run side by side each day at every track during this week. I think that is a very cool deal. I hope they've had a great time here at Drag Week. We've certainly enjoyed seeing their couple of heavy Chevys running down the racetrack.
And when you say running down the racetrack, that could be a little bit generous for some of the passes they've made.
A saunter.
Sort of a meander.
A race walk, perhaps, like the Olympics, those people that do the race walking thing. It could be there. Either way, they have completed the week, or will be completing the week once they're able to stage their cars and leave the starting line. Folks pouring in here to National Trail Raceway on a Friday. So many of you banged out of work on Monday, and it's way more fun to bang out of work on a Friday, and it certainly looks like you've taken advantage of a case of the drag races today. Thank you so much for coming out and hanging with us. So 4-pair ahead of Jeff Lutz. He will be coming in 4-pair once we get Kathy Jo Hoover off of the racetrack. And it always, as it always does, it comes down to strategy. It comes down to the decision-making process. Likely we'll see Jeff go down on a solid, but likely not a full kill pass in that car to just get himself solidified to have a time slip to hand in. And then after that, we hope he turns the knobs all the way to 11.
Here's an indicator of what's going to go on later on tonight at the awards party. Michelle Turzin texts me, do you think we should buy a ton of beer for the awards?
Survey says yes.
Duh.
The right answer is yes.
Yeah.
Especially if there's an advanced delivery to the announcing deck.
Well, I was going to say, that might be for us. What's the crowd going to do?
Yeah.
Cannot wait for Drag Week to start and cannot wait for it to end. It's going to be a glorious end later on tonight.
So Mike Cox and Robert Robertson coming up right now. This Love truck has been a fun piece to watch over the course of the week. They get their stuff heaped in the back of it like the Clampets when they're going track to track.
And, of course, I've been able to share my expert tutelage on the lineage of the Chevy Love truck.
You really have elevated the Love game around here.
You know how we have the Roadkill muscle truck?
Yes.
Yeah, we were really hoping to get a love truck so that we could have the love muscle.
The love didn't quite pan out. You frighten me, man. Frightening thing. So Robinson and Cox head down the racetrack. Robinson's truck makes a little bit of a move off the starting line, and Mike Cox starts to lay the hammer onto that 1953 Chevrolet in the high-riding gasser mode. 9:51.6, 140 for Robinson. 11:02.5, 120 for Mike Cox. And here they are, the father and son, the Walker family, Zach and Dave. Dave appropriately in the 59 Biscayne, and Zach Walker in the 1968 Biscayne. Drivers in lanes 3 and 4, get in your cars, please. Drivers, lanes 3 and 4. Suit them up, load them up, get ready to run down the racetrack. Racers in lanes 3 and 4.
Look at the tree job that Dave just put on Zach.
Wow, the old man just pulled the rug out from under the kid. By a 1.1 seconds, the kid still pass him at the stripe. 1280 with a 6, 104 for Zach Walker in the 350 powered 68 Biscayne, as the old man goes 15, 37, and 87.
In the right-hand lane, Andrew Starr. We've been mistakenly claiming that this has got a Lincoln, and it's actually a G-Force car.
Yes, apologies to Leonard Long and the entire crew up there in G-Force. Street Machine Eliminator, you have very little time. 10:30 with a 7, 134 for Star. Norris goes down 10:15.6 at 131. Street Machine Eliminator, you have a half hour. You have a half hour to turn your time slips in. You have a half hour to turn your time slips in, and then the carriage will turn into a pumpkin. Glenn Hunter and Don Smith coming up now. Smith, the 1957 Chevy Bel Air with the 572, and Glenn Hunter, the 555 turbocharged big block. Smith's got the trunk lid open, an active aerodynamic device down there, and here comes Glenn Hunter Jr. Hunter through the 8th mile at 148, and Glenn Hunter punches it through 761 with a 4 at 185.15 for Glenn Hunter Jr.
And that red and white 56 Chevy is currently our leader in Pro Street Power Adder. He's been battling against Mike Roy, a well-known drag week car in the Big Monte Carlo. We'll see what Mike lays down later as Jeff Lutz comes to the line.
So Lutz comes to the line, the first man who has ever completed this race in a purpose-built pro-modified car. The Jerry Bickle chassis, a car that if you peel the wrap off it is yellow underneath. He raced this car in NMCA competition. He raced in match race competition, and he put it into legal status by adding some headlights and some pixie dust and some taillights, and the state of Pennsylvania hung a license plate on it. So Jeff Lutz comes to the starting line with the quickest current average in the history of Drag Week. If he makes a representative pass, this will be the quickest car in the history of the event.
And I'm fairly certain what you're going to see is a safety pass out here. He's going to come back later and put the stank on it because, of course, we still want to see that first 5-second time in Drag Week competition.
Been flirting with the 7,500 person barrier here on our live feed. Those of you just tuning in, you've come in at the right time. We're in the middle of our class session here, which will go into the afternoon before we run our Street Machine Eliminator Quick 32. And the whole place, all the eyes are now fixed on Jeff Lutz in the 1969 Camaro with its twin turbocharged 540 cubic inch big block Chevy engine. Lutz by himself, in no hurry to leave the starting line. And there goes Jeff Lutz. Thing's smoking pretty good off the hit. 420 in the 8th mile, and Lutz goes 625 with a 6. 235 miles per hour. Jeff Lutz officially finishes Drag Week with a flurry and will end with the quickest average in the history of this event. Wow. A very impressive performance for Lutz that included roadside fixes, no sleep for days, and of course the intense human suffering of riding in that race car over hill and dale for 1,000 miles down the road. Absolutely incredible. Are we going to see it again? I don't know. Jeff Lutz probably doesn't want to see that car again. Hopefully it comes out later on, but if not, what a performance for the team based out of Pennsylvania in the Camaro they call Mad Max.
And keep in mind, that thing has been in a million pieces throughout the week as well, most significantly when it broke a front spindle coming into US 131.
We just spiked up over 7,700 people, and for good reason. We got David Myers coming up. Meyer from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, the 1966 Bel Air, built by Troy Trepanier and his crew at Rad Rides by Troy. And John Coleman from Spring Hill, Tennessee, the 2003 Mustang with the 6-liter LS motor under the hood on the Sunoco side of the drag strip. The 526 Hemi and Myers car is turbocharged. Coleman's car is turbocharged. Coleman's car busts the tire loose. Myers' car smokes the tires as well. Both guys going to pedal and come back up again, I'm sure, next time down as John Coleman, 11:57.7 at 1:30, with David Meyer going 11:64.3 at 1:41.91. On the scale of uniqueness in the event this year, the Pontiac that is rolling up on the Toy Barn side of Kelvin Poe, one of the more unique cars we have seen, a 529-inch Pontiac stroker engine, a 1964 Pontiac Grand Prix body. It is a cool car, and you don't see too many 64 Grand Prix on the drag strip. Certainly we haven't seen many of them at Drag Week. What a fantastic crowd here at National Trails. Thank you so much, all of you, to come out and hanging out with us today and throughout the week. If you followed the madness that is Drag Week, we hope you get the bug, and we hope to see you again next year. Greg Weigert and Kelvin Poe heading down the drag strip. Savannah, Missouri, home for Weigert, who celebrated a birthday on Drag Week. Greg Weigert goes 10:59.3, 127.62 as Kelvin Poe goes 11:68.9 at 110.82. If Lutz were to pack it in right now, his average would be 6:19.1 at 239 miles an hour per Eric Rude, who is in the stat bunker, making stats. Jared Kime and Wayne Schofield heading down the racetrack now. Kime goes 10:72.1, 134.71. Wayne Schofield, the 69 Valiant, goes 12:57.5 at 110.42. And here come the Swedes. Beauty and the Beast up here. Tina Pierce from the Sunoco side of the strip from Norman, Oklahoma, in the 2008 Chevrolet Colorado truck. Her husband David constructed. And Magnus, the racer, Magnus Grost from Sweden in the 1973 Opel Ascona. David, you sat in this thing.
I did, and I was also impressed by the level of road killing this thing is used to be putting it together. It's got a Mercedes radiator and an Audi alternator and VW coil springs and what else? Volvo brakes, BMW brakes in the back.
They got that giant, Frankenstein lever to swap the fuel over from the race to cruise fuel.
Right, dual fuel systems in the back. The thing is pretty amazing.
The best stat about this car, it has been getting 5 miles per gallon for the entire drive of over 1,000 miles. They single-handedly caused an oil well or an oil rig in the Gulf of Mexico to be reinstated and fired up again. These guys have helped the price of oil globally with the amount of gasoline they've consumed.
I understand that they're securing that Sierra Club sponsorship.
Magnus leaves with the wheels up. They're looking for a 7-second pass, and they just missed it. 8:18.1, 167. That motor looks a little bit more tired each and every time we see it go down a racetrack.
Yeah, but they make bigger and bigger nitrous jets, Brian.
Tina Pierce goes 8:72 with a 1 at 160 miles an hour to successfully complete Drag Week in the Chevrolet Colorado pickup truck. Well done, Tina and David. Well done, Magnus and the boys from Sweden. Tyler Northrup and Gary Pecoraro coming up. The G-Man from Bright Waters, New York, the 2013 CTS V-Wagon. Supercharged LS motor, he calls it Wagzilla. It has been living in the 10-second zone. And Tyler Northrup. David, would you believe an LS motor in a Fox Mustang?
What will they think of next?
Come on, man. Gary Pecoraro and Tyler Northrup. LSA, and 5.3. So Tyler had a huge starting line advantage, and Gary Pecoraro leads into the throttle. He's going to go down, and he runs yet another 11-second pass, 11:31.9, 130. Tyler Northrup goes 11:78 with a deuce at 121. Dave McKenna and Matt Davis coming up now. Davis, under the cover of the smokescreen that has just been released by Dave McKenna. The pickup truck, a 57 model year, 364-inch engine. Geez, I bet that might be, a 6-liter LS. And David McKenna, the 66 Belvedere 2 with a 493 big block. It is impossible not to like a 57 Chevy pickup. I don't even care if you don't like Chevrolet anything. So look at that truck. It's a great-looking piece. I'm more of a fleet side man myself, but whatever. Couple of clean passes side by side. It is the Mopar 1186 4 113. Matt Davis 1208 with a 111.03.
It feels weird to know that after this is over, we do not have to hop in a car and drive 250 miles.
It does. I'm not sure if I'm sad or happy about that. Well, I'm happy not to be in that crap load of a car we have.
It's amazing that each one of these things has driven 1,000 miles. Jeff Lutz's Pro Mod, 1,000 miles.
Tyler Zandel and Matt Moore going down the racetrack. The one thing that amazes me is, between you, me, and Brad, we accumulate enough crap to actually fill the entire inside of Jeff Lutz's car. These guys have to keep them tidy.
It's like the clown car of Snickers wrappers.
Right. Yes, it is the clown's car of diabetes, of the sugars. Matt Moore goes 10:23.2, 134 to a 14.94.4 at 86 on the Toy Barn side. I thoroughly enjoyed the fact last night when you asked me with great concern if I had fallen asleep behind the wheel. I had not. Almost did, though. Matt Lahire and Jeff Floyd coming.
Well, it seems so much like you are when you're announcing, and so I wasn't sure if you were just ready to tip over.
Just gliding along here. Matt Lahire, the 1967 Firebird with the Chevy engine, and Jeff Floyd from Veneta, Oklahoma, the 1966 Chevelle. Grabbing gears as Matt Lahire, the 632 Chevy, starts to dig in, and it looks like he is going to have enough to pass Floyd up there at the top, and he does, 10.009, 137. Floyd goes 11.48.0, 115. I'm going to tell you what, man, Mark Cicino is here. He has got a couple of really interested spectators as Mark's wife and daughter, Emily and Avery, have traveled from New Jersey to watch their dad, their hometown hero, complete drag week again in a 1986 Pontiac Grand Prix with a nitrous-injected 421 Chevy small block. Rich Steinke coming up from Holland, Pennsylvania in a car many of you may know. It is called Honk If Parts Fell Off. It is a spectacular exercise in how to go really fast in a car that is not typical for this style of drag racing. So Cicino and Steinke coming up.
Hog if parts fall off. I think there would be a constant blare if you actually followed that rule, especially here at Drag Week.
Mark Cicino looking to run in the lower 9-second range. Rick Steinke looking to run in the middle 8-second range. Both guys run around the same area of the world out there, the New Jersey, Pennsylvania area. Cicino, whole shot, but here comes Honk If Parts Fall Off. 8.63 with a 0, 159. Cicino goes 9.63 with a 3 at 138.37.
And the 67 four-door will be back later for more.
Cicino has the script Princess on his driver's window. I'm sure at this point he would probably tell you it's there because his daughter's here, but that would not explain why it's been there for a couple of days. Scott Miller and Dan Seitz coming up. So it is Seitz and Prospero locked in a almost a virtual dead heat for their class championship.
And Prospero rolled a 750-something earlier in the day. So Seitz is going to have to put down a number right now to maintain his what could be very narrow lead. You actually got the number emailed back up to us, didn't you?
For what?
For the difference between Seitz
200s.
and Prospero. 200s. So this needs to be a pass. in the orange Mustang.
And Scott Miller been pulling huge wheel stands out of this big block-powered Mercury. Dan Seitz. Oh, he smokes the tires twice. Seitz tries to rip the radials right out the back of that thing. They're going to go back and put it in line, and the drama begins now.
And that is why it ain't over till it's over. He has not secured his win. That number he just rolled is going to put him down hard. So he will be back trying to make sure to keep his lead above Rick Prospero in that green RX-7.
Scott Miller's car was on the rise and then spun the tire, so it didn't quite pull the humongo wheel stand it has been, but that Mercury is a really great piece. The Miller family, die-hard FE racers that have been for years. Chris Bisher and Scott Brown coming up. The 1953 Chevy Bel Air for Brown, a turbocharged LS motor lined up next to Chris Bisher, his 1982 S10 carrying a turbocharged LS motor. Bashir 8706, 155.24, and Scott Brown 1142.3 at 130.
Now Bisher in that S10 was leading the very competitive street race small block power adder class. He'd average an 854, but he's being chased by John Dodson at an 855. So that number, that 870 that the S10 just rolled, is going to be another one that is not good enough for now. He'll be back. Neil Hedgepeth has got the 07 Corvette with a 427 stroker in the left-hand lane. Terry Kiefer's got the 67 Barracuda with a 440 big block in it. He leaves the line first. The Corvette's chasing hard. He's not going to catch him. Yes, he does. 10:09 with an 832 miles an hour for the Corvette. And in the right-hand lane, the Cuda rolls 11:34 with a 917 miles an hour.
If after this pass you hear a faint squealing noise off mic, it means that Jeff Atkinson has completed a successful run and has secured his spot as a class winner here at Drag Week in the former Rick Dyer Cars 1969 Camaro. That squeal will come from a freaking out David Freiberger.
Absolutely. I have a lot of history of this car back in 1992, the earliest days of fastest street car racing when that belonged to Rick Dyer. We had the whole Cars Racing crew, Danny Scott, Jim Treppa, all kinds of guys like that. Currently, this thing is running naturally aspirated, not a nitrous car as it was in the 90s, but he's about to own Pro Street naturally aspirated.
And they are off, and Jeff Atkinson is looking like he has got a healthy Camaro underneath him. 953 with a 2, 143 for Atkinson as Doug Flynn goes 883 with a 5 at 153.72.
The former Cars Camaro locking down a win at Hot Rod Drag Week, out here using it the way it was meant to be.
David's one feeling has been positively affected by that moment. Jeremy Bonnet and Randy Bellahar coming up right now. Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, home for Randy Bellahar. The physics-defying 1970 Grand Prix of Bellahar. And Jeremy Bonnet comes up with a 1928 sedan, the Ford sedan, I believe, on the Toy Barn side of the drag strip. 414 cubic inch Dart small block Chevrolet style engine for Jeremy Bonnet. And the two cars careen towards the finish line, 10:06.7 at 132, and Bonnet goes 9:76 with a 3 at 136.
Here's one of the greatest lineups we have seen yet, at least for Brian and I. The nearly matching black 70 Monte Carlos. In the left-hand lane, Mark Vinson. In the right-hand lane, George Gallimore. Gallimore being on top of Super Street Big Block Power Adder. This thing has been running 770s. And Vinson in number 2 in Street Race Big Block Power Adder, running 1 second slower than that, and obviously hunting to move up 1 spot to win the class.
Gallimore's car wears the bullhorn-style exhaust out of the top of the front fenders. Vincent's car looking almost factory stock from the outside. It sits on a 275 radial. Probably didn't have to tub those giant rear wheel wells to even get that much tire in it. Got a parachute hanging off the back. Both of the big Monte Carlos get ready to go. Mark Vincent leaves first, and here comes Gallimore. The car is glued to the racetrack. 146 in the 8th mile, and Big George goes a big 7.905 at 181 miles an hour.
And Vincent runs 8:57, which is right on his weekly average. It's all going to depend on what James Carger ran earlier in the day and LS-powered 79 Mustang to find out who's going to take 1 and 2 in that class.
Very cool stuff to see those two cars sitting side by each. Norm Tannehill and John Wishman coming up now. Valparaiso, Nebraska, home for John Wishman, a multiple-time Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week class winner. Well done, Jeff. Well done, boys. The Ferguson-Gallimore connection. Working again this year. Very, very successful week for those two guys as Norm Tannehill and John Wishman get ready to officially complete their drag week. Wishman's car having some sort of a problem at the top of first gear, kind of a delayed shift. Still going to thunder down there, 825.3, 178. Norm Tannehill goes 1076.7 to 116 on the Toy Barn side. And here comes Mike Roy. So we saw the Gallimobile. Now it is time to see Mike Roy in his big Monte Carlo. He has the big tire version of the car here. We have an absolute abundance of early Monte Carlos here this year. Again, defying logic and physics. Take the biggest, one of the biggest, heaviest cars you can think of to get on a drag strip. But man, they look so cool. As a numbnuts taking a photographer, nearly run over by Harry Haig on the starting line. Good thinking out there, pal. Go ahead and kneel down right in the path of traffic with the iPhone, 900 feet away from the subject you're photographing. Ansel Adams at work right down there in the starting line. I might be ranting for a moment right now. Mike Roy and Terry Angel coming up. Mike Roy sticks it. 146 in the 8th mile, and Mike Roy through the light 778 with a 7 at 184 miles an hour. The parachutes flapping in the breeze. Terry Angel goes 1286.1 down the left-hand side of the strip. So again, Glenn Hunter maintaining that class lead. It's not over yet, though. If Roy can come up here and answer, you never know. Harry Haig, one thing we do know, this is the most unlikely 8-second car in drag racing history. And it won't be an 8-second car in this run, spinning the tire off of the hit. The Chevelle, the turbochargers mounted loud and proud way up above the hood. Mark Manor goes 12:29.7, 110, and Harry Haig goes 11:30 with a 5 at just 108 mile an hour. They will be back again. That car has been in the 870s.
In the right-hand lane here, Terry Converse, who we saw at the side of the road last night. I think, what was their issue? They were having a charging system trouble. They needed to change the battery out.
And because of where the battery's mounted, that thing behind the driver's seat, and it's lagged through the floor, it's bolted to the floor. It was a multi-guy operation getting it out of there.
Look at that 427 LS with a stick make its way down the track. These guys head north on Highway 1320.
10.806 and 130. And unfortunately, those will be the last words I say as I hang myself with a microphone cord. Dustin Berg, 13.063. Actually, I don't know if I should hang you or hang me, but I'm going to hang one of us. Sweet mother of mercy, don't ever do that again. Never. John Baker and Bobby Admire coming up right now.
I kill me. For what? Uh-huh. Jonathan Baker in the left-hand lane with the 63.5 Ford Galaxy. One of the greater elements of girth that we've seen here this week. Bobby Admire's in the right-hand lane in the Pontiac G8. G8 gets there first. 1294 with a 1 at 112 miles an hour. And the Galaxy saunters to a 1414 at 93.
Scott Kleppinger and Yimi Calvinumi.
You went with the Yimi.
Yimi. Oh, he is Yimi, and he's certainly Yimi in Sweden.
He is. That 66 Bel Air, the gray car, was shipped here from Sweden. These guys have been beating their heads against the ground trying to make the car go down the track. Pretty interesting. He's got a turbo in the trunk in this thing. They've broken a rear end. They've broken a transmission. They've thrown a nitrous kit on top of their turbo. They're looking for a 930. Scott Kleppinger in the right-hand lane, longtime drag weeker in the white 86 Camaro. And this thing is famed this year for going full roadkill, throwing the hood onto the ground, and watching it get trampled by 5 cars right in front of his own house.
Whoopsie doodle, that's what we classify that as. You have less than 10 minutes. Street Machine Eliminator competitors, less than 10 minutes until you have to get your time slips in. You miss the window, you're done. Scott Kleppicher in Yimmy from Sweden, head down to the top at 8:57.59, 25.7, 151 for Yimmy.
Yimmy regains his mojo.
Wow.
Or is it moyo?
It is moyo. It is mojito. Robert Williams and Jake Foster. The 1972 Monte Carlo is Williams, and the 1976 Camaro with a 565 in it. Comes up here in the Sunoco side, running naturally aspirated for the first time in his drag week career, the Pork Chop Express. Running down loud and proud through the 8th mile and right through the top end. Williams goes 10:14, 3 at 135, and Jake Foster goes 11:06, 1:122, and I'm not breaking news to the lovely Mrs. Williams if she's watching at home, but Robert plans on strapping twin turbos in this thing and going into the Ultimate Iron category. Surprise! Al Casita and Danny Allen coming up now. Allen from Columbus, Ohio, the 1965 Nova wagon. I know not what I have just done. 364 cubic inch engine for Allen.
If anybody walks into Drag Week thinking there's anything about a thrifty program here, they are sorely lacking in brain cells.
Yes, or will be by the end, especially if you drive behind certain people. Al Casita from Belle Plaine, Kansas, the 1966 Galaxy 500, 460 cubic inch, 385 series big block Ford motor. The staging lane's still chock full of class cars out here. Nobody's getting tired of their runs yet. They're trying to lay them down. As it looks like Casita's car is starting to smoke a little bit at the big end of the racetrack. Al Casita goes 11:97.6. Danny Allen 10:38.9. Not the run he was looking for. Dave Hoover and Tom Hogshead coming up. Hogshead, the 1977 Nova, 632 cubic inch big block Chevy engine. We've talked about it multiple times. So Dave Hoover and Tom Hogshead, a lot of smiles of the people handling their time slips over there. It's a very cool moment when you officially complete this event. As Hoover from Cridersville, Ohio, and Hogshead from Rockford, Illinois, the home of Byron Dragway, go down to the top end of the racetrack. Hogshead 10:36.5, 129.99, and Dave Hoover 10:85.1, 123.67. Did I ever tell you the story that Ron Leake of Byron Dragway told me about Evel Knievel?
I bet that's a good one.
Leake was like his personal announcer for a little while. They travel around and do stuff. So they're at some arena, and Leake's got this big booming voice. We'll talk about it after Mike Javanis goes down. It's Vince Rash in one lane and Mike Javanis in another. Tom Hogshead maintains that Vince Rash has had a car at every drag week.
Really?
Tom Hogshead would know. So Javanis trying to run it like an 8:10, 8:12, somewhere in there. And it looks like he is on another good pass. Mike Javanis, one of the great heroes of the True Street world, goes steaming down the top end, 8:15 with a 7 at 173 miles an hour. A successful week for Mike Javanis. 9:58.8 for Vince Rash. Sorry to step on you there.
Just dying to know about Ron
Okay.
Leake and Evel Knievel.
So he's their personal announcer. They go to an arena. They meet up. Evel says to the announcer, "This is my guy Ron. He's my personal guy. He does all my stuff." Arena announcer guy's like, "No, I'm the guy that does all the stuff here. I'll just take care of it."
So he broke his legs.
And well, we're getting there. And so their heated exchange is back and forth with Evel, like threatening everything about the guy's life. So then Evel asks, "You know what? Well, can I say something on the mic?" The guy hands Evel the microphone, and Evel proceeds to beat this guy with the microphone. Hand it to Ron Leake and said, "Do what you do."
Man.
Yeah.
Dominic in the 73 Camaro goes 10:16 with a 5, 134 miles an hour. And hold on a second. Hold on a minute. Wait for it. Here we come. 20:048 at 67 miles an hour.
Tyler Millasconi and Chris McNeely coming up now. McNeely from Wake Forest, North Carolina. the 565-inch big inch engine, and Millisconi, the 1969 Camaro, the 496 big block. Ron Leake is one of like the great characters of all time. He has this booming voice. I announced a couple of the NHRA Hot Rod reunions with him down in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Fun fact about Ron Leake, cannot say the word Anglia, which is not a good word to not be able to say it in Nostalgia Drag Race, especially when you say it Angula 50,000 times.
Angula.
Chris McNeely, 10.06.4 at 137.98, and Miller Sconey goes 10.41.4 on the Toy Barn side.
Byron's Ron Leake, arguably the inventor of bracket racing.
Yes, and the World Power Wheel Standing Championship.
Yes. Yeah, that's an accomplishment that eclipses the bracket racing program quite a bit.
They paid like $25,000 to win that thing a couple years ago. Yeah. Guys are just wrecking stuff left, right, and center.
Well, tearing up the track so bad.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you just, fill in those grooves with a concrete truck. Greg Miller Sconey and Mark Fisher coming up now. Fisher from I believe it's Minford, Ohio, on the Sunoco side, and that great truck, 12.56.5, 105 for Fisher. Miller Sconey goes 14.17.6 at 102.31.
Now, you've got some intel on what Jeff Sias is going to do here with his tune-up, do you not?
Yeah, Sias has switched this car over to the E85 tune-up. He's going to get more aggressive with it going down the racetrack. He has 0.02 of a second, or thereabouts, I believe, to make up on Ray Myers.
Ray Myers in the black Cuda there, your current leader in Super Street small block, naturally aspirated, but his lead is only 100th over Jeff Sias in the right-hand lane. The winner of this race right here could very well determine the winner of the class.
This is the way they should all come down. These two guys going to duke it out. Red light start doesn't matter for Jeff Sias. It's all about elapsed time here. And Jeff Sias to the 8th mile is driving away from Ray Myers. Sias goes 10.13. Oh, he slowed at the top end. Myers goes 10.003, 133. Sias slows to a 10.13. Who knows what happened down there? We'll have to get some information to find out if Sias lifted or shut it off or it shut itself off.
That is actually a shark jumping moment for both of those guys who have been running in the 980s.
Alan Van Walsum and Frank Romano up there right now. Romano, the 582 big block Chevrolet. This stick shift transmission, you can hear him quite literally ripping through the gears.
And that 69 Camaro having been shipped here from Holland.
996.7, 136. I was holding my breath to make sure you got it right. Holland is the place. 14.024 for Alan Van Walsum.
In the left-hand lane here, you've got one of the greatest stories of Drag Week so far this year. Jay Brown has got a Ford sock motor in that thing. 585 cubic inches, 2 camshafts to fail, and yes, he changed them both at the drag strip, I believe was that US 131.
It was in Michigan.
This naturally aspirated Ford is capable of 890s, but not on this pass.
So trouble out there for Jay Brown as he comes off the starting line, rolling very slowly, and Paul Cachalone goes 11.29.9, a Castiglione, I believe, 122.21 for Paul in the 72 Challenger, and Brown has come to a stop just before the 8th mile. Oh, he's going to get it back into gear and head down the racetrack.
I sure hope that's not terminal. I want to see that one come back.
You and me both. That car just looks so wicked with the way it sits, that old-timey kind of lump hood scoop on it, and hopefully Jay's car will be back in the line or back in the lane soon enough. And there is very little to no quit left, and the guys that are running in our class categories out here, they are seemingly all of them coming back in the lanes.
While we're taking a quick break here, let's thank our title sponsor, Gear Vendors, not only for the sponsorship of the event, but also for the live feed. A Gear Vendors unit is a under overdrive. It's an auxiliary planetary gear set that you can attach to the back of your existing transmission. Here's what's key about that for those of you running like an already built up Turbo 400. You've already got your SFI case, you've already got your trans brake, but you need overdrive to go to Drag Week. Well, you don't need to buy a new 4L85E or anything like that. You can stack a Gear Vendors on the back of the Turbo 400. You will gain a 0.78 to 1 overdrive that can be activated in any gear. You can click it in first, second, third, adding up the extra number of gears that you can have in your transmission. That thing could even go back on the back of some transfer cases. They make adapters for it for about anything. As a matter of fact, we heard earlier in the week about a guy with an electric car that has 5 of them in the car.
Crazy.
We also want to thank Jack Day from Rocket Brand, the sponsor who has been at Drag Week since day one. And we've also got NOS supporting us, as well as Precision Turbo and Bear Brakes.
I'll tell you that, we try to do our best to keep on top of all the stories over the week, but it is impossible with an event this size to get them all. I'd like to bring your attention to one. George Messer, who has been out here, been running the pickup truck, the ladder rack on it. Actually blew the motor up on the first day, put 2 pistons in the thing, and has been limping it through ever since. He's been doing his best to make the thing work, but it has been an uphill climb. Replaced main bearings in a buddy's car, limped the truck around the course, and thankfully George has been able to complete the week. Not with the ETs he wanted, but the struggle was certainly real for George. He got the job done.
Looks like Keith Turk is having a little bit of trouble in the pits with people who are bringing their trailers back in to load up. The program is here. Leave the trailers out of the pits for now. The trailers may not come back into the pits to load cars. If you have an unauthorized trailer in the pits, please take it back to trailer impound or go argue with Keith about it.
I would go back to impound. I have seen more success with screaming at a wall than argue with Keith Turk. So do not bring your trailer to the pits. Do not. Keith will find you. He will call you an inappropriate name, and then you will feel bad about yourself. And then, there's a whole lot of things that go along with this. Just don't bring the trailer in the pits. Maybe it's an appropriate name for some people that he comes up with. I don't know. Little touch up on the starting line again. We're just hammering cars down through there. Thanks so much to the staff here at National Trails Raceway for the way that they have really attacked the racetrack. They gave us a beautiful surface to race on today. We've seen some great numbers. We've seen some very solid runs being made, and they're staying on top of things as well. And thanks to all the fans out there floating around. We got a great crowd in here for a Friday afternoon, and it's only going to get faster as the evening goes on. Got a little stick shift shootout the boys put together for themselves. And I think we're going to probably see some hero runs out of our competitors that have made representative passes already. Now's the time to really get after it and show the world what you got.
We also have a great crowd on the Gear Vendors live feed that we're watching on the Motor Trend channel YouTube. Right now, 6,600 people worldwide. We saw a peak when Lutz was running of 7,700 people. And remember, that's just a snapshot of people looking right now. People tune in and out. I'm hoping that we can crest 70,000 people today.
Oh, man.
Bam!
Bam. With this incredible level of entertainment we're providing.
You got a mouse in your pocket?
Oh, look at you with the quick comeback there. We talked about it on Monday. We were here, but it may be worth repeating, or worth repeating for those of you that were not here Monday but are here tonight. National Trail Raceway has been a big part of Drag Week history. It was part of the very first running of Drag Week back in 2005. It has been on the schedule 5 times. We have actually raced here 4 times because of the rain-soaked 2006 event, where basically you guys all started coming here and said, no, screw this, let's go back to where we came from.
That was Indy.
No, that was Indy, okay.
Yeah, we went to Indy, and literally Drag Week was small enough at the time that we could be democratic about it. We voted. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to just rain out? You want to keep driving in the rain, or do you want to head back to Cordova and flog your garbage? People chose flog.
Garbage, and said garbage was flogged.
Garbage.
Garbage. So competitors, do not bring your trailer into the pit area. It's no good. It's ironic that you would drive a car more than 1,000 miles, you would beat on it at 5 drag strips, and then you would drive the trailer to your car. I think that is I feel as though that is a strange way to end things here. Clearly, the car can make it across the pits.
You know, that reminds me of some people who are actually driving their race cars home, including that little MG with the Pinto motor. I hope he has found somebody with a welder to stab that thing back together. He broke 2 spider gears, and he has got a Lincoln locker that thing so that he can get it all the way home to Florida. So he's over, I understand, by the entry gate, and hopefully they are zapping that thing back together.
So a great week in many ways. We had some of the best weather we've ever had on a drag week. Temperatures were, although warm, not completely out of control. We didn't run into any monsoon-style rainstorms. No frogs fell out of the sky. No high winds or any of that kind of stuff. So I don't know who managed to make that happen, but it was really on a acceptability front. The weather was great.
And we're setting records.
Yes.
Quickest finishing time of all time, correct?
Lonnie Grimm, we need you to the timing tower, please, to perform the voodoo magic of creating the 32-car ladder for Street Machine Eliminator. And also, when we get a second from the Goyles, maybe we can get a list so we can read off who our quick 32 are. But Lonnie Grimm, bring your abacus, a protractor, and your sizable brain to the tower, please, so you can build our quick 32 ladder for Street Machine Eliminator. Yeah, not only are we talking about records in some of our cars out here in various classes, we're talking records in Street Machine Eliminator. You had to have a car that went bottom 11s to even qualify. 11:19 was where the thing started. Where it ended up, we'll find out, but it likely moved a shade, probably not too much, but you got to run in the 11 teens just to make that quick 32 in Street Machine Eliminator. And again, we say it, we beat it to death, but there is absolutely no less respect for somebody running Street Machine Eliminator as there is running Unlimited. There is so much work, preparation, potential heartache, late nights, bleeding, all that kind of stuff that goes into every one of these cars, no matter what class they're in.
And the field being so tight with so many cars in between 1119 and 1080, we're going to see some closer races than we ever have in that bracket race later on today. Another record set today. First six-time winner, we think. Wait till the math comes down.
Unofficially, yes.
Unofficially. Kurt Johnson.
A guy on the chat says Tom Bailey would have won this year. And if the queen had been equipped differently, she would have been the king. The truth is what is happening in front of us. Tom Bailey and those guys came up, gave it an effort, and then they tried to pull a piston apart.
He would have won except for that part where he didn't.
Right.
Where he attempted and failed. He was telling us the story about how he was cursed by a guy in the staging lanes who pointed out to him, hey, you know what? You show up at drag week and you kind of like fail and then win. And then the next year you fail, and the year after that you win. It kind of goes back and forth and back and forth. This time, it was a gacked piston, trying to pull the pin out of the bottom of the piston in that big Steve Morris engine. There's just nothing you can do at 8,500 RPM with that kind of cubic inches in stroke. Big old heavy piston, 5-inch bore center block deal. It's hard on stuff. And they would have put a piston in the thing and kept going, except for that they had hurt the cylinder liner. Of course, we're talking about last year's winner, Tom Bailey.
The B-Man, as Nathan Hines comes up right now. Hines and Heiser are going to run side by side. If you towed your car to drag week on a Hank wood deck trailer, we need to talk to you. Not anything bad. We want to talk to you about giving us a hand. So once again, if you towed your drag week car to National Trail on about a 30-foot long Hank wood deck trailer, please go to the gear vendors display in the pits. Talk to Rick. We have a request to make. So head down there and see Rick. If you know the guy who has the trailer, point us in that direction. If it is your trailer, go talk to Rick. We need your help. Saw Jeremy Heiser run down in his stick-shifted Pontiac moments ago, and here comes Ralph Hoke. Hoke from Goshen, Indiana goes 8:55 with a 3:160, and John Ratz goes 12:03 with a 3 at 110. So here comes Mr. Troy Clark, the turbocharged 380 cubic inch small block Ford powered 1930 Model A. been pulling wheel stands, been running in the 8s, and been putting on one heck of a show as it has been rolling across the countryside here this week. As much as we talk about the Aussie guys drunk all hanging out, Clark stuff fully exposed and in the breeze.
Full Monty.
Troy Clark goes 9:18.5 at 144, slowing off of his previous runs. Mike Conforti goes 10:28 with an 8 at 131.95.
That Model A has been 880s with the wheels in the sky.
Paul Nichols and Tom Franks coming up. Franks, the 1979 Ford Fairmont. 55-year-old Tom Franks has been around Drag Week, I believe, many times. He used to run a Mustang, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Little Fox Body Mustang. Has been working on this car for a long time.
Paul Nichols scampering away from the starting line, trying to outrun the now wildly smoking Tom Franks. Top end of the racetrack, Franks goes 9:76.8 at 162, and Nichols goes 12:69.4 at 105.84.
Sean Mote in the left-hand lane, his biggest problem this week has been avoiding icebergs because we know what they can do to a vehicle like that.
Yes, they can. Yes, we learned in 1912. Sean Mote from New Madison, Ohio, 1970 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, 500-inch Cadillac engine, a car that has been over 200 miles an hour at the Ohio Mile, and now Mote is looking to continue a streak of low 10-second runs. And Freddie Simmons Jr. from Mendon, Massachusetts, completing his second drag week in a row, and doing so in fine fashion. I think jerking the wheels up off the ground off the starting line for Freddie. Simmons at 102 in the 8th mile. And Fred Simmons Jr. goes 10:57.9, 128.36, with Sean Mote going 10:33 with a 1 at 131.23. Of course, the one limiting factor of those engines, the cast iron crankshaft in them, I'm sure you can get a billow one made, but if you're a budget guy, you're going to go as hard as you can on those crankshafts, and he is making big power with that car. He thinks he's about as hard as he can go with the motor in that thing on that nodular iron crank.
You may remember Amir Rosenbaum, who was at the time the owner of Spectre Performance. He ran those in a Streamliner at Bonneville with stock cranks.
Carol Barhorst and Mitch Kunith come off the starting line. It is a pair of Pontiacs, the 74 model GTO for Barhorst and the 66 GOAT convertible for Kunith rather. 11:40 with a 6.116 for Barhorst, and Kunith goes 14:47.7 at 96.
Brenton Galt in the left-hand lane. He's got a 69 Camaro with a 583 big block in it. And in the right-hand lane, Todd Erickson has a 68 powered by a 5.7. Sounds a lot like an LS. The orange car gets out first and is going to finish first with a 980 at 137. And in the right-hand lane in the blue car, a 1053 at 128.22. Randy Heinzelman in the left-hand lane in the 70 Cuda, his first year running Hemi power in that thing, all aluminum Indy motor, used to have a 440 in it. And in the right-hand lane, Rick Dorn in the 03 Mustang with the original 4.6. The AAR clone is way out front, putting down 990 with a 5 at 137.48. The Mustang goes 1306, 108.73. Alex Taylor is coming back. She has had an amazing week with her twin turbo 68 Camaro, known as the Bad Marrow. We saw her go 856 earlier in the week.
That thing tried to throw her off at about 330 feet, but Alex kept her foot plugged in. 869 with an 160.2, 3 miles an hour for the Bad Marrow. Doug Smith goes 12:54.0, 114. Les Smith going up from Kendallville, Indiana. David, this thing has been putting on a show all week long.
It sure has, and it's number 3 in Pro Street Power Adder.
So Steve Trance, the 2008 Mustang, with, of course, an LS motor in it. Jupiter, Florida is home for Steve Trance. And Les Smith from Kendallville. Les Smith is on one right now. He is hanging onto the wheel, and he is turning up the clocks. 8:20 with a 5 at 177.91 for Smith. Trance goes 12:44.9 at just 74.
Les Smith capable of 770s. That's significantly off pace for him. I'd like to see that car come back as well.
I think we will, judging by the fact that it seems like everybody has been coming back in the lanes here. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the deadline has closed for Street Machine Eliminator. Time slips to be turned in as Daryl Yost and Shane McClellan come up now. McClellan, the 1962 Chevy 2, had pulled that bumper-dragging, oil pan smashing wheel stand earlier in the week, and Daryl Yost been fighting his own demons on the fuel system side.
Shane McClellan keeping the front end down, running a 1.2960 foot. And he goes through the quarter mile at 8:51 with a 2 at 161 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Yost in the left-hand lane in the Chevelle, 8.91 with a 2 at 157.
And that was with a pedal with Shane McClellan about 330 feet. He whacked the gas pedal to settle the car back down again. Pete Janewick and Les Robertson coming up right now. Robertson from Hannibal, Missouri, the gorgeous 1940 Willys Coupe on the Toy Barn side, and Pete Janewick, the 2013 Audi S4, the 3-liter turbocharged engine for Janewick. Very fun car to watch, Shane McClellan's, as it goes down the racetrack. You can watch the way a suspension system on a modern radial tire drag car like that works. You saw how active it was when he whacked the throttle, how the whole car just kind of sat down. So the all-wheel drive Audi leaves the starting line in the high-riding 40 Willys Coupe. As the sun and the shadows begin to get long here at National Trails Raceway. Pete Janewick goes through the lights, 12:29.8, 113. And Les Robertson goes 12:98.3 at 106.45. Tomorrow will be the first time in 8 days I have not been at a drag strip announcing things, so the people on my flight or ride home are in for a shock.
You're going to be announcing the flight.
Coming into seat 8A, a fat guy.
And he sticks the landing. Here in the left-hand lane, Billy Gebhardt yesterday in the 62 Valiant, pulling a huge, uncharacteristic wheel stand out of that car.
So Bob Seiler and Billy Gebhardt out and gone. The classic 67 Le Mans. And Gebhardt, the 62 Valiant, goes 9.65.2 at 138.03. Bob Seiler goes 13.12 with a 1 at 107.30. Nick Taylor and Travis Ray coming up. Nantucket, Massachusetts, home for Travis Ray. The 2001 Corvette that he has worked so hard on to complete Drag Week. A huge moment here for Ray as he will complete Drag Week, the 434 cubic inch LS engine combination under the hood, the parachute in the back, and a big moment here for anybody that has attempted this event. Ray's going to finish. Nick Taylor, Beech Grove, Indiana, the 1980 Malibu. Again, pogo sticking its way down the racetrack as it has done more than once. Travis Ray goes through the lights cleanly, pulls the parachute, and a successful conclusion to Drag Week 2016 at 9:43.5, 150 for Travis. Matt Ketting and Vince Ippolito going down the racetrack right now. Ippolito from Brook Park, Ohio, the 1928 high-riding sedan. Matt Ketting from Kansas City, Missouri, the 1968 Camaro, 427 under the hood. And Matt Ketting goes 1062 to 127.96. Vince Ippolito 1241.7, 113.95. Beef Kitchen and Adam Hodson coming down the racetrack right now. Hodson, the wheels up and gone. Beef Kitchen from Cedar Park, Texas. The 1986 Ford Thunderbird. The tried and true 557 cubic inch big block Ford combo. 11-10-9, 112 as Adam Hodson. 9:34.7, 143 miles an hour for Hodson in his gorgeous 1973 Camaro. Jeff Lutz Jr. and Cody Medicis coming up. Medicis from New Lenox, Illinois, and Jeff Lutz Jr. Renfrew, Pennsylvania. His dad making history, completing drag week with the quickest average ever at this event by a long, long margin. And Cody Medicis from New Lenox, Illinois. The 1999 Chevrolet S10, 387 cubic inch engine for Medicis. Lutz Jr. has driven this 434-inch turbocharged Chevrolet-powered 89 Civic into the 8-second zone at over 150 miles an hour. It is not an LS motor. It is a traditional-style small block Chevy. And as Medicis fights with the car, Jeff Lutz slows at the top end, lifting after the 8th mile, or long before the 8th mile. He only was going 94 at half track. 981.0, 146 as Lutz goes 11:47.0 on the Toy Barn side. David, are we keeping you awake? I apologize for that if we are. Hey, look, two of the greatest living Americans in the room next door to us. It's Jeff and George. You know how you're a man, like the man. George Gallimore's got his Bonneville 200-mile-an-hour club hat on. He's driving his awesome. There he is. He's got his 200-mile-an-hour club on. He's handed his time slip for the Monte Carlo after wreaking destruction and pestilence all over Drag Week this week. An awesome week for those guys. Earl Schexnayder leaves the turbocharged 600-inch Ford Hemi. Not running up to snuff, but it's going to finish the week as Earl Schexnayder coasts his way to the finish line. 11:37.2 at 91 in a cloud of celebratory soot and smoke. Jason Russo goes 12:24.9 at 98. Greg Merton and Rick Trunkett coming up. Trunkett, a proud Ohio son out here from Hinckley, Ohio. A racetrack that he has well acclimated with, runs here every year at the Mopar Nationals, does all kinds of stuff. Trunkett's proudest accomplishment at the Mopar Nats this year was apparently blowing the Easy Up that was over the dyno, completely airborne and away from the chassis dyno. Greg Mayton leaves the starting line and in a cloud of tire smoke. And Rick Trunkett running close to the top of his class with a 440-inch small block, a NASCAR small block, but a small block nonetheless. 892.0, 142 with the turbocharged 72 Duster. Greg Mayton goes 981.0, 143.70.
Got an old hand at Drag Week here in the left-hand lane in that 40 Ford, but Matt Martin in the white Ford is new. He's been struggling hard with this thing and finally put a good pass together yesterday after battling all kinds of breakage, a rear end, a transmission, a turbo tube, and he comes out 9:04 with an 164.09 miles an hour. And Tom in the 40 Ford in the left-hand lane, 13:25 at 102.6.
Bobby Ricci and Clinton Hartman coming up right now. You can tell them the story.
Clanton Harmon has got the distinction of being the only guy at Drag Week to blow his own roof off. Yep, this is a convertible, and the entire top and all of the mechanism broke in half, folded back, and maimed the trunk lid. So it took it all out of the car, and he's got the rag top down so his hair can blow. Oh, and he's all
man.
crossed up coming out of the 60-foot. He still goes 145. And in the quarter mile, the Mustang goes 1080 with a 5 at 91 miles an hour, obviously coasting. And on the left-hand side, the Camaro goes 1071 at 124.49.
And now we have Larry Dixon, who is seeking a 10-second time slip in this car, and Tommy Lee from Tulsa, Oklahoma, the 1969 Camaro with a 383 in it, and Larry Dixon hailing from Avon, Indiana, by way of Southern California, where he spent a lot of his life. The car has been 11.0s, then it went 11.20. Maybe they get the tune-up squared away now, trying to get a 10.99 to show up on the board, or better. 97.76 in the 8th, and Larry Dixon goes 11.16.7, 121.96 in the Nova.
That little Nova has a brand new LT4 crate engine in it, supercharged direct injection deal.
And if you're wondering how Larry got to run as a Street Machine Eliminator competitor in this session, it's because he's an impound. He's an impound, so he can make a run whenever he pleases. Dodson and Tabscott. And again, John Dodson just hot lapping this car as he has done every day this week. It is the most run 8.5-second car we have seen on the property. He's laid down 4 or 5 runs a day in this thing. That is confidence in your tune-up.
That is because he is chasing tight against Chris Fisher in the silver S10. Fisher came in averaging an 8.54, whereas Dodson here in the left lane averaged 8.55. So he needs every hundredth he can get, and he goes 8.49 with an 8. Unfortunately, too quick for the class because he does not have a funny car cage. He can't hand that in because he cannot go quicker than 8.50.
2,000s away from what is effectively a perfect run in the category, and that is a long 2,000s right there. Oh. Right in the man parts, that hurts. Jim Forbes and Bill Alexander coming up now. Alexander from Houston, Texas. And Jim Forbes, the high-riding 1962 Chevy 2, a blown 427 big block Chevy under the hood on the Sunoco side.
You notice that Forbes has car number 1. That means he was the guy fastest on the reaction time to sign up when we opened up the computer registration for Drag Week and filled 400 cars in 18 minutes.
Doesn't surprise me. Jim Forbes, the robotics guy, lives in an underground lair in a cave. He is Jim is a cool dude. Lots of great history, a very smart guy, and he loves to build his stuff kind of period correct. He spent a lot of time with this Chevy too. If you look at the car, the way it's set up, with the way he drives it down the road, even the rear tires he puts on it to drive it on the street look like they're straight out of 1962, 1963. And the 427 is not going to be able to hang with the bigger 468 as Bill Alexander goes 10.64.3 at 126.95. And Jim Forbes from Sierra Vista goes 12.61.8.
Hey, folks, in the pits, because Drag Week competition is not completed, we cannot have any trailers in the pits. If you bring a trailer in, you are going to face the wrath of Keith Turk. Even if you are out of competition, we do not want any trailers at the pits at this time.
We bring a you trailer, we smack a you face. Leave the trailers where they are. Mike Hamilton and Fred Cullen Jr. Cullen Jr. from Stenton, Texas, the 1940 Coupe, 383 Chevrolet, 383 cubic inch Chevy stroker engine, and Mike Hamilton from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
If you're out of competition and you do want to load up in your trailer, you might find this hard to believe, but you can, in fact, drive the car from the pits to your trailer.
Whoa, man. These are race cars. They don't go and drive 1,000 miles over the course of 5 days. Hamilton and Cullen. The Firebird heading down the racetrack, 10.79.2 at 125.76. Cullen, 13.32 at 102.65. and the late model big block powered 03 Silverado of Chris Volpone and Dane Weiler coming up. Weiler in a 1967 Chevelle. The 8.1 liter 496 inch gas motor in the front of Volpone's truck. How come nothing? I mean, there are some companies that make some parts for those engines, but they never really got any. They never really got any hot rodding love.
There's one company I'm trying to think of that
Arizona
does make
Speed
cylinder
Marine.
heads
This is
for
Arizona
them.
Speed Marine.
I think Dart might have a head for them, but yeah, they never really kicked off. They're a little bit different than a Mark 5 or 6, and just enough so that why bother?
Gotcha. Dane Weiler goes 11.006 at 121.14. Chris Volpone 16.42 with a 1 at 82 miles per hour. I like that 6.2 liter Ford motor. That 6.2 liter Ford engine is no one is really caring about that thing either. Jason Doshier and Colton Graham coming up. Graham from Orion, Ohio, and Doshier from Conerville, Texas.
Doshier also having completed Hot Rod Power Tour, which is basically like a wine and cheese tour compared to Drag Week. I mean, it's like you get pampered all along the way. You do not have to drag race. You can just have a good time. Power Tour is the largest road trip in the world. We get like 3,000 cars that drive all the way with us. 8 cities, 8 days. It's a lot of fun, but it is not hardcore like Drag Week.
Rocket Racing Fuel is the longest standing sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. They've been here since the beginning. Jack David supporting this event from day one. He's here today. He'll be handing out drums of fuel tonight. Rocket Brand Race Fuel, the official fuel of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, as Jason Doshier goes 8.71.0, 157.08. Colton Graham goes 11.16 with a 9 on the Sunoco side. So Henry Gianni and Jeremy Stelford, the guys in the TV truck, are loving the fact that Jeremy Stelford, completing the full old man effect of the 84 Caprice, has his clothes, which are probably pressed and folded, hanging on the hanger rack in the back end of this 84 Caprice. That is dedication to the theme. Henry Gianni goes 10.69.0, 128, and the big block powered 84 Caprice goes 12.26 with a 2 at 110.63. Once again, tonight at the close of racing, about 8:30 or so, we're going to be having a group photo for anybody who'd like to get in it. In memory of Jake Brander, you can come down here to the tower and be part of that. That's going to be happening at 8:30, between 8:30 and 9 tonight. We'd like to have as many folks that would like to come down and be part of that program after we're done racing. We talked about Keith Vandenberg's week, and it has been a study in contrast. Vandenberg has done very well with the street driving portion and has not suffered or not fared as well on the drag strip. 9.28.4 at 146. Vandenberg going to slowly take it down the toy barn side of the racetrack. Goes 17.037 at 59.
Great story here in the right-hand lane with this 97 Supra that is still powered by its original 2JZ engine with a big old Hankin turbo the size of Brian's head. Now, we've been mispronouncing this guy's name all week. It is Mar. It is spelled M-E-A-G-H-E-R, pronounced Mar.
Pronounced Mar.
He is from Real Street Performance, and yesterday it looked to Brian and I as if this thing had oiled really bad. In fact, it pushed a head gasket. They took the head to Indy cylinder heads, and they had it welded up and repaired because it did get torched. He's run 770 in this car. Nope.
Oh, there it goes again. Mir gets looks like another douse of steam out from underneath the race car. And Mir 9.13.4 at 124 miles an hour. And again, the way it came on and the way it dissipated, that was most certainly steam or water coming out of the thing. Meanwhile, it was a 9.06.3, 148 mile an hour shot for Jake Bauer on the toy barn side.
The guy in that Supra has already shown the never say die attitude. I bet you he's going to have that thing apart in the pits. We really thought that it had thrown rods out of it when we saw the volume of steam, which we thought was smoke, coming out of it at the top end. But they got that thing fixed, but not fixed enough.
Yeah, there is some in-car video that has been established from that deal, and he drove that thing like a boss. It was amazing that he saved that car from keeping it off the walls. Cheryl Kaiser from Arnold, Missouri, going to watch Matt Burrell run down the toy barn side of the drag strip. 12:41.1, 111 miles an hour from Matt Burrell, as Cheryl Kaiser goes 14:38.1 at 92.
And once again, we pull number 1 and number 2 from our B gas category, and we're going to watch them go down the track right next to each other. Typically, the black 55 Chevy has a extreme advantage. It's in the 950s, whereas the green coupe is in the low 10s.
So this is round 2 of the Gasser Showdown. Nice wheels up launch for Ken Stasiak. Mark Gissendayan heads down the racetrack. On the Sunoco side, that Emerald 40 Ford goes 10:61.8, 128. Stasiak goes 9:609 at 136.73. So cool.
That 55 Chevy, they were hearing a noise on the highway drive out of the rear end. They took it all apart, put it back together. It mysteriously went away. Then it came back. It wasn't, in fact, the center section. It was a wheel bearing going bad. But they got it dialed in. They're back here running on pace with that 960. And the small block Chevy powered 63 Falcon wagon of Gary Ross. He leaves first. He runs 111 miles an hour to the 8th. He goes 969 with a 9 at 136 miles an hour. While the 66 Belvedere 2 in the left-hand lane goes 1178, 113.
Pretty cool here. Tony Pedregon had sent me a note a little while ago asking where I was at this weekend, and he said, hey, I saw a couple of those cars driving around in Brownsburg when he was at home before he went to the race, and he said, I'll make sure I don't pull up to the wrong guy at a signal and ask him if he wants to do it. Pedregon.
Oh.
Matt Davis and Jenna Fisher coming down the racetrack right now. They may or may not have this on in the TV booth at the NHRA race right now.
Oh, man, that would be cool.
They actually
we hear
do.
that all the time.
They're watching right now.
Are they watching it right now? That's fantastic. They're learning how to not hire me for your job right now.
Jenna Fisher goes 13:46.1 at 120. Matt Davis 12:01 with a 1. 110.45 on the toy barn side.
I have also heard from friends that we're frequently viewed by the NASCAR crews. They'll sit around and watch this stuff as well, whether they're back at the shop or in the RVs at the track. They are following Hot Rod Drag Week, as are 6,000 people worldwide right now on the Gear Vendors live stream.
So Ross Dudley and Scott Brown come up again. Brown was going to be involved in a little match race here with Mark Cicino, but Brown's first run did not exactly go according to plan. So they're going to get after it now, and that looks a little bit more like it. As Scott Brown from Georgetown, Texas, heads through the 8th mile at 107 miles an hour. The 1953 Bel Air goes 10:15.9 at 130.83, with Ross Dudley going 12:14.8 at 110.57.
The most vicious battle that we are following right now involves the silver S10 in the left-hand lane. The huge class called Street Race Small Block Power Adder is separated by 1/100th of a second, which means these guys are trying to run exactly 850, which is the limit of what they are legally allowed to run based on NHRA safety rules, considering the designs of their roll cage. So the silver S10 is just making lap after lap, trying to get exactly on that 850 number.
Chris Fisher, the 6-liter turbocharged power plant under the hood of his 82 S10, working and churning and going 985 at only 99 miles an hour. That's no good. Jay Grabiak goes 10:59.9, 124. The one thing that has gotten Bisher in the past, and he's run a lot of fairly low buck combinations in there, is pushing head gaskets out of those things when he really starts to get after the boost. Can't say for sure what happened there, but hopefully it's not hurt too bad. Man, if we got some Mopar fans out there, you're going to be very excited to learn that this 2010 Challenger has a 427 cubic inch LS motor in it with a turbocharger on it. George Browning III and the Model T heads off the starting line, and there goes the LS Power Challenger.
I am getting a text from Jeff Lutz who says, will you please let the fans know that I will be back to run?
Nice!
Lutz will be back.
You know what that means, 8:19.9, 162.72. Means keep a tight hold of your children, because when he comes by with that thing tuned up, he'll try to suck them right out of the grandstands. Danny Roberts and Brad Dyer. We got Brad Dyer here, the wheel-standing 1972 Nova, and Danny Roberts, the 1980 Malibu that we used to call used antifreeze green, but it has a real name and a real color and a real thing.
It's Rescue Green off of Jeep JK.
Dork.
Brad Dyer in the right-hand lane. Brad Dyer is the current leader for modified naturally aspirated. He's got a week-long average of 874, having put a gap on the second-place runner, Jay Brown, in that stock motor-powered Mustang.
So Brad Dyer, Mr. Excitement, this is a wheel stander here, and he has definitely tied this thing down a little bit from years past. He had really just had some out-of-control wheelies last year. It is still a great lever, but it is certainly a more controlled program. That was a very small wheel stand for Dyer. This could be one of his quickest laps, not wasting a lot of energy going up, using it all to accelerate the car forward. 873 with a 2 at 154 for Dyer.
That's going to give him what he needs.
As Danny Roberts goes 965 with a 140. That car has been mercurial this week. So we've been told, Lonnie Hood is telling us, or Lonnie Hood, that's a guy from home that tunes alcohol motors. Lonnie Grimm has told us 2 hours left until lanes close. John Foster and Steve Chichak coming up right now. Chichak in the 1980 Firebird, and John Foster, the 1972 Datsun 240Z.
Man, they have been struggling with this thing. First, they pulled a big wheel stand with that 240Z. They got that sorted out after having broken the exhaust manifold in half. He put the thing back together. They were having charging problems on the road. They thought they broke their fuel pump cable. Yes, the cable-driven fuel pump. But apparently he's got it back together. 848 with an O, 160.35 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the 80 Firebird in the right-hand lane delivers an 1112 at 131.5. In the left-hand lane here, you've got Harry Haig, famed for the junk hanging out Chevelle. Look at those twin turbos standing proud out of the hood of that car. Unbelievably, this thing was dragged out of a field last year, and it is running 870s this year.
So this car will make over 1,300 horsepower when it is set on kill. They haven't got there yet. They said they've been running between 13 and 15 pounds of boost this weekend. They have an option to crank it up to 25. The last run, the car did not leave the starting line, so Harry Haig is going to try to get this thing to launch. As Kristen Damgard, as I believe, spraying his 1971 Impala, the big 638-inch engine, moves his car down 11:37.6, and he goes 9:31 with a 3:156 for Harry Haig. Still well off the pace, a 164 short time. They got to tighten it up and get those 275 radials stuck to the track.
And to go ahead and confuse my geography talent, the car in the right-hand lane shipped in from Denmark.
Yes.
The one on the left-hand lane being run by guys from Australia after having been purchased right here in the United States. Now you're looking at D.W. Dishman in the left-hand lane, 71 Pontiac Ventura with a 406. And in the right-hand lane, Greg Weigart's got the 68 Firebird. He's got a Pontiac 463 in that thing. And Weigart's going to get off the line first. He goes to 60 feet at 1.49 seconds. He makes it to the 8th in 6.76. And the Firebird runs the quarter mile at 1060 with a 1 at 128 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, the 71 Ventura, 1352, probably coasting to a 97. Brian Gebhardt proceeding to the burnout in that 76 Duster with a 511 stroker big block Mopar in it. Of course, the Gebhardt family, always known for bringing a big stack of Mopars to run at Hot Rod Drag Week. In the left-hand lane, Matt Short is here with his 07 Mustang.
Yeah, this was Matt Short, I believe. I'm not sure if he's still in or if he's a exhibition run here, but Short had big problems at Indy. Was it at Indy he had problems? Yeah, it was at Indy he had problems. 8:45 with a 1:58.07. Short powers down, and Brian Gebhardt goes 9:93 with a 2 at 135.08.
Once again, if you missed the announcement, Jeff Lutz, our leader, our secured winner, has said he will come back for another pass, and you know what that means. He's going to try and get a hold of this track and put down at least a 599. That's the goal. That's the hope. We'll find out what the reality is later on this afternoon.
Dave Perry and Neil Hedgepeth coming up right now. Hedgepeth from Moncks Corner, South Carolina, in a strong running and consistent 2007 Chevrolet Corvette Z06. Dave Barry left the starting line by a country mile first in his 64-65 Nova. 10:57, 125 miles an hour as Hedgepeth goes 10:016 at 133. Here's another big run right here. This is Dan Seitz coming up from Fenton, Missouri. 400 cubic inch Ford engine, turbocharged here for Dan Seitz. Terry Converse comes up in his gear jamming 427 LS powered Corvette. Can Dan Seitz get this car down the racetrack? Can he challenge the class leader who is trailing by mere hundredths of a second?
He is, in fact,
he is the
class leader, although he won't be unless he puts out a number right here.
Seitz, the engine smoking, goes 774 with a 4 at 180 miles per hour. The engine smoking badly at the top end. He kept his foot stuck into it. He is rewarded with a 774 180 David.
And it is unclear at this point what that is going to do for the final in modified power adder. We got to look at what Rick Prospero in the green RX-7 ran earlier today. Man, those two guys are tied up against each other, so to speak.
Absolutely, yes. Not in the biblical sense, of course. John Ferroni and Dave Hoover coming up. John Ferroni, much like the team that's running the Supra, melted a cylinder head like a stick of butter. They fixed the car. They worked all night. They got it back on the racetrack. They made a limping run down the drag strip in Michigan. They came back to Indy and let it fly. The thing running down in the sevens. That is the 1972 Aussie Valiant Charger. Likely the first time one of those has ever run down this drag strip. In the hundreds of thousands of runs that have occurred here since 1972, I cannot imagine it's ever seen one of these things on top of it.
Except for, Monday.
Checkmate.
Oh, thank you for that, Brian. I get to keep that in my back pocket for a long time.
Served it up on a platter. Hung by my own petard, as the saying goes. That's brutal. Off they go. Dave Hoover leaves with the wheels up. John Ferroni comes off, feeds the power to it, and Ferroni trying to charge down in the sevens one more time. Yeah, baby! 7.902, 183.77 for John Ferroni of Perth, Western Australia. There he is, Travis Ray, the happiest man in show business, turning in his time slip right now. He's going to float all the way back to Nantucket, literally and figuratively. See, David, because they take a boat, because it's an island, the floating. I'm explaining my jokes. Chris McNeely and Scott Clevenger coming up right now. Elkhart, Indiana.
Is that in Denmark?
That is Nantucket is just outside of Denmark, just west of Denmark. North of Holland, but west of Denmark.
There goes Clevenger, the hoodless 86 Camaro. Just poking through the right-hand fender, and he goes through at 8.56 with a 6. 163 miles an hour. Meanwhile, McNeely in the 64 Chevelle left-hand lane, 971 with a 2, 138.29.
Very happy to see John Ferrone pile down there with another 7-second pass as Robert Williams now comes up. And Jimmy Calvinimi from Sweden. Robert Williams from North Fort Myers, Florida, the 1976 Camaro, running NA this year. The 66 Bel Air with the rear-mounted turbocharger. Leads the starting line as Robert Williams driving away down the Sunoco side. And Yimmy goes 922 with a 5 at 151.83 in the Impy. Williams goes 985 with a 4 at 137.83. Walt Massalunas and Sean Powers coming up now. Powers, the 582 cubic inch big block Chevy engine in the 1993 Fox Body Mustang. And then there is Walt Massalunas from Coropolis, Pennsylvania in the 1971 Camaro. I'll tell you what the most used button on the internet is today. The delete comment button on our our YouTube comments. They're wearing that thing out. Some of this stuff doesn't make any sense, but it's disappearing very quickly. At least it's profane, though. Alex Corella and Andrew Starr coming up. Starr from Horsham, Pennsylvania, the stick-shifted G-Force equipped 1956 Chevy Bel Air, and Alex Corella, the 1993 Mustang with the parachute hanging off of the back over there on the toy barn side of the strip. Little 300-inch Chevy, little 300-inch Ford motor in the front of the Mustang with Starr sporting the Rat motor in the 56 Chevrolet. Andrew Starscar, one of the most entertaining to watch come off the starting line, bouncing and heaving around down there, goes 10-17, 9-135. Corella goes 871 with a 4 at 159. Alan Van Walsum and Mark Fisher come to the starting line as a couple of great ones come around the corner. Van Walsum, the racer from Holland, the 1969 Camaro in yellow. And Mark Fisher from Minford, Ohio, the 1933 Ford truck. That Ford truck with a 350-inch small block Chevy. So Mark Fisher, good drag race. Van Walsum and Fisher basically deadlocked out to about the 8th mile. 12:59, 9, 104.89 for Fisher. Van Walsum gets down the racetrack 14:02 at 97.
Happy to see Jay Brown back in the left-hand lane. Once again, this is the naturally aspirated 585 cubic inch Ford sock motor.
Yeah, well, I'm happier to see Rich Steinke back in the Sunoco lane, so take that.
That too.
Take that.
I think Steinke is going to go for the stank right now. This thing is going to go.
That's what he said. Demon tweak has been applied. Jay Brown leaves before the tree's activated. Will not receive an elapsed time, will not receive a speed. And Rich Steinke will receive a speed and an ET, but he's going to receive a reaction time. He's going to back out and go back in again. That makes sense. Not sure what spooked Jay Brown there, but something did, and he let fly before the tree was activated.
Left so early, he saw the future.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. The future is a very blank piece of paper. Rick Steinke. He's been going around the 850s. He's now going to try to go quicker than that. Ooh, a level of aggression we have yet to see out of that car early on in the run. How about 130 in the 8th mile? Honk if parts fall off at 8:52.7, 158.5 miles an hour.
Awesome. Right on the limit of the tech legal speed for that car.
Danny, yeah, those guys are pumped. My man down there's got a knee brace on. He's dancing around like he's Nancy Kerrigan on ice skates or something. This guy's awesome.
Love that car.
Scott Miller and Danny Allen. Hashtag figure skating reference. Danny Allen on the Columbus, Ohio side, from Columbus, Ohio. He is on the toy barn side of the drag strip, and Scott Miller, The wheel standing 1968 Mercury Cougar. No wheel stand for Miller today, just some wheel speed coming off the starting line. And Scott Miller goes 10-17-1, 974-6, 148 for the Nova wagon.
Anything can happen at Hot Rod Drag Week, and usually you expect it to happen by pretty much your own doing or perhaps ours. But instead, Dale Gebhardt is trying to leave the track the other day, and one of the racers coming in for a different event hit his gremlin in the right front corner and apparently dragged the thing like 15 feet. Not cool.
And then proceeded to blame him for being parked working on his race car because the other guy was Mr. Magoo and apparently missed one of the most unique drag cars you're ever going to see.
Meanwhile, in the left-hand lane, Randy Bellahar brought his 70 Grand Prix with a Pontiac 455.
But hey, you know what the real irony is? The dude that hit him with his motorhome and stacker trailer was probably towing an 11-second stock eliminator car into the racetrack that has never seen more than a half a mile of driving from the staging lanes to the finish line, and yet he manages to crash into a guy who's driven this car thousands of miles and would beat him backing up going down a drag strip.
Someone with a double stacker for their K-Stock program.
Yeah, you got to put the 4 golf carts on top. You got to go that way. Then you get the J-Stock automatic car on the bottom. Now, that was a tough deal, and I'm hoping that they got it settled out or figured out what to do. But, the Gebhardt family has been so dedicated to this event over the years. They put such heart and soul into it. You never want to see it happen to anybody. You certainly don't want to see it happen to a guy who lives and breathes this stuff.
Well, and the whole family was awarded the Spirit of Drag Week 2 years ago, I believe.
Yes.
First time we had ever given it to a pack of people rather than an individual.
So Randy Bellahar from Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, going to pull in next to Dale Gebhardt as soon as the starting line crew is satisfied with the condition of the lane in front of Gebhardt's Grimmy. Hey, let's take a minute to thank our sponsors here, of course, Rick Johnson and the Gear Vendors Company, the presenting sponsor of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week, also the sponsor of our live feed, which has been very well attended electronically over the course of this event. Hopefully those of you that have been listening or watching at work we have destroyed your productivity. You'll have to catch up with everything that you weren't doing next week. We got to thank Bear Brakes for being a product sponsor this year, being part of the Drag Week family of sponsors, letting the world know that they make very high-quality drag race brakes along with the great road racing, pro touring style equipment that they produce. Jack Day, Rocket Brand Racing Fuels. Where would we be without Jack Day? He has been ever present at Drag Week. Rocket Brand Racing Fuel. You can see the logos on like every single one of our competitors. Thank you, Jack Day, for the 2 drums of fuel you're going to be giving out tonight. Continuing on, of course, Precision Turbo and Engine. Precision Turbo has been supporting our event this year. They have sent their rig out to every single stop on the tour, talking about HPL lubricants, talking about their incredibly diverse line of turbochargers for your street, race car, truck, no matter what you're doing. Precision has something for you. And finally, last but not least, NOS supporting our racers here this week by giving away 81,000 tons of nitrous oxide. Monty Smith gave away all the nitrous. Thank you, NOS, for your unique support of Drag Week. And again, your nitrous racers and the rest of us love you for it. Dale Gebhardt, it may be dented, it may be bruised, but it's still an 8-second flipping gremlin at 152 mile an hour, 891.3. 997.6, 133 on the Toy Barn side.
Hey, Brian, have you seen those big yellow mining trucks that are like massive with the huge tires?
Only my favorite things in the world, you mean?
Yeah. That Pontiac weighs only a little bit more than those, but I understand that the payload's a little less.
Oh, yes, that is a large barge. Dustin Berg and Kelvin Poe coming up. I actually just ran a video on the front page of Bankshift today, one of those spinning out completely loaded on a muddy road. It's pretty impressive.
Must see. Speaking of stuff you must see, check out hotrod.com for all your Drag Week coverage, roadkill.com. Brian's got some stuff up at Bankshift. We got Street Machine magazine in the house. We got 1320 video in the house. Got more Drag Week coverage than you can handle. You can look at it all when you get home, or right now you can tune in the live feed sponsored by Gear Vendors on the Motor Trend channel of YouTube. And you know what? We got replays there too. You can watch all of Drag Week all next week on instant replay.
So Kelvin Poe from Wamego, Kansas, got off the starting line ahead of Dustin Berg by a bunch. who is from Mulvane, Kansas. Kelvin Poe goes 11.73.0 at 115 mile an hour, and Dustin Berg 13.11.1 at 102.9 miles an hour.
One thing I did want to mention is we do have replays of the live feed from every day. It'll live on YouTube forever. The first day, unfortunately, the audio and visual tracks are pretty fragged. It's out of sync pretty bad.
It's a full-on Godzilla version of Drag Week.
And we have narrowed it down to a problem with YouTube. We are in discussions with them on getting that fixed. So be patient.
Joshua Norris, Stack EFI injected 67 Chevrolet 2 goes 10.45.6, 131 off the pace. 11.53.0, 115.98 on the opposite side of the drag strip as Sean Brumley and Jared Kime come up. Kime is in his 4th gen, Brumley is in his 4th gen, a 98 and a 2000 model Camaro as the staging lanes beginning to thin but still very busy. Congrats to Earl Schexnader and the boys. They are getting their check-in done here. They have completed Drag Week 2016, something they have been trying to do multiple times, and they have finally done it, including one stint with a tire repaired with duct tape. Kime and Brumley head to the top end. 10.50 with a 0.110 for Brumley as Jared Kime goes 11.014 at 134 miles an hour.
We want to remind all racers, hang out for the awards party that's happening later on tonight. It is going to take us some time to get through and crunch all the numbers and figure out who has the quickest and fastest what and where and who and how. But Brian and I will be there to supply just an excruciating level of entertainment.
Yes! Crushing mediocrity to be greeted right in the face. As Carl Barhorse goes 11.28.5 at 117.85. Jake Foster from Thomasboro, Illinois, goes 11.04.2 at 122 miles an hour. Dean Kyle and Jeremy Scanlon coming up. Scanlon, the 1986 Camaro. Sometimes Drag Week is not about running your best, but it's about running your best with the cards that you were dealt. In Jeremy Scanlon's case, a mismatched torque converter because they had no time left. They jammed the torque converter in the car. You're not seeing the full potential out of this Camaro. You will, but you are seeing a car that has completed all 5 days, that has made full power runs in every track, and that will be leaving here as a 100% verified USDA-approved Drag Week finisher.
And thank you to our guys from J Angel Productions. You can see them out there on the line getting up close and personal with these cars so that you can see what's going on the live feed.
All up in their business. Scanlon and Kyle come off the starting line. And again, Scanlon's car, because of the torque converter hitting the tire about as hard as a 3-year-old can hit you with a down pillow, goes 10.56.0 at 130. Dean Kyle goes 12.62.7 on the toy box side, or toy barn side. So again, the starting line staff maintaining the lineup here. A little gold dust going down. The tractor making a couple of circuits with the tire drag. And as the sun starts to go down this track, the direct sunlight comes off, but this track is going to tighten up some. The air temperature is going to come down, and Jeff Lutz is going to start salivating back there in the pits at some point. Run out of self-control at some point and come out here and really try to let one fly. Not that he has not been trying to let one fly all week, because he has. The guy has finished up Drag Week officially with what will be the quickest average by a ton. I believe coming into this week, the quickest average ever was in the 6:30s by Tom Bailey last year. The average now will drop into the low 20s or maybe even the high teens.
Yeah, and we know that he wants that 5. We know the car has done it at Pro Mod events in Pro Mod trim, but maybe not after having driven 1,000 miles, which is what he just did. I think one of the most impressive things we've seen out of Lutz is when the front suspension all came apart and he rebuilt it at the side of the highway, and then he showed up at the track, kept on thrashing on the thing, was virtually dead on his feet, and banged a 6:10, his quickest run of the whole week.
The whole shebang, the whole shooting match.
I hope we got Bryant Goldstone coming back as well. I know that he is personally hunting for that 660 run. Don't see him in lanes right now, but we'll go check it out.
We do have, let's see, Ray Myers back there. Sias is back there. The match race between Mark Cicino and downtown Mr. Brown will be coming up here in a few minutes. The Capone machine, the 53 Chevrolet, the Champagne Express, and a death match. It is New Jersey versus Texas. It is barbecue versus lasagna. And lots of it. Somebody putting in the feed, this guy needs a beer, and the answer is yes.
You are correct.
You are correct.
That could start any minute, actually.
It could actually.
We don't have to drive anywhere tonight.
No, we don't. No, we do not.
I'll go ahead and say if anybody has a liquid refreshment that might be enjoyable to Brian or myself, that they can go ahead and make their way up to the tower.
They can do that.
Supply that libation.
Absolutely. That is less a request and more a demand. It's going to be Sean Mote and Rick Dorn coming up next, the big Cadillac and the 03 Mustang. Another kind of cool notch in the belt of this 70 Coupe de Ville for Sean Mote after all he's done in the standing mile. Such a popular car. By far the most popular car I've ever written a feature on for the internet, that is for sure.
Which one is that?
The Coupe de Kill over here of Sean
Cadillac.
Mote. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I remember losing my mind when I got the news from Brandon at Hot Rod that thing had gone 200.
Yeah.
It's just like, that is all kinds of sick and wrong in a wonderful way.
A car that weighed over 5,000 pounds, it's in the as-delivered condition. Now he's got that thing down to like 4,200. When you look at that thing, you look at the Monte Carlo that weighs 3,950. That thing weighs 4,200. 300 pounds is a lot, but still, pretty amazing.
What's it got for power?
Horsepower-wise, or what it's actually?
Cadillac motors.
Yeah, it's 500-inch motor. Has a set of aluminum cylinder heads with the raised ports. I think it's CAD company heads on. I'm not 100% sure. I have to find out. But fuel injected. Of course, it used to have the 106mm turbo mounted directly in the nose of the thing, but he has since moved it to the back of the car. He has put it under his passenger seat because that guy needs to stay awake, so he gets the bun oven over there. Also, the 200-mile-an-hour ECTA hat. Is that Dart on there? Who's that? Yeah, okay. His buddy Dar's riding with him this week, and very cool deal. It's just he handmade the fiberglass hood in that thing. It has like the most intricate bridge abutment style lever system to slide it back and rotate it up and do the whole deal, and looks really good. It's on. He's got a bunch of Mustang front suspension parts in it, like Cobra 98, 99 Cobra stuff on the front suspension. He's adapted to it.
And there was no organ rejection on that.
No. The best line when I talked to Sean about the car, he said, "This is just a giant collection of bad ideas."
Yes, it is. You notice how the more bad ideas you pile all together, the better it becomes?
Absolutely. Look at the Hindenburg.
That's what roadkill's all about. Let's just go ahead and fill this giant balloon with
an extremely volatile gas.
Exactly.
Yeah. What are you going to power with? How about these internal combustion engines? We'll mount those under the balloon, and then we'll pray that no static electricity happens to hit it. Fiery death. Sean Mote and Rick Dorn, the end. Sean Mote and Rick Dorn coming on up as we are moving through the afternoon. The statement made about liquid refreshment here in the tower, awaiting fulfillment. And it appears that Sean Moe going to hit the burnout box one more time with the car. Not really satisfied with what he had coming out of there. So the entertainment value quite high watching Sean Moe's huge Cadillac heave itself back on its haunches. And the car, oh man, he got to 330 feet and then the power stopped being applied to the rear end. You saw the thing like a boat coming off plane, just kind of put its nose down. He coast 13.036 at 101 and Rick Dorn 12.91.4 at 108. The one Achilles heel for that car has been transmissions. Sean Moe has killed a pile of them. I'm not sure if he just might have got another one out there. And a whole lot of smoke coming out from the bottom of that thing at the top end of the racetrack. Randy Heitzelman and Brandon Chopin coming down the racetrack right now. Or Chopin, depending on how you want to say it. 11:49.5, 116 for Brandon. Heitzelman goes 10:32.3 at 100 and 36. Al Casita and Les Robertson coming up right now. Robertson, the 1940 Ford Coupe, and Candy Apple Red looking real good in the late afternoon sunshine as Al Casita from Belle Plaine, Kansas comes up in his 1966 Galaxy. So it was 12.005 at 111 and a 12.88.1 at 106 miles an hour last pair as Frank Romano and Ray Myers comes up. Myers looking to do better than he has done today. Going to get that car down into single-digit territory as Frank Romano, perhaps the most hook we've ever seen that car have off the starting line. Romano powers past the 8th mile, and Frank Romano goes right through the lights. 9.98 with an 8.136. Wow, 10.26.9, 133.
That 10.26 hurts. That Black Cuda is looking for a 988, which is what his current average is right now. And, of course, he is in the death match with Jeff Sias for the win in his class.
If Sias can maintain traction, remember it was Sias that was on a great run earlier and and the power came off the car for reasons that we're not sure about. Obviously, Sias feels as though he has the problem rectified. If Sias can get this thing down the racetrack in the right amount of time, he stands a good chance to surpass Ray Myers. Jason Russo heading down his side of the racetrack, and there goes 9.97.7, 134 for Sias. Russo goes 11.26.6 at 117.
That's still not a done deal in that class. You're going to have to run the math on it, and you never know what Ray is going to do when he comes back. This is probably the biggest struggle that we're seeing coming down to the last second at Drag Week.
I would be surprised if Sias sat on that number. I bet he pulls it right into the lanes to make sure he's got one more shot at it. Steve Trance and Paul Castiglione coming up now. Castiglione trying to pull the oft-spoken about, seldom seen rear tire stage out there. Eagle-eyed starter caught right onto that program. And Paul Castiglione going down the racetrack, 11:38.2 at 121 miles an hour, 10:44.7 at 130.39.
Now in the left-hand lane, Matt Martin came out earlier having recovered from some of his woes, and I think he ran 850-something. Now I'm guessing he's going to uncork the thing and see what he can actually do.
Clark Rosenstengel is here. He just let us know that he is here. He is going to make a run. Mick Wilkes from England is watching. Wacky Mick, who came over his little Bedford truck a couple years ago. Been watching all day. 879 at 164 for Martin. as John Coleman goes 9:28.6 at 161.54. According to Eric Rude, Ray Myers will still lead by 5 thousandths if they were to hand in the elapsed times they have now. That is nuts. Mike Hamilton, we need you at the timing tower, please. Mike Hamilton to the timing tower. Once again, Mike Hamilton to the timing tower, please. Mike Hamilton to the tower. Bring beer. Greg Maiden and Sean Anderson. You don't have to bring beer, but you do need to bring yourself. Greg Maiden going down the racetrack. That thing's smoking like a dumpster fire down there. 10:18.5 at 135 for Maiden. And Sean Anderson goes 10:68.7 and 124.97 on the Sunoco side. Jim Forbes coming back up again. Forbes running down the racetrack next to Tyler Millasconi. Top end of the racetrack, 10:5:02 at 128. Forbes goes 11:04.3. That thing is slowing at 129.79. And Shane McClellan heating the tires in the Krusty Nova as Jeffrey Lutz Jr. doing the same thing. Renfro, Pennsylvania. We saw Lutz Jr. make a run earlier, make one of the quickest runs we've ever seen that car make. And Shane McClellan has had a week of weeks. Kyle from 1320 Video gluing some video cameras on that thing, making some good action shots out there as Jeffrey Lutz Jr. backing the car up. Being placed into the groove by his pop, who we will see in his own Camaro in just a little while. Think it'll be weird when I wake up at my house on Sunday and drive to a gas station to get breakfast? Would that be a weird thing when that happens?
You'll miss me, though.
Yeah. Shane McClellan fully staged. And Shane McClellan, 8:49 with a 5 at 162.14. Jeffrey Lutz Jr. goes 8:7:09 at 156.68. And on they come. Matt Boonell and John Dodson coming up. Again, it is Dodson just pounding this car into dust this week.
Well,
Rapid.
It's him and Bisher in the S10 just fighting for that 850. Another bloodthirsty battle. That one for street race, small block power adder. So you're going to want to watch carefully what happens here in the left-hand lane.
Bisher's car is sitting at the top of the staging lane, so he'll be back around in a couple of minutes. John and Matt head down the racetrack. Of course, John's car accelerating hard. Wow, 8:5:05, 159.61.
Nailed it.
That is exactly the pass they were looking for. They missed it by 2 thou the last time. They slowed it by 7 thousandths this time. And it is smiles and high fives all around for Dodson's buddies over there. What a run. 8:5:05 for John Dodson. Wow.
That is called knowing your combination, knowing the weather, knowing the track. Good job, guys. That was awesome.
Wow, that was nuts. The 66 Chevy Chevelle going to line up next to the 1973 Camaro. Oh no, this is Tapscott's car. This is the 70. Tapscott from Canby, Indiana, the 421-inch engine. The 66 Chevelle was out first by a bunch. A couple of really nice sounding cars down there as Tapscott's machine rips along through the top end. 949.7, 141.56, and Weiler goes 1089.9 at 121.46. Once again, we have two people in need of beer. We have got so many parts for people this week. Now it is time to reciprocate. Timing tower, two guys in need of beer.
Could get ugly.
We've gotten rear end parts this week. We've gotten computer ignition parts. We need some liquid parts up here at the tower.
We came up with a 240Z rack.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
We basically did the equivalent of parting the ocean. As Alex Taylor and Matt Lee here come up. Taylor trying to get back in the 850s again. And it's clean and it's good. You can see the shift light illuminate. You can see Alex shift the gears, and Alex Taylor goes 879.7 at 160 miles an hour, 994.9, 138.97 on the far side of the racetrack.
That car having gone 856 earlier in the week, and one of the greatest personal accomplishments I think that I've witnessed this week.
Absolutely. It was elation for the Taylor family, but 879.7 for Alex Taylor, that 160 mile an hour street-driven Camaro that she used to drive to high school, and as a freshman in college, I believe she is wise for not getting that thing anywhere near a college campus. Keith Vandenberg and Neil Hedgepeth coming up.
I see a question on the live feed if that makes Alex Taylor the quickest female in all of Drag Week, and I'm going to...
How quick did Tina Pierce go?
That's a good question. Tina last year, I think probably... We'll have to look into that.
So Keith Vandenberg still trying to fight this nobody on the racetrack, and Neil Hedgepeth has made a lot of runs in his Corvette, a lot of nice runs in his Corvette. Whole lot of smoke coming out of the bottom of Keith Vandenberg's car. Neil Hedgepeth right down the top end, 10.041, 133.07. Keith Vandenberg slowly rolling at the top end, 16.41.5 at 66 miles per hour.
Brian points out one of the cars we have not seen today is the father of Alex Taylor in that orange Camaro that just went down, has a really cool retro Nova, and he's been hunting for 7, struggling a little bit the past couple days. We'd really like to see that thing at least make its way down the track.
We did see a live feed. Remember, he was live feeding yesterday. We saw it on Facebook. He was talking about some stuff that was going on, so he was concerned that there may have been a problem with the car. Maybe he found something that's going to keep him off the racetrack. Brandon Galt and Cheryl Kaiser coming up now. Kaiser in the 29 Ford pickup truck. We don't need no stinking chop, they say over there. That is a stock roof height looking pickup. And Brenton Galt coming up. Galt, the 1969 Camaro in all the orange.
Brenton Galt going down once again, putting a lot of laps on this car with his 583 cubic inch big block Chevy. He gets there at 983 with the 3 at 187 miles an hour, and in the left-hand lane, the 29 pickup, 1443 at 91. Now Prospero is back. He's not going down easily. He is in modified power adder. He's going against Dan Seitz in that orange Mustang that we keep seeing up here. Another case of a couple racers just going round after round after round, looking for the ultimate number for their final time slip at Drag Week.
And Chris Bisher is rolling up into the water box. We just saw John Dodson lay out that 850. We'll see what Bisher has in his back pocket as the meter is still running. Rick Prospero needs to go an unofficial 7:53.5 to claw his way back into this thing. Prospero is capable of it. Prospero goes 7:65 at 183 miles an hour. Again, my number's coming from Eric Rude. Unofficial, but he may still be a 10th off. Can you imagine? You have a consistent, very consistent high 7-second car, and it ain't enough.
It's unbelievable.
You've driven your 7-second car 1,000 miles. It's running down the racetrack every time, and it's not quick enough.
And now we've got Chris Bisher in that silver S10 back here. His competition ran 850 with a 5.
850 with a 5.
And so he's got to come out here, Chris does, in the S10 and run 850 with a 4.
I cannot believe that you remembered that. something that happened 10 minutes ago. Your memory is improving. 132 in the 8th. Chris Fisher goes 8.51! Oh my goodness! 8.501. Chris's wife down here is throwing high five. She's hugging people, jumping around. You have got to be absolutely kidding me!
That is killing me. Now the question is, does Dodson come back and try it again?
You bet your backside they do.
We're in a battle to the 1,000th after 5
What?
days of drag racing.
That is mental.
And keep in mind, we're looking at the average over 5 days, not just the numbers right here at the track today.
That is
unbelievably tight.
That is look at the Team 260. Team 501, how about that? Wow. Good gravy. Tim Hall and Terry Converse going down the racetrack. Tim Hall going to go down there, and he is leading in an untouchable lead in the hot rod category, 10-15, 5-1-24, and here it is, man. This is a match race matchup here. These guys have picked each other off. This is Scott Brown from Georgetown, Texas, and Mark Cicino from Lake Hiawatha, New Jersey. Cicino, a 421 cubic inch nitrous traditional small block, and it is Scott Brown, the 53 Bel Air with the turbocharged LS motor under the hood. These guys have been talking a little smack with each other. Mark Cicino was on social media the other night ragging on Scott Brown and talking about how turbos are not the right way to get down the drag strip, and it's nitrous oxide till the end of time. They could both jabberjaw each other. They wanted this matchup, and now they have it. The 86 Grand Prix, the Champagne Express, and here comes Scott Brown and Capone. Cicino left Scott Brown leave on him. Cicino down to the 8th mile trying to catch Brown. He's running out of racetrack. Top end stripe. It is going to be, oh, it's Brown on a hole shot. 983 with a 9.138. Brown hole shot. Cicino runs 9.507 at 140.
And that is not the answer to an internet showdown, because all of it turns into, yeah, but you beat me on a hole shot. My car was still quicker. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I messaged you on Instagram and Twitter to let you know.
Brian Hammond
You guys.
is a man among men. He has delivered us good beer.
And the Deschutes Black Butte Porter is incredible. It is some of the best stuff. Oh, wow. This is a huge win. Thank you so much. The Porter is only going to help the entertainment program here from the tower. The Granny 84 Caprice goes down yet again. 1274 at 109 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, Dishman's Ventura dishes out a 1308 at 100.46 as Brian the bartender serves up the liquid refreshment.
Dinner is served. Troy Clark now and Robert Robertson coming up. Oh, that hits a spot.
I don't know what spot it's hitting for you, but I am enjoying it.
So Troy Clark gets off the starting line, 2:44 reaction time, and he is gone like the wind, 863 with an 8, 158 miles an hour for Clark in the little hot rod. Oh, 886, I'm sorry, 886, 3158. Someone's in my eye. Robert Robertson goes 12-17 at 78 miles an hour. See? All right.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much. Stick that right here. Stacker. Thank you.
When it rains, it pours.
And it's pouring. Yeah.
It is being poured. Oh, yeah, we're not supposed to say that. Sorry.
To double back on Troy Clark's car really quick. The fact of the matter is, Alana Schur has ridden with so many people over the course of the years, at her years at this event. She said that was the single most uncomfortable car she has ever ridden in. We are professionals, Lonnie Grimm. So the 55 Chevrolet, the Stasiak and Chisholm machine, and Jay Grabiak lined up. Look at this. Wheels up for big wheels up launch for Ken Stasiak. Back when this place opened in the 1960s, you would have seen a whole lot of 55 Chevrolets with nose-high stances running down a drag strip against each other here. 9:59.7, 137 as Jay Grabiak goes 10:66 with a 0 with a speed of 124 miles per hour. So down the racetrack goes Matt Ketting and Paul Nichols. Ketting in his Camaro, Nichols in his 55 Chevy Nomad, and Ketting goes 10.602 at 128 miles an hour as Paul Nichols goes 12.75 with a 3. 12.75 with a 3. The little baby right there? Fantastic stuff. George Browning III and Danny Allen getting ready to go down the racetrack as George Browning, the 26 T Coupe, 70 miles an hour in the 8th for Browning. And Browning goes down 15.22 with a 2 at 84.93. Danny Allen goes 9.706 at 150, and it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in here.
Oh, man, the liquid refreshments are pouring into the tower at this point. Let me just assure you, none of it will go wasted. None.
0.0%. Look at the burnout being done over here on the far side of the drag strip. Huge burnout being done by the Fox Body Mustang of Alex Corella. Just a mondo tire smoker there as Greg Trapnell's coming up. We've not seen Greg Trapnell yet. This is the 1972 Holden HQ that leaves on 3 wheels and stays on 3 wheels for a completely unnatural amount of time.
It leaves like a shark.
Like a shark?
In the very first fastest streetcar shootout, there was a guy with a Malibu, like a 78 Malibu, that twisted way up just like this thing, and that's what his crew chief would always say, it leaves like a shark.
Well, here comes Greg Trapnell.
Leaving like a guppy.
He's leaving like a goldfish. Leaving like a perch or a mighty marlin. So Trapnell goes 13.057 at 123, and Alex Corella goes 11.18.4 at 87.55 miles per hour.
Oh, man, we got Jay Brown back on the line. I need this to happen.
Well, I'm sure he wants to do it for you.
I know he does. He loves me.
In a hateful kind of way.
Well, yeah.
Jay Brown through the 8th mile, 115. He is on the power, and Jay Brown, 9:22 with a 146 miles an hour. The accomplishment of Jay Brown, the essential top-end rebuild completed of that motor at Michigan, and he runs still in the 9s, 9:22 on 146. Ray Meyer is not going down quietly, and he is going to try to do whatever he can to hold off Jeff Sias. Meyer is coming back around.
I've never broken out It Leaves Like a Shark with you before, apparently.
No, I think you should probably put that one back where it came from.
Really? It's
Yeah.
a classic.
It is not good.
Really?
It is not good.
Highway 1320?
That is even worse,
Really?
actually. Yes. You're probing the depths. Daryl Yost and Jenna Fisher. Fisher from Finleyville, Pennsylvania, the 1995 Toyota Supra. We saw one Supra go down earlier. Mars car went down. Seemed to have some sort of a head gasket issue. 9:45.6, 154 for Yost. The Supra of Jenna Fisher goes 10:54.5, 135 miles an hour. They have completed Drag Week 2016. Robertson Tannehill coming up now.
Normie Baby in the right-hand lane. Long-time
Normie.
drag weeker. Even when he didn't have a car, he always came down from Canada just to lend a helping hand. Glad to see him out here racing his 71 Camaro, his Chevy 427. Danny Roberts making laps in the Rescue Green Malibu.
And again, this is a car that literally blows hot and cold. You'll see the car go 950, then you'll see it go 10-0. Consistency has not been Robert's friend this year. He won his class last year. He did so in a really convincing fashion. It is not an easy business, this drag week stuff. Danny Roberts and Norm Tannehill well know. Danny Roberts, 969 with an 8, 139, still about 0.2 off his previous best, as Norm Tannehill goes 11:42 down the Sunoco side. And it's Ray Myers coming up right now. I do not see Jeff Sias back in the area where his car was pitted previously, so I'm going to make an assumption that he is in the staging lanes. Ray Myers, pre-staged. Still cannot fathom that Chris Bisher went 850 with a 1. Ray Myers leaves well in the Barracuda. 107 in the 8th mile. And Ray Myers goes 992 with a 3, 135 miles an hour.
Myers still just that hair off pace. We got to see what happens with Sias. Do you remember what he ran on the last
Well,
lap?
I know that previously there was a 5,000 margin between the two of them.
I love drag week.
Yes.
Imagine how I got all these people to show up just to entertain me.
I concur. Yes.
Oh, bam! Left-hand lane, look what we got. Glenn Hunter Jr., our current leader in Pro Street Power Adder.
The pride of East Northport, New York is Glenn Hunter Jr., and he is going to wait his sweet time to spool the turbos and let Bobby Ritchie run down the racetrack. Here comes Big Glenn, 145 in the 8th mile, and Glenn goes 769 with a 1, 183.07.
Earlier in the week, having run a 756, his best pass of a lifetime.
Steve Shishak and Randy Heinzelman coming up. Pflugerville, Texas is home to Randy Heinzelman, and Shishak, a 1980 Firebird that we have seen rumbling down the highways and byways this week.
Heinzelman's Hemi has made more passes this week than mine has in 5 years. What does that say about me?
That says that Heinzelman is the man. It says more about him than it does less about you, if you know what I'm saying. Because even I don't know what I'm saying at this point. As Randy Heinzelman drives that aluminum Hemi-powered 70 Cuda down, 10:05.4, 138. Steve Shishak. 10:46.2, 132 miles per hour.
Harry Haig out here trying to put some hair on this thing. This thing has run 870 with the turbos hanging out of the hood on that 69 SS396 Chevelle. Hasn't come anywhere near that today. I'm guessing that they're trying to turn up the boost way beyond that chassis level of competence. If they just dialed it back, they're going to hook this thing up and run a number. Cody Medicis in the other lane, the 99 Chevy S10.
And again, Haig's car just not staying gripped to the racetrack. You heard the thing come up on the boost and just start tearing away those little radials. 974.9, 150 miles an hour. It's Cody Medicis, 949.5, 146, and another adventure of a run for Cody in the pickup truck.
You know, Brian, I think Drag Week's the only place where you can watch an actual burn down with the green light on.
I believe you are true. I believe you're correct on that. Yes. Garbage that barfed. You've named that car.
Garbage that barfed. Says it right on the deck lid.
The 41 Pontiac Silver Street of Matt Donovan going down the racetrack, which we with love called Garbage That Barfed the other night. Meanwhile, Clayton Hartman is driving down his side of the racetrack trying to hang on to that car. 13.507 at 98 for Donovan, and Hartman goes 950 with a 123 on a very sideways crossed up pass.
With a rag top down so his hair can blow.
So here comes Jason Russo in an Olds Cutlass. Russo was building a Malibu with a boosted combination in it and just didn't get it finished in time, so he found this Cutlass, or I don't know where he came across this Cutlass, but here it is. And Shane McClellan going to line up next to Rick Dorn.
Oh, bam, sideways out of the hole. Shane is not going to put that one together. Rick Dorn still making his way down in that 03 Mustang. 84 miles an hour to the 8th for the Mustang, and 13.17 at 102 in the lights. Uh-oh.
Yeah, trouble for Ross Dudley. He is going to a stop at the 8th mile, and Cheryl Kaiser goes 14:42.5 at 91.40. So Ross Dudley looks like he's been able to get a little bit of forward momentum behind him now, but he is going to be slowly, maybe or maybe not, heading down that left-hand side of the drag strip. We talked about it before, but it's a weird thing that on day one of drag week, before everything has been thrashed and mashed and driven for 1,000 miles, it is where we have, for every year we've run this thing, seen the most carnage.
And not so much this year. Remember, on the roads,
Yeah.
I was surprised at what we were not seeing the first 2 nights. The third was when the wheels fell off.
Yes.
Everybody was all over the place, leaving a trail of ATF all the way from National Trail clear to Indy and back.
ATF, Tears and Broken Dreams, which is actually the title of my autobiography, which is coming out next month. ATF, Tears and Broken Dreams, A Life. That's the name of it.
240Z coming out again, recovering from that huge wheel stand, braking an exhaust manifold. And then I think they had that problem with the fuel pump out on the road when we caught up with them the other day.
Yes.
They, of course, have the 427 LSX block motor in this thing, the 91 millimeter turbo.
They promised us 770s by the end of the week.
You know what? They absolutely, steadfastly, urgently guaranteed it.
Yes.
We're going to be here all night and into next week, I think, waiting for that. As he gets a little bit of sideways out of the hole, smartly pedals the thing, and he's off of it. And in the right-hand lane, George, in his 370th pass of the week, 15:20 at 85 miles an hour.
So Danny Roberts and Jason Doshier. There he is. Frank Romano, who has championed the stick shift shootout, proven himself to have a very strong right arm. Danny Roberts and Jason Doshier. Oh, the Swedes are coming again. They wrote 7 seconds on the hood of that thing, so they must have the kill tune-up in it now.
Doshier taking his time. Barely lighting the bulb, rocking in and out of it, looking for a run at the track. Nice little wheels up.
And Jason Doshier on a clean run in the wagon goes 8:60.70 at 157 miles an hour. Danny Roberts goes 9:609 at 140.77. Fun fact to know and share. If you see a guy if you see the ball blinking like that, it means the car is within 1 inch of being in and out of stage. And it's a pretty amazing thing to think about, especially the guys that do it on a very experienced bracket racers can do it every single time they stage to make sure they're in the right spot.
That would really depend on the diameter of the tire on the car, though, if you really want to get down to, micrometer level.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Killjoy.
Sure. Garbage that barfed next to the Swedes in the Opal, promising us a 7. Smoking.
Oh, that thing is eating itself alive on the way to an 8:11 at 168 miles an hour.
I think that was not garbage.
No.
That barfed.
13:48 at 98 miles an hour for the 1941 Pontiac. And Jeff Sias, the walls are theoretically closing in here. He's got to get the job done if he wants to get around Ray Myers. This is 100% put up or shut up time for Jeff Sias in his 427 Ford powered Mustang. Kind of cool we have a Mopar, like a Chrysler engine Barracuda, and a Ford-powered Mustang slugging it out for the win in that class.
Wrong.
So Jeff Sias won away the 8th mile. He goes down 994 with a 9,133.82.
Too close to call.
Wow. Eric Rudes may crunch some unofficial numbers if he's still watching at home, which I suspect that he is. Hopefully fully clothed, but really we'll never know. Danny Allen and Steve Shishaw coming up right now. Steve leaves in the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania-based 2009 Pontiac G8. And Danny Allen, the 1965 Nova Wagon. 13-12 of the 104.92 for Shishaw as Danny Allen goes 9.53.2 down the toy barn side.
Les Smith in the Orange Novas trying to chisel his way into a second place, trying to take it away from Mike Roy. Mathematically, it's going to be very difficult. He needs to get down in the 750s right now to make that happen. Deep 750.
Unofficially, according to Eric Rude, Ray Myers still leading class. Ray Myers is in the lanes again. Les Smith, 791 with a 181 miles an hour. That really good sounding Chevrolet 540 getting job done as Matt Moore goes 10-11-5 at 134.24.
Dude, in the earliest days of fastest streetcar racing, these guys were running like in the 830s, and the cars were just fragile like glass.
Well, yeah, tell me the story about the stop-start thing.
See, now that's the big one. When we went to Memphis and we decided for the first time that we were going to make these cars actually drive, here it was, 1993. People were already addressing the whole "these aren't street cars" thing. We figured we'd make them prove it by having them drive 30 miles around the Memphis road course. But then we made them shut the car off and start it again. And I have no idea where we came up with that as a test, but it proved to be a good one. Ended up knocking out some hardcore racers. If memory serves, which it usually does not, I think we took out Danny Scott and Monty Burney on the shutting off.
I think you're
and
100%
fired up.
right on that, yeah. Two of the big hitters.
Two of the biggest hitters.
10.64.5, 121 for Sean Anderson, a guy who had never tuned a car by himself, is doing all the tuning himself this week on the Mustang, and it lived. That's a good thing. He was extremely proud. He has been trying to get it. He finished drag week in 08, and it's taken him till 2016 to get through again.
You know, the story of the old days at Memphis just goes to show 30 miles was a big deal then, and guys were just freaking out about it, obviously overheating, obviously wrecking their starters, and here are these cars running a full second, sometimes 2 seconds quicker, and they've handled 1,000 miles, and they're here today.
So here's a question. Why was 30 miles selected? What was the impetus there?
Basically, the time it would take to make them run around the road course at Memphis, around and around and around. Time to fit it in the program.
And that since became the industry standard for any sort of true street cruise.
True Street was invented prior to the very first fastest streetcar shootout. And I think they drove less than that at that point. I think 25 was kind of the number. But yeah, I think the first True Street race, I believe, was 1990, or it might have been 91.
Okay. And so here comes Ray Myers. And a Candy Apple Red Willie's driving into the afternoon sun up here in the starting line. Few sights cooler than that at any drag strip.
Nope, not going to get a hold of the track that time. And he's going to go ahead and save it to come back again.
That is a mark of self-control and a guy who's fully aware of what he's trying to do out there. The second he had to breathe on the gas pedal, he thought, nope, got to go back and try it again. So Jeff Oppenheim has made it here. We know he is here. We have not seen the car. And he is technically out of competition, but it would still be awesome to see that thing pull up to the starting line.
Jeff Oppenheim being the guy with the El Camino that had a serious engine fire earlier in the week, and he ganged a bunch of guys together on top of that thing, rewired it, replumbed it, melted a fan belt off the thing, destroyed the fan belt tensioner, and finally got the thing on the road, and he's made his way back to National Trail.
Cody Medeiros. Weights and spools and rolls. Ooh, a Christmas present.
Boss.
9:18.3, 145.86 for Medeiros. Les Robertson goes 13:41 in the Willies. Nice.
This is amazing. One of our racers, 73-year-old Mothers, was watching our live feed, heard our request for refreshment in the tower, and delivered. That is very cool. Thank you very much. It's becoming a little bit of an overload here on the beer
Your mom
program,
rules.
but it will not go to waste. We will haul it all over to the award ceremony / party / roast / embarrassment for Brian and
Yes.
I later tonight. Here we go on the line. Dave Meyer, 66 Belvedere. This was built by Rad Rides by Troy. It is a gorgeous car. It is awesome that he's raced it at the Standing Mile in Wilmington, Ohio. Awesome that he has driven it here at Drag Week. Go have a look at how clean that thing is. It'll blow your mind. One of the things that impressed me the most is that it was just sitting in the parking lot of the motel like any other car. He didn't even do the power parking under the awning. He was just out there with the masses, and there he goes, 975 with a 5, 149.41 miles an hour out of the turbocharged Hemi in that 66.
Okay, we need our stick shift competitors, our stick shift shootout racers, to Frank Romano's trailer, which is along the staging lanes in 10 minutes. So a drivers meeting for our stick shift shootout competitors in 10 minutes along at Frank Romano's trailer in the staging lanes. Thank you, Brent McCoy. Okay, I'm looking forward to see some gear jam in action tonight. Little impromptu stick shift shootout racers drivers meeting in 10 minutes.
Brian, you'll be relieved to know that my mic batteries are dying.
Oh, well, we got two more sitting right up there.
Oh, that ruins your day. Why'd you point that out?
Come on, man. What is Abbott without Costello? You know, what is beer without chocolate cake?
What's competence without incompetence?
Right. So less than 10 minutes from now, anybody participating in the stick shift shootout, you're going to meet over by Frank Romano's stuff over in the outside of the staging lanes. Get yourself queued up, and Brett McCoy and the boys going to organize that fun little carnage eliminator, as they're calling it.
Many of you out there listening on the live feed or here may not be aware that Brian Golden Lips Loans is actually a professional NHRA announcer, and he came here anyway.
Yes, I came here because I wanted to come here. I did not attend the Charlotte race this weekend to be here because this race is beyond really anything. It is an amazing event in the sport of drag racing, and very proud to be a part of it year in and year out. And it's just been something else. So I will do my best to never miss one of these.
It has got to be more fun for you to stand down at the big end and watch those guys coming through and interviewing them coming out of the car than being in the booth, isn't it? Like when you're at an NHRA gig?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I mean, everybody likes doing different things. I think my favorite thing to do is to be in the booth to call like sportsman finals, or in the case of Indy, I was up there to call the pro finals with Alan Reinhart, which was cool. But I like the top end stuff because you can get some good information. You can get people when they come out of the car and they're all fired up. I think I actually prefer being out at the starting line because grabbing crew chiefs is like this great game.
Oh man, the race face stress going on there. I can't believe they don't want to talk to you.
They never want to talk.
They kind of have to.
They never want to talk. So you like bust your way through, kung fu fighting through crowds, and you kind of just stand in front of them. They're trying to walk away, and you get a mic jam in their face. It's a fun kind of cat and mouse game. But whatever.
Having done the top end thing myself, I mean, working for Hot Rod, not
Sure.
announcing, God forbid. It's a good place to actually get a sense of the personalities of
Yes.
the people who are racing. And you can see them in their highs and their lows. I think it's really cool.
No, it absolutely is. When you get stuff like we had Ron Capps, of course, went in the sand at Indy at a high rate of speed, and I was down there when that happened. I was very interviewed him shortly afterwards. He's very real, raw, emotional stuff you can see down there. But
Plus, you get to make guys cry.
hell, I'd announce guys cleaning the bathroom if they gave me a chance to do it. So I love pretty much every inch of this stuff. Nice, got a little match. The fact that we get the racers setting up their own match races is really, really cool. Hey, well, we got a second here. A very awesome work done by J Angel Productions. They are the folks that physically produced our live feed this week. Those of you that have been watching, Mark Walter and his whole crew, John Walter, Joanne Walter, Kyle Kramer, David Anderson, just an amazing crew, incredible teamwork. David, I know you've been impressed. We've both been around this live stream stuff. Mark Walters is one of the guys who literally pioneered doing this type of thing, and he has clearly got it mastered.
In the past, we have done this working ourselves, and I got to say, these guys sort of chumped us. They made us look really good with a just laid-back attitude. They've done a fantastic job. Their cameramen understand cars. They know what to show you and what they're looking at. The red light there meaning absolutely nothing at Drag Week. This is basically time trials as the Love Truck goes 10:07 with a 9, 133.54 miles an hour. In the left-hand lane, 10:16, and I missed the mile an hour number. Jason Tapscott here in the left-hand lane has got to have his mind on a year ago today, finishing up Drag Week, ending the program, and he actually got his truck and trailer stolen out of the restaurant where he was eating lunch. That is not going to happen again this year. He's out here having a good time in that 70 Camaro with a 421 in it, and he goes 951 with an 840.58 miles an hour.
Pretty fun pair right here. This is Kurt Johnson. Johnson coming up on the Toy Barn side of the racetrack in a 1991 Camaro Mustang that he has driven to a 6-time class win. He is the only person in the history of this event to win 6 times. He's going to run down next to a car he built. Sean Powers driving that car that Kurt Johnson built. It is Powers on the Sunoco side of the drag strip. The two of them go past the 8th mile, and Kurt Johnson gives no quarter to anybody. 9:07.3, 150 for Kurt. 9:27.5, 151 for Sean. A pair of good runs there for the boys.
You're right. The cool matchups are just rolling out from under the tower right now. Actually, this one is kind of cool. 2 hot rods on the line. Cheryl Kaiser in the 29 pickup. And on the right-hand lane, a 26 Model T. George Browning, you should well know what this car looks like because it's been in front of you time and time again.
Should be seared into your medulla oblongata.
Wait, I've got this, Brian. 1520 at 86.
Now he's going to go a 1508 at 90.
Oh, get out!
Close.
You called it. Meanwhile, Cheryl in the other lane, 1447, 90 miles an hour.
Downtown Scott Brown getting his time slip turned in. Mr. Holeshot himself taking the man from New Jersey to the cleaners on the starting line a little while ago. Jeremy Scanlon and Matt Donovan coming up now. Donovan just hot lap with a 41 Pontiac Silver Streak.
That guy's owning garbage that barf.
He is. I like it. If he leaves that shoe polish on there long enough, as you well know, it will basically seep into the rust and never be able to be removed.
It's already there.
An angle grinder will not take that off.
Oh, that car, 41 Silver Streak.
And it will be Scanlon streaking by, 10:61.2, 128.38, and Matt Donovan, 13:68 with an 8 at 95 miles per hour. So here we go.
We got Lonnie Grimm in the tower right now, showing us the way for the stick shift showdown that's coming up next.
So Fred Simmons Jr. heading down against Todd Erickson. Erickson goes 10:73 with his 6, 125. Simmons 11:45, 6, 127. Simmons must have spun. The speed was there. The ET was not.
Clark Rosenstengel in the right-hand lane. He was there at the very first drag week. He's got the 10 Camaro, the twin-turbo LS in the thing. He was at the top of his class. But man, has he been struggling. I think he cracked a head at some point, had to ditch his trailer because it was overheating, and now here he is back. I don't think we've seen Clark run today, have we?
We have not seen Clark run today. This is the first time the car has come to the starting line, and it is going to be pushed off of the starting line. Uh-oh. That is a troublesome moment there for Clark Rosenstengel. He's got some good friends, some competitors helping him. They're going to push this thing off and see if they can figure it out.
Showing you the variety at Drag Week. He is leading Super Street Small Block Power Adder with a weekly average of $7.99. He is right ahead of James Marr in the 97 Supra with a 2JZ. Only a hundredth ahead, basically 806 average throughout the week.
And remember, Marr went down, had a problem which appeared to be another head gasket or water issue, but he actually had a semi-representative elapsed time. That means Clark has to get his car down the racetrack, and they're going to work on it now as Jeff Sias pulls up next to the Mustang.
Semi-representative on the Supra is a correct statement. I think that you could see the top three change around on this. Javanis is in number 3.
Yes.
And could switch around very easily depending on what goes down with the Supra and what goes down with Rosenstengel here on the starting line after being pushed back.
So Jeff Sias needs to go a 987 or better, according to Eric Rude, which is, again, unofficial. I say this every time just to clarify. He needs to go quicker than 987 to pass Ray Myers, as best we know.
Sias is the Mustang in the right-hand lane.
Oh, that thing is getting it. You heard the thing dead hook the tire. You heard it scratch when he grabbed second. He is 107 in the 8th mile as Jeff Sias goes 990 with a 4 at 139 miles per hour. Forward progress, but not quite enough as it seems. It is now 6:54 p.m. So Mike Javanis is kind of a dark horse candidate that also has a shot at the class which Clark Rosenstengel is in.
Super Street Small Block Power Adder.
Modified indicating it is a car that has been highly modified. George Browning III heading down the left lane, and Browning 15.042 at 85 miles per hour. Greg Weigert and Cheryl Kaiser coming up now. Kaiser from Arnold, Missouri, the 1929 Ford pickup truck with a 327, and Greg Weigert, the 463-inch Pontiac engine. Cheryl Kaiser jumped the tree. No elapsed time, no ET coming for Kaiser as Greg Weigert is heading down the Toy Barn side. One of the things we have heard that has been a declarative statement is that Jeff Lutz will run again. And the less sunlight, there's now obviously no sunlight on the racetrack now. This thing is going to tighten up real nice.
Sights back in the left-hand lane, and Brian, he is going to have to whack it to get the jacket.
He is going to have to really, really get after it. I cannot believe I just heard that. Dave Sights. Oh. Sweet mother of mercy, as Fenton, Missouri's own Dan Sights comes up. Been rendered speechless. Sights on a nice one here, lifts the front end up, wiggled a little when it set the nose down, and Dan Sights goes 751 with a 6, 184.93 through the lights. Oh, baby, 757.6, 184.93 for Dan Sights, and that is called stepping up to the plate when you need to do it. Dan Sights just laced one down the racetrack.
That is going to put some distance on the Mazda.
Wow.
Yep. Prospero going to have to come back here and do something pretty special.
This event is so much as long and as grueling and as tough as it is, it always comes down to these moments where you just have to be great. And a 757, 180-mile-an-hour shot, what else do you say?
That was great.
That is ice water in the veins. You show up here with very little time left to run, and you just get it done. The pressure on this event is constant. You know, there's pressure in this from the moment you get here. There is a sense of pressure on each and every one of these competitors. But when you get to Friday and you have these battles, I don't even know how the guys can keep their heads straight. Clark Rosenstengel is bolted back into his car. The trunk is closed, and the Time Warp Racing machine may be firing again soon. Mark Walter, thank you for those words and the message you just sent. I can tell you that we thoroughly enjoy being able to come up here and act like a couple of goofballs for is it 5 days or 75 days? How long does this event last?
A lifetime.
Troy Clark on a solo. So the tree flashing red, that means Clark going to back up and restage this car. And again, we talk about pressure. Again, we talk about stuff coming down to the last minute. And again, we talk about needing to be great on one shot. And the guy facing that same scenario that Dan Sights just faced just pulled into the water box right now. Clark Rosenstengel backs up his Camaro with Steve Morris power. No hood, no trailer, no frills over these last couple of days. Troy Clark spins the tires. He is going to coast his car down the racetrack.
Man, Clark is in the lead in Super Street Small Block Power Adder in that black Camaro you see in the burnout box with an average so far of 799. And James Marr is right there with an 8.0. Marr, of course, had difficulty getting down the track in his Supra earlier today. So really, this pass right here could make the difference. Third in that class, Cody Medicis. You've seen him coming out preemptively, making a bunch of strikes, knowing that one of these guys could fall down, and he could stand right into their position.
100%. Clark Rosenstengel is fully staged. The tree has come down. He will leave, but he is darn well ready to leave. Clark hooks the tire to the 8th mile at 138, and Clark Rosenstengel, 799 with a 170.45 miles per hour. It is hugs and it is high fives, and it is complete emotional release down there at the starting line.
Running right on his weekly average. That is going to help a lot. We'll see what the Super can come out and do.
Clark's wife trying to keep it together down there, as I'm sure Clark's going to be doing when he gets that time slip. Absolutely unbelievable, and a very visual representation of how much this event means to so many. Unreal. Wow, Rick Trunkett coming up now. Trunkett coming up his 1972 Duster, the 440 cubic inch NASCAR-style small block with twin turbochargers. Hinckley, Ohio is home to Rick Trunkett. The Big Three Racing Crew, that's his guys. That's his shop that he runs with a couple of buddies, and man, they turn a lot of cars out of that place. Staging lanes will close in 30 minutes. The staging lanes will close in 30 minutes. Street Machine Eliminator, we need the following cars to the staging lane. Street Machine Eliminator, Mike Reichen, Dave Kerwin, Mike Myers, Connie Lejeune, Bob Perrin, Dean Teppen, Ed Ursus, and Tim Bradshaw. Craig Douglas, Clark Lamb, Gary Talon, and Gary Harris. Brian Peterson, Mike Capella, Cardella rather, Joe Gribben and Robert Berry, John Pfister, David Burke, Jeremy Hoskins, Brock Sutliff, Jeremy Wilson, Benjamin Atkins, Jeff Gallagher, and Warren Whitmer. Jason Moore, Mike LaCasio, Jason Trotter, and Sean Devine. And finally, Kenny LaFleur, Steve Eden, Jesse Harris, and Raywood Lejeune. If you heard your name called, it is time to come to the staging lanes for round one of Street Machine Eliminator. The Quick 32 have officially been called to the lanes. And once again, those staging lanes will close in 30 minutes from now. Jason Doshier trying desperately to wring more out of this station wagon. Clark Rosenstengel, 799, just an absolute glory pass out there at this late hour of this last day. Alex Corella and Jason Doshier both both pre-staged. That's what the top ball means. There we go. Now they're fully staged. Oh. Doshier's car sounded like a 1980s car chase on TV out there. Like I'm watching an episode of, what was that show, Magnum? The dude had the cool, who was Fred Dreyer? What was he on? Fred Dreyer. They always drove the Dodges on that show.
Drawing a blank.
Yeah.
Love Boat.
Could have been.
Love Boat. Maybe it was Fantasy Island.
There was less shooting. There was more shooting on the show than there was on Love Boat.
They could have used more on Love Boat.
Yeah, Love Boat could have used more action. Cody Medeiros and Matt Ketting right now. Ketting from Kansas City, Missouri. That's the second Love Boat reference today.
I know.
Isaac the bartender was involved earlier. Cody Medeiros from New Lenox, Illinois coming up. He's alternating between tire smoke and wheel stands in the Chevy. That's got some promise for him. Matt Ketting drives his car through 10:54.3, 128, and Cody Medeiros right through the lights, 9:10 with a 0, 146.43. I have called the 32 drivers involved in Street Machine Eliminator. The ladder is posted. If you think you're in, you might be. Check it. Drive down and get ready to go. Again, Reichen, Kerwin, Myers, Lejeune, Perrin, Teppen, Ursus, Bradshaw, Douglas, Lamb, Talon, Harris, Peterson, Cardella, Gribben, Berry, Pfister, Burke, Hoskins, Sutliff, Wilson, Atkins, Gallagher, Whitmer, Moore, Locasio, Trotter, Devine, LaFleur, Eden, Harris, and Lejeune. Those are the drivers we need. Those are the 32. Bring them to the lanes now is Cheryl Kaiser, 14:47. Barhorst goes 11:33.5, 117, an all-female matchup on the starting line for that one.
Randy Bellahart, a.k.a. Captain Stubing, out there with a big old Pontiac.
I like it. Bellahar and Norris goes down through 10:03.2, 131, and Bellahar 9:99.0 at 133, and Jeff Lutz is in the staging lanes.
Folks at home watching on the Gear Vendors live feed, tell your friends, we got some big action coming up. Jeff Lutz is coming back. We know what he's looking for is the elusive 5-second ET.
Fred Dreyer was on the show Hunter. And they always drove the cool Mopars in that show. Like they had the Mopar, like the cool mid-70s Mopar cop cars that were slow but kind of neat looking with the dog dishes on them.
Clearly, I did not have the poster in my room as you apparently did.
No, I used to just watch it when I was a kid because it was always, every episode had a car chase in it. And he'd be him and a Polara running after some guy in like a second-gen Camaro.
I was more Dukes of Hazzard.
Well, I was too, but you can't just watch that 24 hours a day.
You can, actually.
Well, you couldn't in the 80s.
That's true. But you could roll in some Dirty Mary Crazy Larry.
I was a little kid though. That was too adult for my taste at that time.
Yeah, it's a pretty dark movie actually if you look
really
at
is.
it.
Yes. The unsung hero of that one is the four-door Chevy.
Oh, my favorite. That actually makes me want to have a 66 like
Yeah.
Impala or Biscayne Bel Air.
Unsung movie cars include that one, the four-speed big block car from the Gator McCluskey movie with Bruce, with Smokey the Bandit guy, for Burt Reynolds.
Gator.
Gator.
Yeah, Gator.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was a 429 four-speed LTD. That's good. Speaking of good,
I'm witnessing good.
we're witnessing good right in front of us.
The Agro HQ.
Yes, the 1972 Holden HQ.
I'm not sure he's really been giving the audience what they demand here this week. A couple passes have delivered the down-under kind of violent three-wheeling action.
It has never gone straight, though. We can't give him that much credit.
Right.
Never once has it actually gone straight. It has spent a lot of time on three wheels. Oh, man, popping right up through the ejection stacks there. Lifts off the throttle at about 1,000 feet. 10:42.5, 107.75 for Trapnell as George Browning III. 15:03.3 at 85.67. We have called the 32 cars for Street Machine Eliminator to the lanes, please. Jeff Sias is back in the lanes, the hood open. He's trying to let some heat out of that thing. Trying to do whatever he can to pick up a little. Jeff Lutz up at the starting line, going to be taking a surveillance of what he's looking at as Ray Myers comes up.
Brandon Galogly from Hot Rod documenting what's going on out here on the line.
Drag racing's version of a 12-round prize fight going on here today between Jeff Sias and Ray Myers. It is like Terrence and Phillip, Ren and Stimpy, Cagney and Lacey. Pick your favorite tandem. These two have just been one for one, back and forth, trying to go quicker, trying to go faster. Myers trying to protect his territory, and Sias trying to snake this one from him at the very last second. In theory, they're only going to go faster from here on out, but from here on out is less than 1/2 hour away. 15 minutes until the staging lanes close. 15 minutes until the lanes close as Ray Myers punches his Hemi-powered car down 10:01.9, 134.
They're hot lapping this Nova.
That thing is awesome. Truly awesome car. We saw those guys and girls driving down the highway. Two guys in the front and girls sitting back behind the roll bars. Two-lane blacktop style, except she wasn't sitting on the tires. She was sitting on the actual seat. Jeffrey Lutz Jr., heck of a show you put on today with that little Honda of yours, man. That was awesome. Jeremy Scanlon and Josh Norris. almost got the headlight buckets taped over in that thing. The low buck aerodynamic tricks have come out already as Jeremy Scanlon goes 10.55 with a 5, 128, and Josh Norris goes 10.75.4, 130.12. Be remiss, we had a minute right here to thank Gear Vendors, the presenting sponsor of the event, sponsor of the live feed. Thank you very much. Rick Johnson for being out here, being a present and constant force as part of Drag Week for years and years. Jack Day, Rocket Brand Racing Fuel, been here since the absolute beginning. Bear Brakes on as a product sponsor this year. NOS supplying hundreds and hundreds of pounds of nitrous for our competitors.
625 to be exact.
Incredible. And Precision Turbo, along with their HPL high performance lubricants line. Can't thank you enough. We really can't thank you enough for being out here.
And Bear Brakes here proving to you that they do make drag racing brakes.
Yes.
That's their whole mission. Hot Rod Drag Week.
I don't know if Sias will have another shot at this. I mean, the lane's technically open for 13 minutes. He could wedge the car in there. If you're in the lanes when they close at 7:30, you'll be allowed to run within reason. We're not going to let you rebuild the top end of the motor in there, but within reason. Telltale for Sias is going to be 8th mile ET in speed. And the speed is down. Lost a half mile an hour. Top end 999.1, 138 miles an hour. And they're trying. I mean, they are trying, but it just doesn't seem to be there for Sias. Cheryl Kaiser, 14.407 on the Toy Barn side of the strip.
You know, we saw the tape over the headlights trick. We've been doing that actually since day one at Drag Week. Do you remember there was a Cuda that was trying to go quicker, and I was like, dude, tape off your grill, and he did it, and people have been pulling that out at Drag Week ever since. Thing is, the aerodynamic advantage tends to give you a little bit more mile an hour. It really doesn't affect ET that much because it doesn't affect the first 3/4 of the track. You really got to get the steam up before it starts to give you anything.
Whoa!
Stand!
Oh, man, Hawkins' parts fall off. Nearly 300 feet on the bumper, and he's going to take it through the lights. 862 with an 8.160. Oh, we got a replay coming on the live feed of that one. Good gravy. That was fantastic. Wow. Stuck the tire and carried the nose. Unbelievable run there for Honk if parts fall off. So good. Here comes the replay in slow motion. A thing of absolute front end hanging beauty. I mean, he landed at 100, 200 feet before the 330-foot cone.
He wins.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the wheel stand of the week as far as elegance goes.
Out of a four-door flippin' Chevelle. So good. Very Drag Week right there. 15.001 at 85, almost into the 14s, is George Browning III. Staging lanes will be closing in 11 minutes.
And the comments go wild on the live feed as everybody sees what's going on there. That is the poo, according to this guy. Here comes the 55 Nomad, a.k.a. mobile home, camper wagon.
That would make it that would not make it a home ad, would it?
A home ad?
The home ad. Like instead of a nomad, if he's living in it, a home ad.
I feel redeemed for many things that I've said this week.
You shouldn't. That is a false sense of redemption. A no home? A gnome? Nomad? Paul Nichols. Desperately, 12.80, 12.68.5, 105.74 for Paul Nichols, Grove City, Ohio. Likely his last pass of the event. There's Lutz is rolling around the corner, kids. So Jeff Lutz is coming up here with the expressed intention of running the first 5-second run in the history of Drag Week competition. That's the plan. And boy, is it ever easy to do it on paper.
And look at the crowd. Everybody run to the grandstands. Everybody share the live feed link. Here comes Jeff Lutz.
Burnout being completed for Jeff Lutz. We have seen this car go 6:01 at 250. We've seen it also go 250 miles an hour. He has been in a competition tune-up this week when he knew he was not going to have to duke it out with Bailey, when he knew he was not going to have to duke it out with any of our other big hitters in Unlimited because they fell out of the field. He did the right thing. He put the car on a solid tune-up, put it into a place he knew he could get it down a racetrack, put it into the situation that would ultimately get him the quickest average in the history of this event.
To be clear, Jeff here is your Drag Week champion right now. We're going to see what he can do after a long week of bitter suffering and sleepless nights, hard-wrenching, and lots of fast passes. Quickest we've seen, the 6:10.
The escalation in performance at Drag Week has been exponential over the last several years. The event started out with street cars that were capable of running in the low 8s. Then somebody went in the 7s. Larry Larson became the first man to go into the 6s. And Jeff Lutz is openly attempting to become the first man to go into the 5-second zone at Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. The assembled crowd of fans and crew and family has gathered around a Camaro they call Mad Max. He is staged. He is going to build the boost. And Jeff Lutz lets go of the button. It's stuck. He gets to 330. 8th mile at 188. Jeff Lutz, 6:29.8236. 6:29.8236. And it is fairly amazing that 6:29.8236 isn't the number you're looking for at Drag Week. Oh. It just doesn't seem to be making the power between the 330 and the 8th mile to do it. The 8th mile ET in the 4s, the speed 188 miles per hour. A 5-second run, you got to go at the worst, you got to be 4.0 and really pulling. You got to be in the high 3s typically to see that split. But my goodness, what a week that guy has had. And that is a highly, and I mean highly successful event for Jeff Lutz. He's had the speed record coming in, so he has the speed record already. And he has the quickest average lap time. What Larry Lutz has done. Larry Larson has done 5 So we got ourselves a little grudge match out here right now. Or we will have a grudge match between the massive Monte Carlo. Oh, Mike Giovanna's coming up again. Giovanna's going to make a run at it. He is currently second behind Clark Rosenstengel. He can't catch Clark, but he can put a full kill tune-up in this car and see if they can run a high 7. Giovanna's down to the 8th mile, 78.81 after spinning the tires, being very aggressive on the hit of the throttle. So this is a matchup here. Both of these guys have basically been in kind of 850 mode all week. Mark Vincent, the 1970 Monte Carlo. James Carger, the 1979 Mustang. Carger won the class. Vincent came in second. And now they have pulled the bridles off of these things, so they are going to let them run. It is home run derby time at Drag Week. So Vincent and Carger are now pre-staged. There goes Mark Vincent. Carger's in. Reaction time advantage to Vincent by a hun. 8th mile, it's Carger. 1,000 feet, here comes Vincent. It's Vincent on a hole shot. 8:28 with a 6, 168. Oh, the shoulder slump on Carger's side of the racetrack, and Vincent's boys are clapping. A 28 beats a 27. That is a drag race, kids. That is the best side-by-side race, bar none, in the story we've probably seen in years out here. On a hole shot, Vincent in the big Monte Carlo beats out the LS-powered Mustang of Carger.
And just to put that in context, those were the top 2 guys in their class. But the heads-up race doesn't matter. It's the average ET throughout the week. But that was incredible.
As George Washington once said, that was freaking awesome. That was so cool. Wow. So here's a good little side-by-side little grudge matchup as well. You got Trunkett, the 72 Duster, and Taylor. First name Alex, home Boonville, Arkansas. In the Bad Marrow, she has gone 850s. Trunkett has gone 830s. Taylor has not gone the 50s today. Trunkett has had a pretty good week for himself. Very successful. He's very happy with the way he has run. He is a top finisher in his category. He is running in a big block class because he has to. Displacement is what determines your standing here as far as big block or small block. He having 440 inches, that falls him into a big block category. So Rick Trunkett and Alex Taylor inch toward the starting line as we have basically still air out there, the smoke hanging behind the 72 Duster of Rick Trunkett on a gorgeous Friday night here at National Trails Raceway. Trunkett's going to let Alex run, and Alex is going to run 868 with a 3:160, and Rick Trunkett uncorks the Mopar 840 at 166 for Rick Trunkett. That car is awesome.
Racers in the pits, do not forget the awards party that we're going to have later on in the grandstands. You'll want to hang out. We're going to have a good time. Going to celebrate everything we've all done all week long.
So Mike Galimi has come up to the tower. Mike Galimi, the editor of Race Pages magazine, also been blogging this week for Mustang360.com. What do you think? Your first drag week experience?
Words can't describe it.
You rode with Mike Javanis all week. He did very well as we have the Aussie Chevelle coming up right now, so we're going to put Mike on ice for a second because, well, they're more important than you are. Harry Haig has not gotten down the racetrack at all today. It has ripped the tires off at every turn. Is there now fully staged? And Haig gets ready to leave. And he tries to leave, but it smokes the tires again. There are 2 minutes till the staging lanes close. He may set an ET record getting back in the lanes. 9:19, 1:159 for Harry Haig. 10:037, 1:33 for Neil Hedgepeth. So you've been around this sport a long time. You've done a lot of stuff, but you guys had a heck of a week this week. And Javanis' car ran great.
Yeah, I mean, Mike's got an unbelievable car. I mean, it's just rock solid and, just lots of confidence in it. He's run True Street 7 times, so it's, it's very consistent, and he's very conservative, so it was pretty smooth. I mean, other than one day chasing some funny gremlin, but other than that, it was great.
I'm going to warn you of something. You're going to wake up tomorrow, not go to a racetrack, and realize it really sucks.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I felt lazy this morning. I woke up to finish up the blog for yesterday, and I was like, I shouldn't be in the hotel today.
Well, Mike Galimi, follow his work, Mustang360.com, one of the many sources that is blogging this week, and thank you, and I'm glad you had a great time, man. It's been great to see you out there.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mike.
Meanwhile, left-hand lane, Danny Roberts goes 9:57, 1:40, and in the right-hand lane, 15:00, 86 miles an hour. Shane McClellan once again in the left-hand lane. Multiple attempts at the track here this evening. Finally puts it down.
Yep.
.844 with a 158.26 miles an hour in the left-hand lane.
So Cheryl Kaiser goes 14:43.3 at 91:53. And we continue on. I'm waiting for the infamous Lonnie Grimm text that the lanes are closed. Nick Taylor out with a burned piston. People wondering what time the awards start. The awards start after our Street Machine Eliminator event, which is the official close of Drag Week.
They will likely start significantly after that event because we do need
Yes.
to tally up all the numbers. It can take quite a long time, but Brian and I will keep you informed about when they will start, and we will come entertain you while we are waiting for the official data.
Yes, data. Randy Bellahar and Jason Tapscott making their last runs of the event in the waning daylight of Friday. 10:06.6, 135 for Bellahar, and Jason Tapscott goes down through a 9:55, 140 mile an hour effort. It is now Yost, Daryl Yost, having trouble even getting the burnout started over there. 8:30, well, actually, I shouldn't say that. At the close of racing here, between about 8:30 and 9 o'clock, we're going to be having the group photo in memory of Jake Branter. So please, if you want to be a part of that, racers, fans, friends, that's going to happen at the close of racing tonight. Whoa, Daryl Yost is sideways. They ramped the boost in almost 330 feet down a racetrack, and that thing got really, really unhappy about it. Daryl Yost is going to lift. He is going to go down 14.081 at 65 as Paul Nichols, 13.005 at 104. Again, 8:30, 9 o'clock tonight. Close of racing. We're going to have a big group photo down here in memory of Jake Branter. And please, if you'd like to be a part of it, gather in front of the timing tower. We're going to get that set up before we get our awards going tonight. So here comes the Toronto one more time. It is Greg Trapnell. Fully staged. Ray Myers. Fully staged. Trapnell waiting. There he goes. Little three-wheeled action there. Ray Myers goes 991 with an 8. That's the run Myers was looking for. 991 with an 8. 133.86. It took him all day to get there, but Ray Myers lays down a representative pass as Tyrannosaurus Rex is greeting our racers in the staging lanes. Because why not? Jeff Lutz Jr. going to come up in the Honda Civic. I have not gotten the official text that the lanes are closed yet, so if you're looking to make a desperation hit, you got a minute or two to get there. We're going to have a blast at the awards. The party tonight is going to be a whole lot of fun. Make sure you hang out with us and become part of the deal. David and I have cooked up some campy and entertaining stuff. It is going to be all about celebrating the week that was, the week that we all went through together, and you guys especially went through in the trenches out there racing. It is going to be a lot of fun. So party time happens tonight after the close of racing. Jeff Lutz Jr. going to back off the starting line as Cody Medeiros comes up. Cody in the 1999 Chevrolet S10. Nice launch there for Cody Medeiros. Planted the tire. You heard it turn the tire a little bit. It sounded like he breathed on the gas some. Medeiros goes 9:011 at 1:45.69. It appears that Jeff Lutz Jr. going to throw in the towel on that last attempt in the 89 Honda Civic. But not George Browning. Run number 12 today for George Browning III. He's making it up. It may not be fast, but he's making up for it in volume. Guys having a blast. That's what this event's about. I'll tell you what. If I'm 76 and I'm at Drag Week, I'm making 12 freaking runs a day too. That's what I'm doing. I may make 13 runs just because. And he's going down with the right directional on because 76. Because that's what old guys do.
Yeah, I got it.
Oh, you got that one?
Yeah.
That was just for the other. They didn't seem to get it over there. 15.052 at 85.63. I'm used to working at a pretty high level, so. Paul Nichols, the 55 Chevrolet. Off into the distance goes Paul Nichols. 12.71.7, 105.20 for Nichols in the Nomad. We have called multiple times. We have called in. There he is. Clark Rosenstengel coming to turn in the time slip. Home run hitter, man. That was awesome. That was totally awesome.
Oh, I told him the same thing as I went out there and ran into him, and he looks just completely destroyed. He's like, man, you have no idea how hard I worked this week.
The staging lanes are closed. The staging lanes are closed. Clark, the only guy that cried more than your wife was Freiberger when you did that. David was like crying the tears. It was awesome. Well, the staging lanes are closed. So that means what we have left is our 32-car eliminator in Street Machine eliminator. Allow myself to introduce myself.
Carbon fiber is a fiber made of carbon.
Well, Tony's watching right now, so I'm sure he appreciates that.
Oh, okay. We got
Nice.
a ladder here for the stick shift round. What is this going to happen in between cool downs?
We'll run them in between.
Race?
Yeah, we'll run them in between the bracket race rounds.
Oh, this will be entertaining.
So we got a cool little double feature for you tonight, the creature feature. It's like being at a drive-in. We got the stick shift ladder, which is a couple of guys that decided to jump in and just have some fun, threw in $20 a whack, winner take all. And we have our 32-car eliminator, which we have called the cars to the lanes. Lonnie Grimm is pairing them up like the expert that he is, and then we will send them down. Can you remember before the days?
No.
Can you remember before the days of Lonnie, the calamitous results of having other tracks and people try to ladder these cars?
We usually counted on track staff, volunteers, me.
Yeah. When there's 32 cars and there's a bye,
Oh, dude.
that is not good.
Yeah, my brain just falls out on the pavement.
I
kick
wouldn't
it
even
over to
blame
the
you for
curb.
some of this stuff. They were unnamed racetracks that it's 16 pairs, folks. It's funny because it is, it's being inside, being on kind of this side of the glass for this stuff. As simple as this looks, and it really does, the cars pull up, the cars go down the racetrack, the cars go back to the pits. There is an amazing amount of organization that happens behind the scenes, and if it doesn't all work in cadence with each other, it turns into a bloody mess out there.
Well, and look at Tanya and Tara in here in the time slip booth. I mean, it smells like a locker room in there.
Yeah.
There's 100 guys lined out the door.
Tara came in, she's had 3 20-ounce Coronas so far.
And it
She is not slowing down.
hasn't put a dent in her action. No, we really appreciate them. It's huge. As well as Keith Turk out there in the pits, Lonnie Grimm. Yeah, this would be a complete snafu.
The volunteers we had at Tech, just the guy, it goes from top to bottom. And
without Tom Taylor,
right. Where are we then?
the whole program falls down.
Our nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
So while you're sitting around waiting for some action on the track, go surf over to hotrod.com. That is like the heartbeat of Drag Week. It's where you'll find results, tons of photos, lots of car features, inside dirt.
Now that the lanes are closed, can trucks be brought to load cars?
We need that answer from Keith Turk.
We'll get that answer from Turk. I just got the question from Dane Weiler. As soon as we get an answer, I will let you guys know. Oh, wow. Jeff Sias was in the lane.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second. So Sias was back there, waiting, biding his time, and his entire drag week comes down to this.
I'm guessing he was cooling that junk off as long as Lonnie would allow.
I think Ronnie probably balled him up and shoved him in the car when he wanted him to go. Wow. This is something else. Sias needs to go in the 980s. This is a fact. He needs to go down in the 980s. If you see a number above, say, an 87, I'm not sure what the actual number is.
Right there.
So that's going to be where he needs to go.
He was waiting for the engine to cool.
Wow, man. This
Waiting
is
for
wild.
the temperature to cool. Oh, yeah. It always comes down to the last second. People are like, I got all week. No, you don't.
the clutch pedal and a gear shift in his right hand, 427 cubic inches of Ford small block at his toe tips. Jeff Sias from Wilbraham, Massachusetts has one chance to be perfect.
That's got a level of violence I really enjoy.
Speeds up. Can he do it? Sias goes 997.9, 138.60. You can't say he didn't give it every flipping amount of effort he could. Wow.
How many racers here just flogged it over and over and over for that last second win?
Myers and Sias put on one of the great shows back and forth today that I think I've seen in a long time.
Fisher and Dodson.
I mean, just unreal. Man, this was a Friday for the books. We're going to run our 30. We're not done yet. We have our 32-car eliminator to run,
which is going to be really fun. Tons of 10-second cars. We should see some tight races. This is going to be a make or break on reaction time deal. It was art. Yeah, that was ballet.
Talking to Mr. Stanky there with the honking parts fall-off car, complimenting his artful wheel stand.
I can't think of a more elegantly executed wheel stand all week.
That was awesome. No.
I mean, Shane McClellan went to the sky, but I think the landing took the elegance out of the program.
Right. Maybe the potential loss of bowel control might have hurt that as well. These things happen. So once again, waiting to hear from Keith Turk about the availability of being able to pull trailers back in the pit. So Keith, if you can hear David or I, just shoot us a note. Let us know if that's legit or not. Once you get the word, we will let racers know that they can bring their trailers over and load stuff up.
Keith Turk is the man with the plan about the trailer situation in the pits. And everybody, don't forget, as you're packing up, getting ready to go, you do want to hang out and have fun at the awards ceremony. Gear Vendors gives out a ton of stuff. Hot Rod gives out a ton of stuff. And myself and Brian are giving out a few gems as well.
Yes, epic stuff. Hey, again, as we get a moment of quiet, J Angel Productions, a sincere thank you. Mark Walter leading a team that has just done an exemplary job since they showed up here to get set up. You got Mark Walter, of course, kind of the team captain, if you will. John Walter, Joanne, Kyle Kramer, and David Anderson just really have crushed it. You understand the sport of drag racing. You've brought it to our viewers. The hundreds of thousands of them that there have been so far, you brought it to them in a really, really nice way. And it has just been a pleasure to have you guys out here doing this deal. And I may sound like I'm gushing. It's because I am. I mean, I know how hard it is to do this stuff. And you guys have really, really gone above and beyond.
You know, Brian and I have physically helped for about 3 years in a row with a live feed, and we haven't touched it this time. And look at the improvement. It's been so much easier on the behind-the-scenes operations. It's ridiculous. What I really appreciate is the guys out on the starting line and the guys at the big end cameras, once again, understanding what's going on with the actual race, understanding the cars, getting in on the broken parts, getting in on the leakage, getting in on the fires. It's been a good time. So thank you very much, J Angel.
Keith Turk has provided an answer. If you have turned in your time slip, you can get your truck and trailer. If you have turned in your time slip to Tanya and Tara, you can then go ahead and get your trailer.
It's about to be a land rush of dualies and trailers rushing into the pits. I hate to tell you this, Tanya, but the line is well out the door.
You know, we really like working with each other, and you guys have really done a nice job. So I will relate that to David because he's obstinate with stuff. What do you think? He said that he can't stop right around doing this.
Alana, have you not learned that you don't want to associate with that guy?
You can outrun him. I know you can outrun him. Females for years have proved they can outrun Eddie. That's why there are usually none around.
Oh, Man, it's like the calm before the storm. Drag week's not over. We're still waiting for that 32-car
Yes.
bracket race, and that turns into a nail-biter as well. Looking forward to seeing who is going to plow their way all the way through that field. Dogopolsky has won that thing twice. Remember that?
Unfortunately, he's not in.
I know.
The wagon was his backup, a kind of a Plan 3 car. He had another car that was giving him a bunch of issues. Being a veteran of this event, he's like, you know what? No. The car was fighting him in the weeks leading up. He said, forget it. I'm not going to bother because, you know, having done this, you kind of understand you're going to get yourself into a hole. So he brought out the wagon that he's had for a couple of years, and he was going to put nitrous on it. I don't know if it didn't show up or he just decided against it, but it didn't quite run the number. Very talented racer and a multiple-time champion here.
Yeah, it didn't look like nitrous. I think he was running 1160s all week. We're talking about Jeff Dogopolsky, who's got the Army Green Malibu wagon.
Yep.
Past two-time winner. And once you watch the bracket race and realize how difficult this is to run 5 times in a row, be quick enough to get into the field, and then have your car not at the point of falling apart, but at the point of being consistent for another batch of rounds and cutting a tree, to do it twice is big time.
Yeah, I mean, to the credit of the folks that are going to be out here racing in the 32-car field, and I'm not saying this to take away anything from anybody, these guys actually have to race now.
Yeah.
Nobody has really had to race yet. These guys and girls actually have to race.
One of the things that actually Mike Finnegan, my co-host on Roadkill, has harangued me about is the fact that it's not actually racing at Drag Week, it is time trials. He wants to see some sort of a program where there's like a ladder every day and everybody's duking it out and everything. I'm not into it. What I like about this is that true, I hate to use the word in a derogatory way because it's not true, amateurs can come out here and compete heads up with literally Larry Dixon Jr.
Right.
Quite literally.
Yeah.
And the key to that is they don't have to have a reaction time. Reaction time is what separates hardcore racers from not. Consistency often can separate them as well. But guys out here that, honestly, if they can only put together one great pass a day and then they're complete leakers on 4 other passes, doesn't matter. They can still make it through Hot Rod Drag Week and win.
It's kind of a weird, you got to be a drag racing dork thing to kind of like the idea or to understand this, my glee in this. But from now until forever, Larry Dixon's racing resume will include 3 NHRA Top Fuel Championships, a gazillion and a half national event wins, and completed Drag Week 2016. It'll be on there.
And did it alone.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he had nobody riding with him. He was just hanging out like an absolute bro. He was totally cool.
Yeah, he's a great guy. And that's the thing. I mean, the vast majority of guys out there that are doing this stuff, most of them have a car at home that they're bracket racing or screwing around with anyway. I mean, it's kind of weird because you only see these guys on TV for snippets at a time, but virtually everybody that's out there driving a Top Fuel car, like Leah Pritchett has a 7-second Mustang. She bought.
That's where she came from, actually.
Well, she bought Jason Miller's old car. It's a small tire radial style deal. But yeah, I mean, she's driven pro mods and nostalgia nitro funny cars and stuff. And yeah, they're all hot rodders out there. Of course, we saw Dan from DSR out here racing his truck all week. So it doesn't make the event. The event is valid as it is. We're not saying that Larry Dixon came, so now it's a big deal. It'll be a big deal whether Larry is here or not.
No, really, I think what you're doing is validating a bunch of guys who are on NHRA teams.
Yes, 100%.
Who are legitimate hot rodders who are following this stuff along. And they probably have to listen to the abuse of a bunch of people because, NHRA is the target for people who just love to hate.
Right.
And in fact, behind the scenes, there's a bunch of guys who are really into this stuff. I've met a lot of them that actually watch Roadkill. Why would you do that when you're actually a talented fabricator working on a top fuel team? You're watching Roadkill going, man, I love your stuff because it's so real. What are you talking about? I'm a hack. Oh no, somebody's trying to make sure of us and their phone dies. But yeah, it's really cool. And the same is true at NASCAR. I got to spend some time with Joey Logano.
Okay.
And that guy has a bunch of rat rods, or I say a bunch, I think he has 2, and some other hot rods and stuff. He's a totally cool, regular guy, hot rodder, and he's a NASCAR star.
At the end of the day, you don't become a race car driver or a crew guy or anything if you don't like or love cars. Like people kind of forget that. Like when you get to that level, it's a different thing because it's the corporate sponsorship and stuff. But you don't end up in drag racing, stock car racing, Indy car racing if you don't already love car stuff. Doug Johnson, car 243 to the lanes immediately, please. Doug Johnson. Car 243 immediately, please. And I think that's a good idea. I think the guys in the truck on the live stream are going to run some replays for the time being. Well, we chatter with you guys at the racetrack, but if you're watching the live stream, you got replays coming, and they got good stuff cut together.
This is an example of why you need to be in the grandstands, going on YouTube and going to the Motor Trend channel of YouTube, because you're going to see live, or you're going to see instant replays from stuff that went on all week. We are about to watch Dave Schroeder's unlimited Corvette smack the wall, and that's the type of thing you're going to miss if you don't get out your phone right now and check this out.
We need Reeves and Rodriguez. Reeves and Rodriguez to the lanes immediately. Reeves and Rodriguez to the lanes immediately, or you will be disqualified. Reeves and Rodriguez to the lanes, please.
Man, I'm sitting here watching the replays with Brian, and it's like, wow, this seems like a month ago. The stuff that happened. Because you always, on Drag Week, you forget where you are, you forget what town you're in, you forget where you're driving. I constantly forget what our rental car is, like virtually every time we walk outside a restaurant.
For instance, this morning when you tried to get in somebody else's car.
It was the same thing. It was white, it had 4 doors, it was Japanese. What's the difference?
No, it was a blobby piece of crap like we're driving, but it wasn't our blobby piece of crap.
Whatever. But yeah, watching these replays of the stuff that have gone on, here on Monday. But I can't remember where we were. Where did we go all week long? We were at Norwalk, we were at Indy, we were at US 131, we were back here. And I'm seeing a whole bunch of wheel stands, some mild crashing, some superhero moments. It has been a good drag week. Right now I'm looking at Ferroni's car when it blew a head gasket, fire shooting out the bottom of it. Those guys, the hole melted in the head of that thing. You could almost pass a pack of cigarettes through it. And they threw that one away, actually. They had a spare head with them, but the Predator head for a big block Mopar is not exactly, a 23-degree small block Chevy head. They had to maim and fix some bolts, cut stuff down, remachine some stuff, make it all fit, drive all night long to come back to stay in Drag Week competition.
So for those of you that follow the land speed racing world, Danny Thompson had a triumph a few weeks ago at Speed Week, setting a record of over 400 miles an hour today. Unfortunately, he blew a tire at 413 miles an hour, speed recorded on their GPS, and the tire failing ripped the car up pretty bad. He is done racing this week.
But he's okay.
Supposedly had a 360 mile an hour entry speed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny Thompson, of course, Mickey Thompson's son, and he is running a Streamliner that his dad built in 1968, Autolite car, and it's really radically different than it was back then, but the car sat around forever. Danny eventually decided, I need to make this happen, and he went out there, and I believe his record is 404 miles an hour. We're making heat. I see some cars rolling out, ready for our Street Machine Eliminator race. Now what this is all of these cars have run for 5 days. We've taken their average ET over those days. We've knocked a tenth off of it to help keep them from breaking out, and we're running them on a 32-car ladder. Their dial-in will be that tenth off of their average for every single round of this race. And in between the rounds, while they're cooling off, we're going to bring some other stuff out to entertain you as well.
And now we find out that, we find out whether the Emperor's wearing any clothes or not, because we have seen these guys making solo passes and time trials all week. Now we find out who's been paying attention, who has been working on trying to hit the tree, who has actually developed a program to get their car consistent enough to compete in this race. Surely some of the guys out here have cared more about being in this eliminator than they have during the runs that they've made.
Keep in mind what you're watching now is actual racing. The guy who loses is gone. He heads to the trailer or drives home or hangs out for the party that we're going to have afterwards for the racers. So this is actual racing. The win light means they go on. The other guy goes home.
So it will be the Hellcat Charger of Craig Douglas, dialed at 1031, taking on Clark Lamb. Lamb from Tulsa, Oklahoma, a 1968 Baccaruda, 406 cubic inch Plymouth small block under the hood. So a pair of Mopars, true Mopars, at the starting line to lead us off in round one.
Clark dialed an 1105. We got a 1031 on the Hellcat. Knocking a 10th off, that's right. He must average 1041 for the week.
So Clark Lamb and Greg Douglas are off the starting line. Clark Lamb is going to start looking over his right shoulder for a car that is not going to show up. Clark Lamb takes the first round on a huge reaction time advantage, which is the way I expect the majority of these races to go in round one until we distill down the guys that can really leave. 11:26.2 and 11:05 dial in. He's lifting. Lamb moves on, and Douglas goes 10:37.9, 134 in a losing effort.
Man, I always love this race. The way it always happens at dusk, the lighting on the track, the smoke hanging, and these guys actually racing for the win. It's a fun time.
How about a guy with a street rod that can go to a car show and actually tell people it runs 10s and not be lying like everybody else? That's John Pfister. David Burke in the 79 Le Mans takes off. Oh, man, these guys are crushing the Christmas tree.
Where did that come from?
All of a sudden, this turned into a pro stock race. Both guys heading down the racetrack. Top end of the stripe, and it's going to be David Burke. John Pfister left on Burke by 2 hun. Burke goes a 24 on his 11:09 dial-in, and Pfister falls off the pace, 10:37 on a 10:02.
Right-hand lane cut a 1:57 reaction time off a pro tree. We have not seen that all week.
No, this is for real now. This is good. Mike Locasio and Jason Moore coming up now. Locasio leaves, and there goes Moore. This is going to be another tight one. The reaction times aren't great, but they're grouped close together. That's what makes this tight at the stripe. Both guys got their foot on the deck. Top end wind light comes on for Locasio. 11:10 on an 11:07 dial-in as Jason Moore goes a 15 on a 12. Margin of victory only a single hundredth of a second for Mike Locasio down at the top end. He advances in the 08 G8. Moore in the Camaro is done for.
All of a sudden, the talent is coming out.
Yes, these guys are leaking talent all of a sudden. Jeff Gallagher and Warren Whitmer coming up. We need our stick shift shootout guys to the back of the lanes for pairing, please. Stick shift cars to the lanes for pairing as Jeff Gallagher and Warren Whitmer head down a racetrack. And again, David, it's 2 reaction times that aren't great, but boy, are they close together. Top end stripe wind light.
Oh, yeah.
Gallagher. 25 10,000ths the margin at the top end. 90 on a 59. Beats an 11:29 on a 10:94. That was ugly, but boy, it was Jeff Gallagher by 25 10,000ths. Slightly less ugly, moves on to round 2. Brian Peterson from Denmark on the starting line of round 1, and Dino Cardella from Manhattan, Kansas, the 1998 Firebird on the Toy Barn side. 10.99 means Cardella was one of the racers that barely snuck in under the cutoff. Dino Cardella looks over his right shoulder. Peterson's closing fast. Wind light comes on for Dino Cardella at 11:02.6 on that 10.99 dial-in, and Brian Peterson just couldn't quite run the number, and he gave up a little on the starting line.
This is awesome.
This is greatness. Jeremy Wilson and Ben Atkins come up. 10.97 the dial for Atkins, 43 the number for Jeremy Wilson with a 10 to the left side of the decimal place. Moore, Oklahoma, home for Wilson, and Ben Atkins from Shelby, Ohio, the 74 Pontiac Ventura and the 1966 Chevrolet Nova. Everybody's leaving green. Jeremy Wilson put himself in a little bit of a hole, leaving the starting line stripe. Top end of the racetrack, it's Wilson. He drove around him by 2 hun. Atkins gave him back the stripe. Wilson goes 10.53 with a 9 on the 10.43 dial, and Ben Atkins lifted his foot off the throttle and hung himself as Jeremy Wilson drove by.
This is much tighter than I was anticipating.
This is pretty funny. On the back of the pickup truck with the washer fluid can, it says 200 PSI windshield washer, not meth. Nice. Joe Gribben and Robert Berry coming up now. Berry from Miami, Oklahoma, in the pickup truck with the diesel in it. And Bob Berry, despite the smoke and show, is in a whole bunch of trouble as Joe Gribben just ate his lunch for him at the starting line. And Joe Gribben goes 11.82.6, played it smart down there at 105, lifting and coasting through. And once again, the smoke's so thick, it is actually triggering the alarms, blocking the beams on the starting line. Yeah, Robert Berry in the diesel truck, 12.27, just not quick enough. inside baseball guys up here in the control room. On the timing system, there are alarms. If there's a problem with some of the beams on the track, an alarm will go off, a beeping noise. And because the smoke was out there and it was so thick, the starting line thought that there was something hung up on it, and it set the alarm off. Awesome. Gary Harris and Gary Talent coming next. All right, you pick it. 05 Silverado or your tunnel rim dual quad Pontiac?
Well, you know my dream.
Yes.
I think the reality is it's probably easier to be consistent in the big truck. Left-hand lane, we got a 1085 dial, in the right-hand lane, a 1067. So the truck's going to be out front.
The grouping on this thing is very tight, as we talked about. You know, the spread here between front to back really isn't that far, so you're not going to see any real big disparity as far as on the starting line. Yeah, 200 PSI washer fluid, not at all. Yeah.
Oh, a snoozer in the right-hand lane. That's not going to help him.
Gary Talent trying to reel in the truck. He needs some magic at the top end, and he got it. 1098 with a 6. Harris lifted. Gary Talent caught him at the stripe as these guys handed in their time slips here. Gary Talent, 1098 6 and a 1067. Gary Harris didn't see Talent close to him, thought he was at a risk of breaking out, lifts off the throttle, and by a 10th, Gary Talent escaped from the gallows.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think that was an example of Harris snatching defeat
Yes.
from the jaws of victory.
Yes, he did, and Jason Trotter and Sean Devine come up now. Trotter from DePlain, Illinois, the 1987 Shelby Z car, the turbocharged front-wheel driver, and Sean Devine. 1084 the dial on his 1971 Nova. You can see Devine's already on the binders down there top, and oh, it's Trotter! Wow, he gave it back again. 87 miles an hour. Devine threw out the anchor, and Jason Trotter reeled him in like a fish. 11-11 at 133. Trotter gets the win light.
That was absolutely treading on the old giblets with track shoes on right there.
Over a week of running full power to the finish line, everybody has discovered the brake pedal all of a sudden, much to their detriment. Oh, man. Harris and Lejeune coming up now. The second diesel entry. And Jesse Harris received a calligraphy-written hand invitation to leave the starting line long after Raywood Lejeune decided to leave. 11:24 at 106. Lejeune really took Harris to the cleaners there in the starting line, so Harris is eliminated really on the starting line and the car. The truck did not run the number either.
What Brian's talking about is his reaction time was nearly 1 full second, whereas the left-hand lane was 2/10.
So Ed Ursus and Tim Bradshaw coming up. Ursus in his 15 Corvette, and Tim Bradshaw from Louisville, Kentucky, coming up in the 2000 Mustang. As we cut this field from 32 to 16. And Ed Ursus in his Corvette is fanning the brake pedal. And Ed Ursus, well, he didn't give it back. 1181 at 81 miles an hour. Tim Bradshaw just didn't get off the starting line the way he wanted to. Ursus gets the win light. But again, I see those brake lights now, and I think if you let him pass you, you're in big trouble.
That Corvette from all the way in Anaheim, California. Close to home for me. I remember home. I
Yeah.
was there once.
Yeah. That's where you write your nightly letters with your ink quill. Connie Lejeune and Mike Myers going down the racetrack. Myers, the LS-powered front-engine Corvair and the Monte Carlo chassis, but it's Connie Lejeune. How about Connie Lejeune from Church Point, Louisiana, 1092.7, 120. Lejeune has fun whooping up on the boys. She certainly laid a beating on her husband this week. She was quicker than him almost every day. See, they're doing marriage the right way. They both have Mustangs. They come out drag racing, go to drag week. We get yelled at for being at drag week.
You keep her, you know, they keep each other in separate cars.
Right. And again, Street Machine winners back to the lanes. the glory of this event is that we're not going to let you sit down in the pits for a half hour. We're going to let you cool off, but we need you back to the staging lanes. Steve Eaton goes red. What?
Second red light we've seen all week, and the first one in competition.
Aye. And Kenny LaFleur goes on to the next round. LaFleur, part of Team 260. He gets a win light and goes on to the next round.
Also part of Team Trans-Swap.
Team Trans-Swap, Team 260.
Team advancing to the next round.
Team 220, 221, whatever it takes. And now it is going to be the Chevelle, another of the 260 cars showing up. Brock Sutliff and Jeremy Hoskins. Sutliff driving his 1970 Chevelle with a 6-liter in it, and Jeremy Hoskins driving his 95 Eclipse with a 6-liter in it. Not a 6-liter Power Stroke, a 6-liter OS. Very good drag race here, but it's Jeremy Hoskins, starting line advantage. Jeremy Hoskins win light. 1093 with a 120 miles an hour for Hoskins as Sutliff goes 1096.7 after giving up about 0.2 of a second on the starting line.
Keith Turk standing right in front of the tower, probably getting a chance to actually watch cars go down the track for his first time this week. He's been humping it in the pits all week long, and we really appreciate it.
And he's been working hard down there
Oh,
as
that
well.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robert Perrine, Crazy Bob, the 1956 Chevrolet. And Dean Teppen coming up. Jerseyville, Illinois for Teppen, the 1965 Nova. Leaves with the wheels up. Perrine trying to make up for time down there at the top end. Win light will shine for Teppen. Wow, Teppen had a starting line advantage. The win light comes on for the Nova. 1096 on the 1094 dial-in. Bob Perrine, 1076.4 on the 1047 dial. But Dean Teppen moves on. So here comes Mike Reichen, your number one qualifier, I believe, with a perfect 1000 index, or a 1000 dial.
Yes, that means that his average for the week was somewhere between 10.0 and 10.10, because when we knock the 10th off to protect for breakout, we still do not let them go quicker than 10.0.
And that is Mike's genius, because he had this car running 10.0s all weekend long. So he came in with a plan. Oh, look at that. Brock is, Brenda's got the cash, the cold hard cash he's waving around. There is going to be $80 to $90 down there. Some of it taped together. And Dave Kerwin is driving the Hellcat. Kerwin is the final qualifier in the Eliminator, so it's number 1 versus number 32. Top end of the racetrack. The win light shines for number 1, 10:14.8. At 1:67 reaction time, Mike Reichen is looking mighty strong here in round 1 of Street Machine Eliminator.
He's pretty analytical about this stuff. Knows how to tune the car, work on the EFI.
So now this is time for a heads-up stick shift shootout that some of our gear jamming racers have put together. Andrew Starr and Nate Hines. Yes, we have a total of 7, I believe it's 6. I believe it's 6 cars competing out here. Starr and Hines. So you got Starr of 56 Bel Air. This is heads up, no breakout. First to the finish line drag racing. Starr has got a G-Force transmission, a 565-inch big block. He's lined up against Nate Hines, 84 Camaro, 347 LS motor with a gear jammer in it. Oh, Andrew Starr goes 002 on the tree. Nate Hines is shooting ducks down the racetrack. And the 56 Chevrolet going to get down first. 10-10 at 134. Andrew Starr tattooing the Christmas tree. 002 and Hines needs the no-dos. 1072, 128, a good run. But Andrew Starr ate him up on the starting line. Frank Romano is singing the song of our people out here in the starting line, that huge RPM burnout on the 55 Chevrolet. 582, and Dominic Zavacek, a 505. Both guys running, again, clutch pedal, shifter in the right hand. First to the finish line wins. Romano, the real hot rods have 3 pedal sticker on it. Nice. And Zavacek's on the hole shot, 048 to Romano's 132. 8th mile ET. The 505 motor of Romano getting the job done. 996 beats a 1014. You got to respect Zavacek though for what he did up there in the starting line, knowing that he was a slower car. Tried to pull the whole shot. He did get out of the hole ahead of Romano, but Romano just overpowered him, only by 900 at the stripe though. And then there was one pair left. This group of, oh man, really good pair. The Chevy powered Buick and the Pontiac powered 65 Goat. Rich Guido from Red Deer, Alberta, Canada. In the Indiana-based Randy Franklin. Reaction times within 0.03 of a second. Rich Guido goes 10.82.6, 126.71, and Randy Franklin goes 11.83.6 at 114.45 in the Chevrolet-powered Buick. So round 1 of our stick shift gear jam and shootout in the books.
Brent, we have a racer looking for you to try and get in on the stick shift shootout. So Brent, pay attention. You got a racer hunting you down.
So if there is a moment to celebrate and recognize, it is this one right now. Jeff Oppenheim is out here in a Chevrolet El Camino. Oppenheim's car is a turbocharged LS motor. Oppenheim was having a great week for himself. He got to the second checkpoint of the drive yesterday and went to leave, and this thing caught on fire. And I'm not talking a little fire. I am talking a humongous burn it to the ground type deal. Him and a group of guys have worked tirelessly to get this thing back together. And while he is out of competition, Jeff Oppenheim will finish drag week. He drove it, they rewired it, rebuilt it, put it back together at the office at the racetrack at Indy. And that is a moment of extreme triumph for Jeff Oppenheim and his friends as he takes his 81 El Camino down the racetrack after it literally burned very badly on the way to the to Lucas Oil Raceway. 11:66.7, 124. A triumph for the drag week spirit. One more time, David. Words usually. Words, when you say words into the microphone, it translates better than facial movements and or head nodding. And T-Rex was there to watch all of it. We need all Street Machine winners back to the lanes, please. All Street Machine winners back to the staging lanes, please. And T-Rex is looking fine tonight, breathing over the left shoulder of Scott Brown.
Vinny's out here for another 989.90 in the tracker.
That's what I'm hoping for. I believe this is going to be an 8th mile pass. It's going to be an 8th mile pull for Vinny, who added some prize stuff to our till for the evening.
He did. He gave us some stuff from Painless Performance for the award ceremony tonight. Also from Nitrous Express.
Started shoots a fire out the exhaust, goes 6:35.1 and 106 in the 8th mile. Speed was down, but the ET was there for a good number. Vinny just making that 8th mile pull in the evil short wheelbase nitrous-fed, big block, 1995 Geo Tracker.
It's fun because it's wrong.
It is on every level. So we need all winners of the Street Machine Eliminator Round 1 race back to the lanes, please. All Round 1 Street Machine winners to the lanes, please. So after the crazy kind of hubbub of the week, we end up, like you always do at a drag race, the last couple of rounds, things slow down as we are down to just 16 cars left here for Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016, presented by Gear Vendors. And those 16 cars are going to be round 2 of Street Machine Eliminator. Tanya says last call for time slips. Last call for time slips. Last call to get your time slips turned in for all classes. Last call for time slips to the timing tower. The volunteer squad walking up here towards the tower look like the scene from Tombstone, except way less threatening or cool. What a week. What a week we have had here. Every time we run this event, it's something, each one of these deals has kind of its own flavor, and I think the spirit of teamwork is definitely the overriding thought this week. The amount of help that was given and taken and shared this week between competitors, whether it was stuff that broke or stuff that maybe tuned it up a little bit to go faster. It was a hallmark of this event. Has long been the ability of the competitors to circle the wagons and help each other out, and it has certainly not gone away here in 2016.
Reminder to the racers in the pits, we are going to do an award ceremony. It will take a little while to kick that off because we need to go through and find out all of the awards that we're going to be giving out. Brian and I will head down there and start the thing up before we actually have the numbers crunched.
We've come up with our own awards, having observed all you running all week. We have things.
That's right, because those who can't do, critique.
Yes,
that's what our plan is.
And we are Olympic level critiquers, so there you go.
So listen for the announcements about when we are going to call you into that award ceremony. It's going to be in the big grandstand on the pit side, not in the little wooden one where we did the drivers' meeting, but further down.
And this is a last and final call for time slips. If you have not turned in a time slip, you are down to your final minutes to do so, or forever hold your peace. Or forever feel the wrath of Tanya.
I'm holding my peace.
Yeah. I think the greatest gas station food discovery this week was the fact that the Beer Nuts company is now in the cashew business.
You were holding out on me with that information.
Dude,
What's
I didn't
the
know.
deal?
I saw him sitting there, and there was like a light emanating from the bag. We annihilated those things.
You only discovered that just now?
We discovered it at the same time.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was old news to you.
No, I didn't know. I just saw the caches. I think, man, these guys, it was great.
Oh, wow.
Pretty epic.
You know what really fell down on me, though, was the chili nut M&Ms.
Terrible.
No, not really the deal.
A violation of the laws of nature.
Yeah, the Snickers ice cream bar remains the real staple, though.
It is the Snickers ice cream bar is a gold standard of gas station food. What was the crunchadillo? What did you eat at Taco Bell? I'm doing this as a public service.
Yes, I realized that. It was the crunch wrap.
So never eat that. Whatever
No.
that was, nobody ever eat that. And I apologize. My tacos were fine and agreed with me thusly, but the crunchadoodle, whatever, you never buy that crap, and that's what you ate. And you paid the price, so there you go.
Yeah, don't do it.
Yep.
Actually, you paid the price, now that you mention it.
Maybe a little bit. My therapist will have to be worked through that in a few weeks, though, so that's fine.
Who's black? I bet you're broad panties match too. You're getting fucked around, aren't you?
The only time we're at a racetrack on purpose at night at this event is right now to finish up our program.
Friday night. We usually do it in the evening. People sometimes ask why. Couple things. First, it gives the racers who are really struggling a full morning when shops are open to work on their cars. And secondly, we like locals to be able to show up. And so running later in the afternoon means people can get off work more easily and end up coming down.
That's bullshit. That's sexist. There needs to be a titty act.
Yeah, the final 16 cars are being paired up as we speak. And again, this is a round-robin style race for our Street Machine Eliminator competitors. It means you win, you come back to the staging lanes. You win, you come back to the lanes if you're in Street Machine Eliminator. Sorry, I'm surprised at how many guys we saw give the stripe back round one. When I say give the stripe back, it means you're waiting on your opponent to show up, so you hit the brakes and the guy drives around you. It's you got to play the game a little bit, but there was some heavy-handed brake usage out there.
That was a no.
That was some pain.
We did not see Dennis Taylor run today. They're asking about that here in the booth. We'll have to find out later what exactly happened there.
Clark Lamb pulls up. He'll be part of the first pair. Oh, man. Good pair. Clark Lamb has the very cool 408-inch fuel-injected motor in his car. He's got his laptop set up, got his data logging going on, got his tuning going on. The closest a laptop's ever been to that Tempest when the guy drove by a Best Buy one time. Dude, there he is. Jeff Oppenheim. Man, the myth, the legend. A hero among men. Unbelievable. What are you looking for now? So it is round two now coming up here for Street Machine Eliminator. Clark Lamb and Gary Talent coming up this way. A 1962 Pontiac Tempest. Again, the dual quad 440 tunnel ram situation. And Gary Talent dial 1067 in the 1962 Tempest as we get ready to send these two cars into the night here at National Trail Raceway. Clark Lamb in and gone. Oh, Talent had a little issue coming off the starting line. That may hurt him bad at the top end of the racetrack. Reaction times were both on the green side, maybe favoring Clark Lamb. End of the track, Lamb's on the binders, gets the win light. 11:22.9 on the 11:05 dial-in. And you look down at Gary Talent, goes a 96 on a 67 dial and 124 miles an hour, but Clark Lamb made him pay for the starting line gap and so Lamb will move on to the next round. David Burke and Jeremy Hoskins off the starting line. It's Hoskins, the LS powered Eclipse. It's Burke in the 79 Le Mans. Hoskins trying to make up for a starting line deficiency. He gave him a 10th, and he's going to take it all the way to the bank. David Burke, a 19 on a 9. That is a nice run. Jeremy Hoskins goes 10.92.5 in the 10.96 dial-in, but it's David Burke by just over a tenth of a second getting the win light. Jeff Gallagher and Jeremy Wilson coming up now. Wilson from Moore, Oklahoma, trying to maintain a strong Oklahoma presence here as Clark Lamb has already advanced. Gallagher from Des Moines, Iowa. Freiberger's pants just blew out up here. That's how excited he is. Gallagher rolls through the beams. Wilson's deep stage. Oh no, a very tough break for Jeff Gallagher. So Jeremy Wilson will advance to the next round as Gallagher, the car had a little momentum apparently behind it and it rolled through the staging beams when he had the clutch pedal pushed in. 11-17, 3-1, 25-30, and Jeff Gallagher gets no time and no ET in an early exit from the Street Machine Eliminator category. We're going to take 16 and make them 8 here. That is the math. As Raywood Lejeune and Kenny LaFleur come up, like Brett Favre, Kenny LaFleur from Huntington, Indiana. 1970 Javelin.
I completely blew out my shorts, dude.
Yeah, you did.
I'm not wearing the pink underwear, am I?
No,
Okay.
I'm not looking at your backside to tell you that, but you have a hole in your pants. And that is a sad thing for all of us. Raywood Lejeune. Brent McCoy coming in the room. Freiberg has a hole in his pants, be warned. He's aiming it at everyone. 10:57, the win light comes on for Kenny LaFleur. Raywood Lejeune breaks out by 6 Hunt. We need our stick shootout. Stick shootout to the lanes, please. Stick shootout to the lanes for pairing, please. Stick shift shootout cars to the lanes for pairing as Mike Reichen and Connie Lejeune come up for the starting line. Reichen turned the tire, but we know he's holding a little bit. We know he's got enough in the bank to run that 10-0, even with a little bit of a soft 60. Mike Reichen gives it up to Connie Lejeune. Connie Lejeune advances. Not that they're biased or anything, but Tanya and Tara just let out a very loud cheer in the room.
Mike is not going to dig that.
Connie Lejeune, 1083 on the 1080 dial for Connie. Wow. Precision.
Meaning she ran quicker than she has all week. Or at least quicker
Yes.
than her average.
She knew the rules, and she is playing the game appropriately. Joe Gribben and Dino Cardella from Manhattan, Kansas. We need stick shift cars to the lanes, please. Stick shift cars to the staging lanes, please. Dino Cardella goes 11.22.9, 118.35 for the win light. Joe Gribben, 10.97.1, 121.85 in the losing effort.
Brian, this may affect your life adversely, but it turns out that the Spree candy goes really poorly with the Coors Light.
Well, that is goes without saying. Have you never had beer and candy before?
I haven't found anything that goes well with Coors Light.
Chocolate cake
Ah,
and bacon. Chocolate cake with bacon on it, preferably. Mike Locascio and Jason Trotter coming up right now. Trotter from DePlain, Illinois, in the 87 Shelby Z car. Locascio from Michigan. And he's not going home. Oh, he is going home as Jason Trotter gets a win light. Better reaction time again favors Trotter. He goes 93 and a 69, lifting at the top end. Yeah, man. All Street Machine winners, back to the lanes, please, and all of our stick shift competitors should be there as well. All Street Machine winners to the staging lanes, please. So we now continue with round 2 of the stick shift shootout. Rich Guido and Frank Romano coming around the corner right now. It is Romano, the 1955 Chevrolet. If he'd only backed up quicker, he could have run over Brandon Galogli. We would have been rid of him, but not quick enough. Rich Guido from Red Deer, Alberta. Who are we kidding? If he backed into Galogli, it would have just dented his car. And Brandon would have picked it up and removed it from himself. Not another car on top of me. Oh, a pair of keys that fell out of a race car, and they're trailer keys. Ironically enough, if you're looking for your trailer keys and you can't find them, we have them. Guido and Romano coming up to the starting line. 582 Chevrolet, 517 Pontiac. The clutches are out. Oh, Romano. Whole shot extravaganza out there for Frank. And Rich Guido is going to wave the white flag as Frank Romano grabs 5th gear and hangs on tight. Goes 995, 136.47. So Frank Romano advances and Rich Guido coasts through 12:03.7, 105. And a great move for their sportsmanship here. Their shootout, they can do what they want. Jeff Sias was up here handing in his time slip. He had the bye for round 1 anyway, so they let him advance without having to actually take the tree. Their rules, it's a cool deal, so they're going to race their way to the finish here.
Because Sias hasn't pulled enough rounds yet this week.
Right, yeah. So again, now it is Andrew Starr, the 56 Bel Air with a G-force, and Sias with his transmission. Off they go. Oh man, look at Starr's car hunting all around the Sunoco side of the drag strip. He finally gets it straightened out. Meanwhile, Sias is going to slip by him like a ship in the night. Jeff Sias goes 10:01.6, 133.42. And Andrew Starr, 10:30 with a 9 at 133.96.
Reminder to all you racers, we are going to do the awards ceremony, so stay tuned for that announcement. We'll get that going as quickly as we possibly can. Brian and I will get it kick-started before they actually have all of the numbers crunched. Announcement, Keith needs to see Coleman and Douglas in impound. Coleman and Douglas, please see Keith Turk in impound.
So the largest Sunday in the history of Drag Week is rapidly working its way to its natural end. And we again are going to be having an award ceremony tonight. The comedic genius of Loans and Freiberger will be on display with awards that we have made because we have crafting skills, drawn because we have drawing skills, and bought because we have a credit card. We stole it from a guy. That's how we got the credit card. We need Cardella. Cardella back to the staging lanes, please. We are missing Mr. Cardella. Your presence is requested in the staging lanes. Cardella to the lanes, please. Down to 8 cars in Street Machine Eliminator and down to just a handful in the stick shift shootout. To work our way through the end of the night here at National Trail Raceway. And so we are down to the round of 8 here in Street Machine Eliminator. Connie Lejeune and Dean Teppen. So Connie Lejeune has been right on the money. This car has been running 1080. She is on a 1080 index. 1194 is the number for Dean Teppen of Jerseyville, Illinois. In goes Dean Teppen, and Connie Lejeune is in as well. Oh, Connie Lejeune may have met her kryptonite in the form of a 1965 Chevy Nova as Dean Teppen, left well, looks over the left shoulder, win line, oh, it's Connie Lejeune again. 1092 with an 8 on the 1080 dial-in at 121. Connie Lejeune is setting him up and knocking him down, and she is heading to the semifinal round in Street Machine Eliminator. David Burke and Jeremy Wilson coming up now. Wilson from Moore, Oklahoma, and Burke from Welford, South Carolina. It is Jeremy Wilson who has been mastering the art of the deep stage here, and Jeremy Wilson just went straight up Erica Enders on the starting line down there. And Jeremy Wilson, if he does not win this round, is going to jump off a bridge. Oh, no! Wilson gave it back! Oh, no! Jeremy, no! 028 light for Jeremy. David Burke was 122. Burke advances, but Connie won her pair. Jeremy Wilson, hide the sharp objects, confiscate his belt, take away his shoelaces.
Drive directly to the trailer, load up, speak to no one.
No. Oh, Jason Trotter and Kenny LaFleur come up. You go 028 and approach her, you got to win that round. That stinks. Okay, so Floor and Trotter, 69 and 42, the dial-ins, 10 second, the general time frame. And it's Jason Trotter letting the clutch out, and it's Jason Trotter apparently fragging a transmission. All Kenny LaFleur has to do now is not break out. Kenny LaFleur drives down 11.84.8 at 83 miles an hour. LaFleur moves on to the semifinal round. So a literal tough break for Jason Trotter, but Kenny LaFleur, the guy who had nuked, like 9 transmissions this week, front pumps.
I think it was one multiple times.
Yeah, one multiple times. Oh, they're saying 10. Okay, that was 10.
10 transmissions.
Now we move ahead. It is now going to be the final pair as we set up the semifinal round in Street Machine. Clark Lamb and Dino Cardella come to the starting line. 10.99 the dial for Dino Cardella. 11.05 the dial in for Clark Lamb. Really cool shot right in Clark Lamb's gauge pack right there. The big tachometer showing as Clark Lamb inches his car toward the starting line. We've gotten to 4 cars, and this is where the rubber meets the road here. Dino Cardella will be second at stage. Wow. This will be a race all the way to the finish line. It'll be a chess match. More like a game of chicken. Who's willing to cross the stripe first? Is it going to be Lamb or Cardella? It is Cardella by 0.07 of a second. Dino Cardella goes 11.09. Clark Lamb goes 11.22. It was a 0.005 reaction time advantage for Dino Cardella. And again, it's a chess match down there. The driver's going to figure out if they're going to break out or not. And Cardella put his car about a half a car length ahead of Clark Lamb at the stripe at 116 miles an hour. Winners return immediately to the staging lanes, please. Winners return to the lanes, please. So we hope many of you will join us for our award ceremony a little bit later on tonight, where we honor the racers and that have achieved the pinnacle of their class, and we also have some fun joking around, have a good time down there. So it's going to be going on in a little while. We'll give you a specific time when we finish up Street Machine Eliminator, but we're going to have some fun down there tonight with our one remaining vocal cord. My Louis Armstrong impersonation begins tomorrow. My career as a Louis Armstrong impersonator.
There's one vocal cord between us, which is good because there's one brain.
Yeah,
between us.
there's one brain and one vocal cord, which is totally sweet.
Is he number one?
Ray Myers, you have won life's lottery. Please take yourself and your car to see Keith Turk at Impound. Welcome to getting your engine pumped. Ray Myers, you have won an all-expense-paid trip to Impound, an evening with Keith Turk, and the pump. Yay. So once when we finish running Street Machine Eliminator, that's where we're going to gather in the starting line to have the Jake Brander picture up here. So if you're waiting for the Jake Brander picture, we have 2 rounds left of Street Machine Eliminator. Once we run that, it will be time to have our group photo to honor the late Jake Brander.
Brandon Galogli, are you going javelin? Or are you going left lane? You can't hear me.
Is there any question that he's always going left lane? So Glogly in the center of the track, not picking favorites. David Burke and Kenny LaFleur come to the starting line. LaFleur's trip to the semifinal round, maybe unlikely, but certainly very drag weeky. David Burke from Welford, South Carolina. The 1979 Le Mans. Winner here has a final round date with the winner at the pair behind him. LaFleur dials 1042 and he goes red! Oh, he rolled the tree! David Burke is going to the final round in Street Machine Eliminator in his 1979 Le Mans. The 1109 index, 1178.68 at 93 for Dave Burke. Kenny LaFleur got trigger happy, jumps the tree, 10:45.5 at 127.84. Kenny can take solace in the fact that it was only the third red light of the entire week. Puts him in a class by himself. Connie Lejeune and Dino Cardella coming up now. It is Lejeune dialed 1080. Cardella is dialed at 1099 from Manhattan, Kansas. So Cardella and Lejeune get to the top end, and it's going to be Dino Cardella. Cardella, the Kansas racer, goes 11-12 with a 0 on a 10.99 index, so that means he will move on, and Connie Lejeune is eliminated. Lejeune had the better run, 1080 on the 1084 dial-in, but it was Dino Cardella with a little more than a tenth of a second advantage off the starting line to move to the final round. So the finals in Street Machine Eliminator are set. And we need our final in bracket race, so we need our stick shift shootout cars to the lanes, please. Those stick shift cars going to be up and rolling. So we need all remaining cars to the staging lanes, please. All remaining cars to the lanes, please. Once again, all remaining cars to the lanes, please.
You won't. Here, take mine. It's just getting in my way. Who the fuck is sending me friend request shit? Sorry, buddy. Don't know you. But you somehow have a sick car? That appears. You lying. Yep, troll profile ain't adding.
And here comes the gear jammers, the stick shift. Next round is coming up to the starting line as Frank Romano brings the 55 Chevrolet to the ready line. Next to Jeff Sias. This will be a good one. Both of these cars are 990 cars, at least they are today. Sias' car has been in the 80s, but today was a 990 machine. So you want a big block powered 1955 Chevrolet or a small block powered 1990 Mustang? This is a good one. Sias from Wilbraham, Massachusetts. Romano from Melville, New York. Couple of New Englanders up there. Let the clutch out and go. Romano's got a slight starting line advantage, and he's going to need all of it. The big block Chevy powered shoebox Chevy running out of space, running out of time, but he gets the win light. Wow, wow, 997.3 beats a 997.9. Frank Romano drove himself down there, got himself 800s off the starting line and held on to most of it. 997.3, 136 beats a 997.9. Wow, that's a drag race down there. That's some good stuff right there. Wow. Romano was 114 in the tree, Sias 205, and the only advantage Frank had, believe it or not, Jeff made up about 100th of it to 60 feet, made up a little bit more to 330. He was starting to chew up a lot of it, but Frank Romano got him at the stripe. 900, so at 136, probably about 6-8 feet, give or take. So Frank Romano gets the money in stick shift, and our final round matchup for Street Machine Eliminator. An event that started with Tech Day last Sunday will end with this pair of race cars heading down the racetrack. Lonnie Grimm, Sean Fling, a cast of thousands behind the scenes making this happen. Sincere thanks. And here we go. The dial-in for Dino Cardella, 1099. The dial-in for David Burke, 1109. Our award ceremony going to happen in the big grandstand down at about the 8th mile mark. That's where the award ceremony is going to take place. That big, tall grandstand down there. Going to need a little time. We'll let you know when we're getting close to it or give you a time estimate, but David and I will fill some time down there as the girls do the difficult work of getting everything sorted out. David Burke and Dino Cardella lead the starting line. They are deadlocked on reaction time. They are deadlocked at the 8th mile. What a finish to drag week. It goes to David Burke. Dino Cardella breaks out by 7 thousandths of a second, and David Burke takes the win light. 11:12 on an 11:09 dial. Reaction time separated by a less than 100th of a second. And ladies and gentlemen, that is that. Drag Week 2016, presented by Gear Vendors, comes to a close. And David Freiberger, you can get off your phone playing Pokemon Go for one moment. That would be fantastic. You will not catch the thing, the Pikachu thing. I don't know what it is, but you won't catch it. Hey, we're back in the booth, and it is over, man.
Man, amazing week as always. Every time I walk away from Drag Week, I'm like, man, that was the best ever. This thing had so much going for it. Man, Lutz deserved every bit of what he delivered to us out here on the track. It was amazing.
So the quickest average in the history of Drag Week set by Jeff Lutz. A great performance. The guy drives a Jerry Bickle Fromod 1,000 miles over the course of 5 days. Averages like a 6:19, just completely ridiculous. Between that, we come down to today. We have all these class battles. You got Myers and Jeff Sias that just continue running and running and running, trying to beat each other out. It ended up being Myers the winner.
Bisher and Dodson, I don't know who came out on top on that one. Do we know?
It was Bisher.
Was it?
Yeah,
Don't
Bish.
know.
I'm almost
Okay.
100% sure it was Bisher with that 8.501 after Dodson went 8.507.
Oh, man. That was a fight. Those cars
Yeah.
going lap after lap after lap, trying to run right on that number. And all of the suffering that went on all throughout the week. I mean, Ferroni with the cylinder head and the Supra with the cylinder head. And, I mean, you can't even go through the list. There's just way too much. And there is Jeff Lutz right here pulling in front of the tower, ready for his victory dance.
So if you would like to be involved in the Jake Brannon Memorial picture, please come to the base of the timing tower. And again, come down now. We're going to shoot that photo. To those of you on the live stream, first off, a sincere thank you to J Angel Productions. They are the ones behind the cameras. We're the two numbskulls that you saw all week, but they're the ones that made the live stream look, operate, and function as well as it did. Thank you to all our volunteers that put this race on. A sincere thank you to Rick Johnson, the Gear Vendors Company, the presenting sponsor of the race, the sponsor of the live stream. Thank you to NOS. Thank you to Bear Brakes. Thank you to Precision Turbo and Engine. Who am I missing?
Rocket Brand Racing Fuels, the one that's been here since the very beginning. And to wrap it up, we'll remind everybody you can see all kinds of coverage virtually forever at hotrod.com, at roadkill.com, and on the related social media pages. Roadkill Show, Hot Rod Magazine, and Hot Rod Mag.
I'm Brian Loans. He is David Freiberger. Those guys behind the camera are J Angel Productions, and we are done with Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week 2016.
Thank you.
And
Bam!
got it.
The car flew right up in